We'll be right back. Take my beat back. Take my beat. 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 Take my beat back. Take my
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, the stakes couldn't be higher. Masters Madrid is on the line. You win here, start packing, folks. Hello and welcome to Day 9 of VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in sunny Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, currently yelling over some pictures of Sadak, looking awesome as always. And I am joined by an esteemed cast of characters here today. We are joined by Ender, we got Mimi, and we have Vanity joining the desk today. How you doing, man? Glad to have you here.
I'm good. How are you?
Just living life, having a good time, excited for the games. I mean, we got 2 excellent matches on the horizon. You excited?
Of course.
Okay.
Sadhek's Masterclass incoming.
Oh, okay, brother. Well, we're going to get to that in a little bit. We're going to get that in a little bit. He's jumping the gun. I love it, though. There's a lot to talk about here, but let's go ahead and dive into the play-ins because we had 3 teams that were fighting for that last slot in the playoff bracket. And thankfully, I happen to have 2 of the people who commentated the last game right next to me. And they did such a serious, good job while commentating that game.
Oh, did we now?
You were so serious.
I wasn't sure I was going to get invited back this week, I'll be honest. But, I mean, no, the games were really exciting right off the bat. Obviously, we had the MRBR, and because they weren't able to come up with wins against Sentinels, it meant that this first map between G2 and Sen decided everything. And after that, we had the fun, we had the turtles, we had the frogs, we had all the good stuff.
A lot of silliness to be had, but it was an impressive run by Sentinels to make it this far. They've had to play so many games, so many matches to make it to this point, and also while they're doing so, they're debuting new stuff, new ideas, and I'm really excited to see what they can bring now in this final weekend.
It was so sick to see them switch over to this, Gecko comp over on the Sunset when they were one of the teams that were first debuting a lot of the ideas with Breach, Fade, Raze, all of those agents. So then coming in after playing more maps than everyone else combined and having a brand new look on a map like that was great.
Yeah. It's actually going to be quite exciting to see what they do. What did you make of them?
I mean, I think they look incredible. I think definitely the best Sen has looked since probably Iceland days, right? I don't think they've ever looked this cohesive as a team. I think they have really good team play. Zelsis and John Couture are doing a great job at controlling the team. And I think Zekken just kills everything. So.
But what about the Shroud days? How do they stack up against that?
Oh, man. Well, listen, there's a lot to break down here, but let's for now take a look at our playoff bracket. Where are we currently? Because we already have a few of the teams across the different regions who are punching their ticket to Madrid. Now it's our turn. And it's going to be EG versus Loud, and then NRG versus Sentinels. I mean, again, we were just talking about what Sentinels and what we could be seeing with them, but take your pick, Mimi. Both of these games are incredible.
I mean, what's exciting is we already got all the upsets out of the way with the MEA, so
no
that
funnies.
means that now it's just serious matches for these final spots in Madrid. Yeah,
and of course, folks, we want you guys to join us there in Madrid. 8 teams, 4 leagues, and you. I love that. That's a good tagline. Way to go, marketing. In any case, so grab out your phone right now, scan the darn thing, get yourself a ticket. If you're out in Europe or maybe you're back home here in the United States, we want to see you there in Madrid, cheering on your favorite teams, whether it's EMEA, Americas, Pacific, China, doesn't matter. We want you to join us. Make sure you get out there and do that. We'll have that pop up throughout the show as well so that you can join us in Madrid. But for now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And then when we come back, Mimi and Ender are going to sell us something that they've actually cooked up in the Spark Tank. That's right. It's back, baby. And we'll see you on the other side.
Is that going to be enough? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clap! Superman!
Acaba caindo cedo, mas o Cauã avançou e leva 2. Cauãzinho!
Welcome back to VCT Americas Kickoff. Joining us now, the global head of VALORANT Esports is Leo Faria here today. Leo, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to have you here. It's been a great start to the season, and also we had some big news, capsules dropping for all the teams. What's the reception been like, and also for you guys behind the scenes?
It's been the best. Look, we've been dreaming to do this for a very long time, and it's finally live. We're giving fans the opportunity to support their teams and support their favorite pros, and the reception has been amazing. Some of these teams have already beat their minimum guarantee for the entire year.
Really?
In 2 weeks, so very excited.
Okay, I mean, that's definitely new info. I just wanted, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least make an attempt, a try. Who's number one? What's the best skin?
You know, I can't play favorites.
Oh, come on, man. You know this
But
guy.
I'll tell you this. We are going to release rankings for all of the leagues very soon. So
okay.
Should spark some fun competition.
Oh, yeah. And if there's one thing we know that the internet will do is totally have a good time with this. Hey, I can't wait. That's going to be awesome. Can't wait to see that. So you guys heard it here first. You're going to get maybe some rankings down the line so you could see like where your favorite team stands. It's going to be awesome. But Leo, I am so glad you're here because, you know, Mimi and Ender, they've been cooking up an idea. And I'll be honest with you, the last time Dave did this, it didn't really fare that well. So why don't you go ahead and join me? We're going to need some more sparks. Let's go in for some spark tanks, shall we?
That is a turtle. Now look at Ned. Yow! Look at that. The zoom in. Well, Trent is coming in here to trade on the fight and gets that one. John QT from above comes down. That's a frog with a little hat on top.
Oh, look at this little guy.
It's another frog. Time. Sideshow. My king.
It's just a cup.
Yes.
The real star of the show tonight.
He's wrapped around both sides and blown to pieces.
You guys stop chanting. This is your fault.
Yes, the turtle.
Turtle.
Salutations, Sparks.
Salutations.
Salutations. You love games and you love team capsules. Am I right? You just witnessed the greatest match of all time. Get ready for the greatest capsule of all time.
It's gonna be great. If you guys love capsules, you also love another thing. Little guys. Are you familiar with them? Look at these fellas. Here.
Quite, yeah.
Take one. Little penguin.
What does this have to do with the capsule?
Little bear. We'll get there.
Okay.
We love animals,
bunny.
GB. That's the important thing. You
That's
just saw it.
Okay.
And, well, I want to open up some ideas for our very own team capsule here, right? And everyone, you got to start with a little buddy. You got your little buddy.
Everyone
now
needs a
let's see it. And if you like animals in real life, let's check them out in game. That's right. We have the Sideshow My King buddy.
I thought we said we were doing another one about animals. He's not
No, because it's like, because it's from the cup thing.
No, but that doesn't look like.
No, it's a man. It's a man. It's Sideshow.
Question. Don't get me wrong. I am all about this because, I mean, look how ridiculous
There's
he looks.
much better parts.
Is this a cup or a man? Please settle the debate for us. Cup or man?
It's a cup.
Well,
That's Sideshow.
Oh, Jesus.
You
Yeah.
gotta see that.
Okay. Well, I think this is an egg. So
No,
that's a food
Well,
object.
what comes from the egg? A chicken.
That's fair.
There you go. It's an animal.
And when it hatches into a man, it becomes your little buddy. We've seen increases in joy on players when they have a friend by their side by up to 50%. It's a beautiful thing. But trust me, there's more than just a buddy. We have a lot left to show you.
We absolutely do. You want more. Is that right? And you know what? The
feel like we're
crowd
kinda
wanted
forced
more last week as well. And that's where we're bringing the OT chant. The fans couldn't get enough, and you're not going to get enough of this sick new spray we've got to reveal here today.
I gotta say, that actually is kind of. I'm on board with this one.
It gets you in the right headspace,
It does.
the right energy. When you have time, what do you want more than time?
What do you want? More money?
Overtime.
Okay, never mind.
And therefore, the spray.
Overtime's
topical
money.
for that reason.
Sure.
It absolutely is. This is a spray that you can have in your own game. It's a beautiful thing. I want you guys, though, Sparks, to get in the energy. Can we get a chant from the three of you?
Well, like,
Ready.
OT. OT, OT, OT. Oh, I want to hear you, Vanity.
OT. I mean, I get it. I'm definitely into it.
I'm feeling.
Is this a spray you would use in your game?
I think so.
Okay. I mean,
But wait, there's even more than that.
There's more.
Probably quit
We
while
said
you're ahead,
animals.
honestly.
We said little guys, and there's a lot more where that came from.
Sure.
Introducing our all-new player card.
What do we got here?
Is that a?
We got a frog.
You guys like frogs?
Is that a train? What is? What?
It's a frog, but wait, with a little hat on top.
On his head.
He's a little cipher hat.
You just take the frog from and then just copy and paste it.
It's amazing because we already know that people like frogs and they love the frog from Split, but now it has a hat on its head that is small. And
how much smaller, Mimi?
I mean, it's already 39% smaller than previous hats on its head. And market research has shown that the younger demographic, which our average viewer, age 14 to 72, has shown to absolutely adore when the frog has a certain type of hat on its head, and therefore wants to represent it in game.
That's quite the range. 18 to 72.
14 to 72.
14 to, I mean, you're
approximately.
Basically, at this point, the market's yours. You know. Okay. I mean, wow. Sure,
Is
but
this something you would rock?
That's everything you need, right?
no. No.
What?
Where's the turtle?
The
turtle?
Where is the turtle?
Come on, man.
Where's the turtle?
The turtle?
The turtle.
From
Where's
the
the
map?
turtle?
Okay, we can give him the turtle.
Get him
God,
up
the
here.
fans were
Get him
yelling
up
about
here.
it all game.
This is what people have been waiting for. But that's
That
the
is
turtle
nice.
classic.
It's a turtle.
That needs to be in the game.
You know what's crazy is that it's supposed to be a joke, but I want it in the game now.
Not that bad.
It's supposed to be a joke.
I mean, look.
Do you know how much work I put into this?
Mimi, you have a
Handcraft?
security tag on your left sleeve. Where'd you get this jacket from?
I'm making it from this. I rented this jacket, okay?
Rented from
It's a
where?
business
Thieves are us?
It's a business device. It has nothing to do with security.
Mimi, you're making a fool of yourself.
Well, please bring us back to business.
Sparks, we would like you to invest $1 million for 1% stake in our capsule. We're calling it the Little Guy Capsule.
No, we're not. We decided to call it the greatest match of all
The
time.
greatest match of all time capsule.
There's
Not
only
even a
one
line
little
on the
guy.
name of the capsule. Okay.
It can be whatever you want it to be.
Sparks, are you in?
Do it for the turtle.
Leo, would you like to go first?
Look, I'll tell you this. I think this idea is fantastic. I think players are going to love it.
Go on, Mark Cuban.
I think you two are great together. I think this team is amazing. I think this has the chance and the potential to be the best-selling bundle of all time in Valorant. I do think, though, your valuation is a little bit high.
I'm willing to take $1 for 100% of the stake in this bundle.
That's mathematically doesn't.
Unless you have a better offer, Sharks. But you have to keep in mind that Leo here has the ability to
tell you
actually
what.
I want to hear.
produce.
How about
Vanity,
this?
do you have a better offer?
I'll double it. $2 for 100%.
How about this? Counter proposal. Guys, come here. How about we just all go in? All right.
I have a way to sweeten the deal.
Sweeten the deal. Sweeten the deal.
I will do this. We're going to do $2 for 100% of the idea, plus to compensate you for all the work.
Yeah.
I'll give you access to the writer's room where we write the script for the season, and you get to choose who goes to Madrid today.
I think that would be very agreeable.
I think that would be agreeable.
We have a deal.
Let's do
All
business.
right, let's
so
go.
much for business.
All right,
Really
good
appreciate
job.
it.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Shaking
Thank you
business.
so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it, folks. We got ourselves a deal. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we got EG and Loud. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But first, let's go ahead and listen to the comms of our defending champs in this open mic. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Will not be found. We're tied at 10.
I'll see. Careful.
Good job, y'all.
I'm sticking it, guys. I'm sticking it.
Off. I'm holding this.
Two here.
Heard.
Vandal in. Shit.
Holding this, Jet.
Hand up.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Do the molly.
Anything out there or no?
What's him off?
He's
No,
joining,
no, he's
joining mid right now. I'm breaking that.
Holding left with you.
Putting it down, guys. Sorry.
Save toxin. We're gonna.
He just fucking dashed
He
away.
dashed.
Hey.
Yeah.
Wait, no, he's top side. Top side.
Top side? Okay.
Oh, he got hit.
What was that? Yeah.
Okay,
just wait.
It's in a
Can
one-way
we-
go. Can you follow?
We can wingman yellow here. Can we do the split with all? Yeah,
Oh,
we
or
can,
do you
we
want to
can.
go back
Yes,
in?
yes,
It's a
yes.
retake A, probably.
Okay,
So retake A, then okay, then we won't do it. I'm gonna flash for orange and then we're gonna leave, okay, Derek?
Roger.
We're gonna ult site. Do it now. Leave jaw.
Get bomb.
1B.
2B.
Go for the molly.
Okay, careful one mid.
Guys, I'm giving the right side. Or I'm giving.
Walked up A dead.
Longer B.
You can rotate, Jonah.
Shooting my molly.
They cleared sight.
Ult.
Backside ult.
I have dart to confirm, Jake. If
I'm
you want to
ulting
We
him.
need to ult now, ult now.
Hold him sight. He has to swing forward.
Fight orange, Jake. Fight orange. I think there's one lurking mid. I think the Viper's mid.
Viper.
Viper mid, yep.
Someone was A, flat.
Is it ult?
Oh, he's kitchen.
You can't plant. Or can you?
He's stick,
I think
he's
I
stick. Plan for mid, you can cover you.
Plant it for mid.
Don't let him come up yet. You got 4 more seconds. They're far from Nick. He's gonna
One
live.
more mid,
Three,
one more
three, guys.
Default.
Sight.
Stuck default.
Detain default.
Under tube. Under tube. Viper.
I can jump on default. Fighting default. Holding mid right now.
Under maybe.
The Viper side of the play. It's not planted for him.
I'll drop.
Let's plan for him.
Under.
Go top sight, Jonah. Go top sight.
Wait,
Go top
wait,
sight. Yo, opt on mid. Opt on mid.
Go get the off, guys.
I think on the side of G2 as well, you see, because of how they've managed their finances, Leaf is able to carry an op and Blades into the last.
3,
Touch again.
2, 1. Go wide, Nick. I'm spawning tube. Net pot.
Where? Alright.
Let's watch.
Opping.
Same tube.
Yeah.
I'm sticking A.
He's gonna refight maybe. You're
Go
right.
to protocol. I'm sticking A, guys.
Okay.
Follow. Pin up.
Better.
I'm peeking.
Falling
this.
it.
Go. I knifed yellow as well. Get ready. Not hit. Not there.
Everything
Not
drop.
Nothing here.
Joto, we're gonna go back to A. We're gonna do the ult 410.
Okay.
I have knives for you.
And again, pot when you can.
Yep. Here now again.
Bro, I think 410 ultra. I'm doing 5
Drop
soul.
in two,
Doing
drop
5
in
soul.
two.
Okay, do the
410
5 sold. Yeah, sure. Waiting on orb, and then we can cross.
Warping when I can. Hold up. Warping.
30 seconds,
Speed up, guys.
guys.
Speed up.
Go.
Do it now, Vince.
Take Raptors, guys. Take Raptors.
Someone
Good job.
jump up there.
I'm entering with you guys.
I will Joe in.
Keep
I
up.
have no utility anymore.
Hard.
Go. Someone go top tight. I'm not playing for top tight.
Go. I'm flashing. Get in there, Vince. Right now.
Go.
I'm entering.
Pop.
Alright, they're in. Can we flood?
Ready? He's
Top
backside.
side.
Hell.
Maybe Raptor. Ring 4.
Wall up.
He's 1 HP. I can't wall.
Deadlock
Deadlock
ult.
ult. Chill.
10 seconds. 10
One maze,
seconds.
left
After
side.
deadlock ult, come screen. Wait.
I have full gas.
Gas.
I get 1 kill.
Careful flank right now. I mollied spawn.
Hold my Raptors, guys. Hold my Raptors.
I don't have
Play
your
it,
rest.
Joe,
I'm watching
play it.
flank right now.
Jaw has it.
Set up pot for 1 kill.
I think one.
Take Jet.
That's 1 HP. At the fall off, he hit me.
Jet.
You're both.
One more backside.
KO, you're back.
Don't think.
He's mid sight. Mid sight.
Come to me, Mike.
Time. Go together.
3, 2, 1.
You're bouncing off 410.
Missed.
I'm throwing at you.
Nice spot.
1 bullet.
Welcome back, everyone. And we just got sold a pretty decent skin bundle, I would say. So that's just a me thing. But listen.
And we got to see the script.
That's true. Yeah,
It's
it's
good.
true.
It's
That's
real
true.
good.
But guys, time for serious analysis. Okay, let's get serious. Talk about this game. But to be fair, though, this game's hype as hell, and I think a lot of people are stoked about this because you're not just getting to see the 2022 champions. You're seeing, the 2023 champions as well. You're getting Loud versus Evil Geniuses squaring off against one another. And granted, you do have a lot of differences between these two teams from their previous iterations, but there are still some elements that are the same. And if anything, Mimi, I would go as far as to say that I feel like both of these teams are kind of had like a similar journey up until this point of needing to reshuffle their team around, figure things out, and they find themselves in, again, very similar situation.
I feel like what's interesting is that no one thought there was a need for either, but they had the situation where they have to make changes. I think the real similarity between these teams is in restructuring since those heights as champions last year, be it in Americas or at Champions itself, is that both these teams are really bought in to someone's system. For Loud, it's Sadak as this IGL, his innovative comps that he's always running, the system that seemingly no matter who else is on the Loud roster, they're still finding success, versus an EG that is so heavily bought into Potter's system of also these interesting comps, these interesting ideas. It is two teams with very unique but different styles of play, but they're so dedicated to these ideas that it really works.
And you see those ideas carry over, whether it's EG keeping one player to the roster or it's Loud only losing one player to the roster.
The identity is still there.
Yeah, except Osbos, to be fair, is worth like 4.5 players, so it does even out in that regard.
But their change to, and we'll talk more about them later, but their change was really to just readjust the squad rather than try and replace a piece.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but it's also just changed their entire style dynamic as well as a team, because you lose a guy like Osbos and all of a sudden now you're playing these ballistic comps. We're talking double smokes and triple flashes on every map. Sadak's come on our show show as well and talked about how he just does not
Give
like
me all
Sentinels.
the flashes was literally what he said.
Yes, it's like, but the way they play is so unique and so effective because what it allows them to do is allows them to fight on like 3 or 4 fronts at a single time. When you have those many flashes and you have the long range of a breach stun to be able to support, even your Viper and your Omen or Brimstone can get very aggressive.
Yeah. I think something that they do really well compared to a lot of teams is playing into like their set win conditions at a very high level. I think they're probably the best team in America, maybe the world, at playing into like their win con.
Or EG?
Loud, sorry. I think that they do a very good job at like leaning into what they're good at. Like,
and what would be that if you had to kind of real quick just break it down? What is that win condition with these compositions?
And I think the biggest thing that I'm impressed with Loud is they didn't try to replace Osboss.
Yeah.
They just got someone else and they let QCK be good at what QCK is good at, right? And it looks like he's very comfortable on the Phoenix, the Raze so far. I haven't seen him on Jet, I don't believe, but he looks very comfortable on the entry agents where he just has a flash, gets to run it down with all the util, and they're doing a great job at setting him up. And then Les kills 35 people a map, so what else can you ask for?
Yeah, it sounds like a winning combo.
Yeah, and I think what makes it so interesting is that they aren't trying to replace Osboss. They know that no one can really be that same guy one-to-one. Instead, they're rebuilding a style that really relies on QCK's flexibility instead. And I think that's really shown with these comps they're picking into. Like you were mentioning, Christy, triple flashes, no dive on 2 maps now.
And that's the biggest thing, right, is 99 out of 100 teams in VALORANT will play a dive agent. Jet, Neon, Yoru, Raze, they'll play it on every single map because you pair some kind of mobility with some sort of like initiator utility, a stun or a flash. That's the most broken combo in VALORANT. That's what, you know, way back in the day was getting pioneered.
The flash and dash.
Yeah, Vision Strikers, like all the way back then. But they play without that. And the way it changes is it's a much, I don't want to say a slower style of game, but in a way it is because they're fighting for smaller pieces of space, I feel like, with those flashes, and oftentimes supporting themselves to take those fights, right? With the more selfish flash for right-click KO or a Phoenix going around a wall. They're much more self-centered in those ideas, but it allows them, again, to fight in multiple different avenues and overwhelm the team they're playing versus.
Yeah, there is so much to, like, analyze, too, about the way that Loud, you know, because I think we're just going to continue to learn more about this team, right? They haven't really shown that much, and what they have shown has been very compelling. And on the opposite side of that, you know, kind of, well, the guy who's been the holding the shield for EG now is yet to be released from prison. You got Jogamo, who has genuinely, I think, found a new voice in this team that wasn't there previously. Under.
And if Loud hates Sentinels, EG loves Sentinels. They're putting jaw on them.
Again, not the team.
Not the team.
The agent. Vanny, I want to
get
get your thoughts on this, because you're the only other team I've ever seen experiment with Deadlock during the offseason. These guys have pulled up with it on Icebox, and I was pretty impressed, at least.
I think Icebox is definitely Deadlock's strongest map, at least from the current rotation. I think it kind of leans into because I think you don't really need a duelist on this map. And even if you have it, the Deadlock punishes it really hard because it's really hard to break the trips, especially if you've never played against it. I think they had a lot of interesting combos with the Deadlock Gravnet and the Mosh. Is something that I saw them dive into a lot, and I think they did a really good job with it.
Yeah, one thing I also really liked is how mobile Jojimo is on defense. He's picking up those sonic sensors, putting them back down on another piece of the map. He's really proactive as a player on defense with how he's using his util for the team. And on the attacking side, I think Potter was saying this in an interview, that no matter what agent he's on, it's kind of like he's playing a dive agent. Like, he can just be running in with Deadlock, entering a site, and still find success with it.
Yeah.
He just has such a unique style that fits this team perfectly.
To be fair, the ropes give you some kind of element of dive on its own in that regard. But I do think that it's important that, especially on defense, they are able to still fight very aggressively. Like, they were showing, like, belt pushes with the Deadlock fighting forward in that space. They were usually putting very forward sensors as well from the Deadlock in B main and then rotating out to put the delayed wall into mid. So the way they were playing still showed a lot of forward pressure, which is always the pitfall when you play these multi-Sentinels comps. A lot of teams like to chill out and play too far back on site, and it gives over a ton of free space. EG never allowed that.
But what is interesting about both these teams is neither have played a lot of maps. They haven't had to show a lot. So there's still a lot of questions of whether these interesting comps will continue on other maps or if they have something completely else cooked up. It makes this map, I think, for both squads, a very tough one to prep for, really.
Well, I'm so glad you talk about the prep and the work, because that obviously goes into the IGL, right? The coaches, and these guys needed to make these plans happen. And thankfully, we happen to have an IGL here on the desk. So look at that, convenience. Let's talk about Sadak, man. I think a lot of people will rightfully say, and I think it goes without saying, best in the world in that role, but someone in that role doing it right now, how is it, how do you find inspiration in the way that a player like Sadak would approach a game or use it for your own team?
I think he's probably the most inspirational IGL in VALORANT. I think he's had the best results over the entire course of the game. I think maybe Boaster's close.
Hard to argue with it,
But I think Southhawk has champions won, so I think that slightly edges him with Boaster. But I think what he's been able to do with so many different players, so many different teams, he just they always look really good and they play like their own style. And I think it's something that a lot of teams are starting to lean into more nowadays, especially even EG does it, right? You guys are just touching on the Sentinel comp where they're playing aggressive. I think they're leaning into their players' strengths versus the agent strength, which I think is something that Southhawk is very good at.
And talk about leaning into players' strengths. That's exactly what they've done, picking up Quick into this roster. Southhawk, in an interview, mentioned that the reason that they called Quick up to play was because of his flexibility. They didn't need a player who was exactly OSPOS 1-to-1. They wanted a guy who could fit into this system and let them play any comp. For me, this is the year where Southhawk is unshackled. Previously, you have a lot of coaches that are big voices in the team.
And it's a very mature way to approach it, too. I think a lot of people would look to just slot the player in that they lost with a very similar, like-minded player. Not Southhawk, which goes a long way for him.
What I wonder is, did he want to play these types of comps in the past, too, right? Because, Loud,
he did.
Yeah, because Loud were the first team to really be playing the double smokes on every map, the Harbor Viper, all that stuff. And now they're still playing those double smokes every map, but it is with the 3 flashes behind it. And that is just a crazy combination, supporting all of his players who, again, even when they were playing comps with a Sentinel in it, you'd still see a guy like Les getting super active on those roles. Now it makes even more sense to do that.
And beyond just the comp strategy, what have you thought about Quick's debut as just an individual player? Because it seems like he's really leveled up since his time on Furia.
I definitely think he's impressed a lot of people. I think it was kind of a big question mark for most people, right? You're taking a Sentinel main, putting him on Duelist, presumably, because they didn't really have another Duelist player. And, I mean, it's paid off. He's played really well. Super impressive, to be honest, to be able to learn a new role this fast.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see him, from last year, where I think a lot of people were questioning what his value was going to be, to this year, now feeling like an instrumental part of this Loud lineup, which makes it even more exciting when we finally get into the action. But the good news is that we do have our map select ready to go. So let's go ahead and find out where we're headed.
Hey guys, welcome to Map Pick Ban. After a coin flip, it was determined that Loud is going to be Team A and EG is going to be Team B. Loud, you have first map ban.
Breeze.
Loud bans Breeze. EG, you're banned.
We'll ban Bind, please.
EG bans Bind. Loud, your map pick.
Ascent.
Loud picks Ascent. EG, you get to pick side.
Defense, please.
EG picks Defense. And your map pick, EG.
We will pick Icebox.
EG picks Icebox. And your side, Loud.
Attack.
Loud picks Attack. And your map ban, Loud.
Lotus.
Loud bans Lotus. EG, your map ban.
We'll ban Split, please.
EG bans Splits, so the default map is going to be Sunset, and Loud, you get to pick side.
Defense.
Loud picks Defense. Okay, awesome. Good luck, have fun, guys. Look, have fun.
All right, well, there you see the maps. We got Ascent, we got Icebox. So, Mimi, what'd you make of this?
I'm really excited for these first 2 maps in the pool because I think they highlight the way both of these teams have been coming up with creative ideas during the offseason. We were already talking earlier about that triple flash comp on Ascent for Loud. We haven't seen EG play Ascent yet this season, and with that VOD now out there, I'm really interested to see what they've cooked up to counter it. And it's basically the opposite in Map 2, where we've seen EG's interesting comp, and we don't know how Loud's going to play into it.
And that's the thing, is both teams are going to have to show adaptation as well coming into this game. And I think, at least from what I saw from EG, I feel like there's a lot more wiggle room in how they played Icebox. A lot of their attacking opens was a 3-1-1 setup with heavy prio on B main control. I'm sure they have ideas that fish much more heavily into both mid and A. And defensively as well, that's where they showed a lot of aggressive looks. But I think there's so much flexibility given the setup. We never saw a deadlock setup towards the A side of the map. It was deadlock B every single time. And now they're going to be able to fish into some other ideas.
What about for you, Vanity? What do you make of this?
I mean, I think the main thing I want to see from EG, I think I want to see a team pull out Cypher into the Loud comp on Ascent, because I think that the no dive, the Cypher should have a field day. Assuming they are well prepared, I think they'll have a really good showing. Okay, so you feel pretty. So do you feel good about EG in this situation or Loud? If they pull out Cypher, maybe EG, but it's hard to bet against Loud,
Okay.
It's hard to bet against Loud, and I won't. I have to predict Loud to win this. But if there was a team to have a great anti-strat and pull off an upset, it would be EG and Potter.
Yeah, I believe it. I think on Ascent, you need to get active. So I like the Cypher on your weaker side of the map, but you need to fight loud before they're execing into you, because they will overwhelm you, and you're never getting back in. They dominate any sort of retake protocol. You need to get in front of them.
Well, folks, this is it. 4 teams are fighting for a trip to Madrid. Loud versus Evil Geniuses, NRG versus Sentinels. Day 9 of VCT Americas Kickoff starts right now.
Is that going to be enough? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clip. Oh, Superman!
Acaba caindo cedo. Mas o Cauã avançou em elevador. Cauã!
Playoffs, everybody. Now it's EG versus Loud. The winners qualify for Masters Madrid.
They're in a blender. The Red Bull clutch for EG as they're headed to playoffs.
For us to be in playoffs feels really, really good, but let's just show that we can qualify.
Independente de quem, vamos preparar da mesma forma e sempre focado em vencer e não pensando em possíveis vagas e tudo mais.
Loud, they're very innovative, they do crazy things, they have a great IGL. I think Sadak is one of the best IGLs in the world.
Vai Sadak, é nessa mesmo, vai, é na tua, Manito, vamos ver, ele pode brilhar, vem o primeiro, vai tu, vai Sadak!
It's going to be a fun match no matter what.
Diretamente da Riot Games Arena, recebam o primeiro semifinalista que vem renovado e criando o seu próprio meta. Faz barulho pra Loud!
Let's bring out their opponents. Make some noise for your 2023 World Champions, Evil Geniuses!
Despite the fact that both of these teams on stage, organizations, have World Championship gold hoisted over their head, these are two completely different rosters coming in with a point to prove. And make sure, if you guys are out there, you're supporting your favorite team, get those capsules. They're available in-game right now, so go nuts. But let's go ahead and talk about this matchup because, yeah, you have two teams that are coming into this with a ton to prove. This is it. Last stop, or rather, next stop is Madrid.
This Loud, reinventing themselves for this season, is the clear favorite in this matchup. But EG is the biggest question mark you could possibly have. They've only played 2 maps. They only had to play 1 match. And this is the team known for innovating. These are the 2 innovators on the stage right now. And I really think this game can be won or lost in what the coaches, what the leaders have prepped ahead of time to counter their opponents' off-kilter comps.
Exactly. I mean, 2 completely different reads on the meta between these 2 teams. But for Evil Geniuses, a team that splintered after winning that championship, this is now a chance for 1 player and 1 coach to return to the international stage. There'll be a chance for a couple of those other players, but for the 2 that stuck around, to be able to get that done here with the BO3 would be huge for Potter and Jaw.
I love that it's a new team and Potter still has the individual daps for every member of her team.
Yes.
That's so sick.
Oh, man. Vanity, my friend. What are you seeing here? What are you feeling right now?
I saw an interesting agent.
Oh, yeah?
Wait to see it, but I think I saw it on Jojimo's screen. Could be wrong.
Oh, boy, yeah. Well, I mean, leave it up to the boy to go ahead and bust out some wild stuff.
How do you want to see them play into this comp? You were mentioning the Cypher earlier. Do you just switch out the KJ?
I think just swapping the Cypher for Killjoy would be a really... Like, in theory, that should play really well into the Phoenix comp, the Phoenix Breach comp, because they don't have a lot to deal with the trips. And all of the new Cypher trips on this map are very difficult to deal with without a Sova, and they also do not play Sova.
How do you deal with this comp when you're on the attack, though?
It's hard. I think you need to fight into them. I think a lot of teams, because of the limited footage, don't have the ability to fight into the comps, and or into Loud very well, and they let them play the set retakes.
Yeah, they also abuse you if you have poor protocols, right? Because they constantly want to be using their flashes to fight into you. So if you don't have anti-flash, right? If you're not buddying up to be able to counter that out, you are just going to get destroyed.
They are running back the comp. Loud sticking to that Phoenix idea. The real question is, what is EG picking? Is it just a one-for-one substitution? Or I think there is also an option. You say kind of setting them off kilter. If they play something similar into the Loud comp, like some kind of multi-flash variant of their own, I think that could be sick as well.
Yeah, I think the main idea is because Loud in almost all of their attack setups want to split into the side against you to compensate for the fact they have no dive. You don't want to be stuck in one singular choke that you have to walk out from. Is EG need to attack into one of those two lanes. If you dominate mid control, for example, if you can get past the enemy Viper wall, the Omen smokes they put in mid, you're going to be able to severely limit what EG's comp should in theory be able to do.
Oof. Well, we did get a few interesting lock-ins, though. Cypher is coming in here, so we are getting the Cypher for EG, which is what you wanted to see happen. And that's and like for those who probably weren't coming into this, what should people be expecting from that Cypher in relation to this composition?
I think the main thing that Cypher does a great job at on this map, especially against a team with no dive, they also have no Sova. They can't deal with the trips. There's so many like unbreakable trips you can place throughout the map that the attacking team just can't deal with unless you hit a KO knife on him.
Yeah, I think your only options are KO knife and ult round, although if KO ever has ult, Cypher will just play off of the site where his trips are set up. One thing you do actually have is the Breach Blast, which can be pretty effective. We've seen that on Sunset especially for denying some of those untouchable, trips right against the wall. So maybe there's some options if they can figure out where those trips are being consistently placed to be able to blast them.
On this attacking side for EG, I'm really interested to see, like you were mentioning, how they're going to be dealing with those retakes. Loud's floods are really tough to contend with. I think similar to their defense, they have to be trying to get ahead, find these picks early. If you allow on either side of the map Loud to set up for one of their set takes or retakes, you just get ran over. This game is going to come down to the prep from EG.
And we're down and we are ready to go. This is it, folks. Our first map's about to be underway, so let's go ahead and make some big noise for your casters. It's Vansili and Riv.
A very exciting game is upon us here, Riv, because EG versus Loud. It's a great series to see who's going to make it to Madrid, but at the desk, Mimi was talking about it. What type of preparation EG is going to bring to the table right now? Because when I looked at the vetoes and I saw a set, I was like, this is amazing. They're probably going to anti-strat Loud. They're going to come up with a new comp, but you're playing a very defaulty, similar comp, some honest Valorant from EG, so I want to know what they're working on.
It is. How much have they cooked? Again, going back to Ascent, where Loud continues to use this comp that almost seems universal across their maps with one or two changes in it, and still can be used effectively against teams. So EG's had a lot to look at against this comp, just not across a lot of maps, I'd say. What can they do? What homework has EG cooked up? The wall goes out normal for a mid push to pressure there, and EG will actually present themselves in mid to start this off. And I think that's one thing EG has to do is set the pace against Loud. Push out, get in Loud's face, and don't let Sadak start to run the map.
Yeah. Wanting to fight right away, something that Ender has mentioned on this too, and you saw the first position, first contact towards A main, and there was that pivot towards this lane if it was needed, towards the B link. Jogimo in this jet roll, positioned right by the Kench bench, but now Superman has that contact against Sadak.
Much slower first round than we're usually seeing. Teams have been rushing up Cat, they've been pressuring towards A main a little bit, and Superman not knowing there was already a push-off.
And that's how you fight back. Veles turns around, instantly traded by nature. That now activates Loud to try to move in the B side. All denied by the crossfire setup of EG. And EG starts off very well with this pistol round.
Superman and Jogamo setting up a push in mid. No idea that was happening. Loud tries to creep through, doesn't work. A good read by Evil Genius is that Loud would take that slow and look for the outside extremity lurks. Big push by EG in mid, and Loud's gonna remember that. This mid wall here will continue to keep that pressure. We'll see if Les tries to tinker with it a little bit and give EG something to think about as these rounds go on. Loud's composition is very strong at flooding A. It'll be interesting to see if EG wants to stay in sight, try to stave off this attack of a Phoenix Molly, an aftershock from Kalinzine, Sadok's knife. It was very hard for Sentinels to do that. Superman starts off though, takes that Molly out right away.
You even see the outlaw coming out of Jogimo. So you're seeing the positioning is quite different from EG as well. Out in the open, forced open, a little bit more forward to avoid the utility being thrown out from Loud. And that's some tells, at least from how EG is going to be positioned here, as Loud will continue to lose a couple of players, but build this economy for their gun round in round number 3.
Taking space wherever they can. Mid round for round 1 for EG. And look at APOF was all the way out by that little outhouse, and now he goes back in. So figuring that they have to reset. EG playing it smart here to not lose any numbers, because they know Tui's and Kawazine can do some damage here. So just waiting this last round out. EG getting the first few rounds is going to feel good. Flexing over into the bonus is really what we're going to have to watch here for, because I think Kalinzine and Sadok and the rest of the team are going to put a lot into this first buy round.
You're looking for active information. Again, 40 position, this on the camera, spotting one of them. Well, you do have Tui's lurked up all in the middle. Derek was waiting very passively towards the spawn and is still watching it. So EG's making sure they're not getting backstabbed for now. We finally squeaked through. Derek finally senses it, turns around, still loses that fight against the Ghost.
Spike
but APOF is going to slow things down. There's only 10 seconds left. Tui's with no HP, drop down, and EG. They score a pretty decent second round here.
Interesting to see getting that 300 to everybody from the plant was so important there. If they could just get into sight and get the plant down, they would have been pretty much fine with that. The win, obviously, would have been a huge boon, but a good hold by EG, not letting any of that happen. Staying very far back on defense, giving that respect required for Loud. So we get to our first purchase round here. Is Loud going to go for that shark attack on A? What we were just talking about. The site is flooded with util. It's nearly impossible to stay in it, especially with the low buy EG may have. They stay in the same defensive spots though here to anchor A with 3 players, knowing this is what Loud likes to run. So we're going to try to meet it head on right off the bat here on this bonus round.
Tight angle being held on the A site. The pivot from Loud towards B. Recon dart avoided by Les. Allowing for EG to even bring a camera forward above the B door. As we're trying to find it for Les, this will be a great opportunity here to just waste that clock down, because if Loud does not want to make a move here. There you go. But Derek still has his drone. So he might start getting the position to use it here. But as the aftershock comes out, looks like Loud wants to execute in the B site right away. APOF repositioning on the left side of the cage. Looking back, and as it comes down, he only has a ghost. Beautiful flash, but he can't get a kill. At least Derek is there to spam with the Ares towards the back of the site. Underhand flash, spotting Q6A, dropping him down. A 3-on-3 as Loud is still stuck on the lane, trying to move into B site. Derek in the back, just trying to waste the clock down, waiting for his teammates to come in. A double jump down for Loud. As Jugable comes in from behind, though. 2 executions with the Ghost. 2 ace alone. Smoke is out. 1v1 towards the spawn. As he gets hit by the paranoia, Superman repositions again. And Tui's, he's gonna have to come up big here. Spike is down out in the open in the back of the B site. The other smoke disappears, the gun sticks out. Should be an easy kill. Took a bit, but at least got it done. Now pushing forward. Oh! Superman almost caught him! But Tui's pulls it right on time to get the Red Bull clutch.
And Superman has been him in these situations. Definitely a lot of pressure on Tui's there. Comes up huge, able to bring out the 2 frags required to get in there. And this was big. Going into the site, you could hear that the Viper gas was up. And the wall that they've been using as we watch the retake is really pressuring Evil Geniuses on Cat. 2 members of EG were still at Cat, wondering if this mid wall that Loud is using as they rotated to B was being pressured. Again, Loud throw this mid wall, and it's starting to play with the mind of EG here and whether or not somebody will be behind it. That's all you want. You want it to create that pressure. You get the Odin purchase out of nature, and he just keeps going. The ping's coming through, but that one too far away. Another Odin's everywhere.
Double Odin for the crossfire. All of Loud dropping like flies. QCK and Kalinzine on different extremities, even getting a ping out on Kalinzine falling back. APOF is pushing forward. And now it seems as though your questions have been answered here, Ender. EG's here to fight back against Loud. Kyusuke hit by the Paranoid, falling back towards the catwalk. Dropped by Joggimo, covering his teammate as EG scores a flawless round.
2 Odins and an operator? Imagine losing this round. You would be asking for a loan at that point. EG put so much into this round, and they have the utility to back up Odins on both sides of the map here. And the things you need to do is you need to be able to catch Loud off guard, because Loud come at you fearless. They say that. They do everything to play styles to meta. And you gotta shoot fearless. 2 Odins across the map with an operator on short. They have locked down the defensive side there on that buy round.
Key thing for EG is that they always want to have fun here. It definitely shows until this time with that confidence, swinging out towards A main, punished right away as Joggimo falls, and that's also down for EG.
They slow this one right down. It's still 3 for EG over towards A. Obviously, they've lost Joggimo now, but they continue to run this strategy. Happy with the retake it provides, and how they might be able to stop Loud here. And now we're going to get to see how Loud activates into A. It's basically impossible to be in here with everything coming through, and EG will not. So retake here from both sides. See how EG takes to this. It's going to be a long flank check here by APOT, so they have a little bit of time before they're diving into the site.
The first real test here for EG. What will the retake look like when you're playing such a default comp on Ascent? The Owl Drone getting nullified, but a null command set by Sadak down towards the generator, as Derek is trying to see if there's going to be a pinch around from the back. The late lurks were actually very prominent for Loud, but it's actually less, holding towards the gelato with the off angle behind the chairs, wins that fight, and that dwindles down the chances of EG for the retake. Derek's trying to make it a little bit expensive here, spraying towards the hell, almost connecting into others. Kawadzin's low on HP. Tui's is at 1. You know this fight's going to go off no matter what. But if you can make it expensive, you'll be happy with the results so far for EG.
It's a matter of time right before we see the null command come in from Loud. Sadak has always been the one that focuses the ultimate orbs when they get A main control, when they go to B, focusing up, being able to take the site and deny your opponents any of their abilities. And it took Loud this round just a quick step, right? One step faster than they have been a few rounds, and they actually catch an operator with QCK's Sheriff. So you can see just by the half second, by the millisecond, what's kind of changed in these rounds, and that was a great opening kill by Loud to bring that conversion in their favor. Towards top mid, still working the same wall here, and it looks like EG's back to a bit of a pistol round strat as Derek lets loose. Looking to just sort around here on the side of Loud, which way they're going, see if we can get any tags. Still have the operator online for Joggimo with Blade Storm right behind that.
They're actually playing hopscotch there above the Hunter's Fury beams, and they stayed alive. So that actually is great for Loud to continue to hold that pressure towards the A main. As Sadak was looking up for that 1v1 against Joggimo, the one that usually lurks alone on an initiator roll, still wins the opening kill on the attack with an operator on the attack, nonetheless.
B main control again for EG. They're getting a lot for free, but Loud is figuring this out, so it may actually punish them. Superman with that 6 cents after a ping says probably more than one person there to try for the 1v1, and they back up into B, but that's more info. Derek's ready to just lace anybody that comes through B main now, and that sonar bolt is up.
Meanwhile, there was a knife being thrown by Sadak towards A main, so he's trying to draw some defenders from EG towards this A side. There's a smoke out there, a mid-round pivot from Loud, all the way towards mid, a run through the wall, but Superman could not even catch one. Les was solo on HP here, as Nature is going to look for the hero play. The underhand flash runs out, hit by the Paranoia. Beautiful read by Tui's and the rest of Loud. They'll get a plant here, as APOT can't score. He's backstabbed. So far, you're looking at this. EG's been so good on the timing, but Loud has been quicker on the draw.
Even looking for APOT there, as Derek again from heaven tries to get a few more kills in. Tui should be able to find this. But yeah, looking for APOT on the late lurk, right? They had sight and they said, there's no way APOT's going through spawn. Let's look for him now, and still we're able to find him. Loud has a bit of a read now on the game. They've gotten EG stuck in the pace that Loud wants to play it.
You have to be quick on the reaction for both of those oppers, and
that's
again,
wild.
It's really Loud winning these duels.
Sadak hopping.
The fast flicks for the kills, tying the game 3-3, putting EG in a difficult position in terms of economy. Only a Bucky in hand of APOS, solo anchoring the B side while you have this select from EG. Bladestorm looking for aggression, potential trap play, the paranoia, the pinch from both ends. Jusike and Tui's fall. Jogamo continuing the backstab here, but stopped by Sadak and Kawadzin on both extremities. The shot's missing a bit, allowing Superman to get that backstab onto Sadak. Now he's alone, isolating one, turns around for the kill into less. And it's Kawadzin alone at 3 HP. The TP away so he could meet up with Apoth. And EG in a great spot for a Thrifty.
They got to know they've had to deliver the damage that's been done right now to Kawadzin. Pressure on his shoulders. You have to imagine there's no way he swings this angle, right?
He's got a minute to work with. Well, now he's going to have to swing because that hat just came out. There's that second swing and Superman is there.
Oh my gosh. Just the tiniest bits of information escalating the fight one after the other, but EG's able to come up with it. A lot of damage being done here, and EG's still dipping into the bank account to go for 2 Odins and the Operator. Incredibly suppressive across the map. You almost can't peek once you hear those Odins ringing out, and then when you do want to peek an angle, that's got the Operator on it. So Loud needs to use their utility to get everywhere right now. In spots they don't want to be using utility. We saw that happen towards mid. Sadak was able to get the op peek, and that's what it's coming down to. Just contact Operator peaks between these two. Let's see the start of this one again. The Odins ring out. And they are going to be faking a little bit towards A to start. Loud is as they head now towards B. This main control, though.
Talking about with the contact and the kill. Apoth going backwards. Fadeaway call to QCK, and man, Loud cannot even move forward around the bend of Garage of the B main. The underhand flag for a double peek. Too easy for Jogimo. Kawadzin.
My God.
As well as another flawless closed in by EG.
The way they trade these rounds, you're like, oh man, now this team's being red. Now the EG doesn't have it, and EG comes back with 2 rounds like that. It doesn't even look like Loud knows which side of the map is theirs, because EG's already on the offensive side from defense here, pushing up into the Odin. Something you usually frown upon, but Jogamo is absolutely feeling himself right now. An incredible 4K on the solid. The vibes are so good right now for Evil Geniuses after that. We are going to get a Loud time out to sort out how they can start to organize around 2 Odins and an Operator, right? Usually you're just fighting against utility, but you're not even seeing EG's util game right now. You're just catching bullets.
Also trap plays on Thrifties, as you saw from that push from the Bladestorm, and that was also not done behind a timeout from EG. They already had a game plan going through that one as, hey, if a Thrifty happens, if we have to eco, we might find a way to actually trap down Loud. And this is what I'm loving to see so far. You're not giving Loud an opportunity to really go for those big set executes that Loud is known for this composition.
Right.
Remember
no
when we
time.
talk about all those mollies and aftershocks and whatnot that's going on these executions against a team like Sentinels? We're like, oh my God, there's so much util. I don't know what to do against this. Well, they don't even have a time to set up.
Imagine they still try to go A. Let's put that on the table, is that they go A and one of these Odins is tree and you just shoot through the smoke and tree, right? And you still have the Sova if Derek is there. Once you need to get that retake going, they have a lot of solutions here just by putting the Odins in to what Loud wants to put on the table. All right, that 3-2 split. Loud's going to be over towards the right side. Hopefully, maybe faking a few people getting caught in the knife and then faking it out. Loud has not had the same success hitting A here on this Ascent match.
Trying to double initiator pressure towards the A main. You saw the setup from Kawadzin here and Sadak trying to push down to see if the Opera's going to be close. And while you're working the extremities, something that Loud also likes to do in their defaults now, working those extremities. Looks like we had an inkling for Derek. Went for the spray through the wall and already drops less. That's going to make it difficult for the mid control right now for the mid round for Loud.
This wall that creates that kind of pressure all the time. If it's up, you have to wonder. No longer a care for EG, and now it's smoked. So you see Loud having to put different kind of controller utility there to keep that pressure up, keep EG thinking, and hopefully get the numbers correct on the A hit here.
They hit the leg shot there. Nature is spraying towards that tree, as you mentioned, Riven. Tui's already falls. Not really giving a chance once again for Loud to cross in the sight.
What are you gonna do? Especially on the low buy.
Exactly. Low buy Thrifty trying to make the economy expensive against EG, but EG continuing to be one step ahead. This shot missing, but the previous one was quite clean.
You can see, though, Jog's feeling it. Like, to go for quick peeks like that, trying to slide in and out, you know the player is feeling the groove right there. Backs up, though. Still plays it smart. Kalanzine.
All this a bait.
Little Guardian work. Yeah, Apoth always on the lurk.
Exactly. Ooh. Giving a chance here for Apoth to come behind, but he gets and gives all that information, the paranoia even, just to secure the kill.
Yeah.
EG trying to slowly actually trying to find their groove, and we're actually getting it here.
And it is the question of what can Loud do now? Because you're dealing with so much chip damage. If it's not a full member down, you are chipped down somehow by this EG composition and these Odins or however they're firing through smokes before you start. There's such an advantage here that they have against Loud in these situations. Again, stacking 3 straight up in the front of A. Like you said, Vance, not giving Loud all this time to set up what they need for the strats. They can't just source the ult orbs that they need. Quite a few ultimates on this round, so they won't need it. But this should be Sadak running in, Rolling Thunder, and maybe even the Viper's Pit. So there's one.
Now they have to play shorties.
Great
Getting
paranoia.
hit by the Rolling Thunder. Jogimo trying to move in, a one and done pretty much. Manages to escape on time. Aftershock avoids it. Superman TP on the top. Null Command comes out. They can't cross through. Now on the top of the bricks, Superman is trying to close it down, waiting for Siemens to come back. The fadeaway kill as he drops and finally gets traded off. A res comes up from Les. TP in the generator for Loud as they have the player advantage and the site also have a pit. Usually used towards the spawn, or should I say the heaven side. As you see it right now being depleted.
Spike planted.
Deployed as the Owl Drone also deployed from Derek. Looking for that Odin spray. But Les stays alive, full health and healthy. As the pit, it will also stay up.
Stay pop.
Beautiful.
Clutch kill right there.
There's that ping, even a recon dart's available for Derek. There's that second ping. Recon goes towards the back. The spray towards Dice as Apoth wins that fight. Pit is still up as Les is trying to hold his ground behind his own pit.
Oh my God.
Running through. Apoth is there for the trade.
What? He held down W and mouse one and said, trade me. That's all they needed to do. This is how insane it is with the Odin, how much pressure they can create, and they come through Apoth with a huge kill on the flank there, pretty much help secure this round, because then they can get in with the Cypher ult and the Sova utility. It doesn't matter if you have the Viper's Pit there. And can we say they just denied a complete Rolling Thunder with a paranoia? They Rolling Thunder to get into the site, and Loud stood at A main entrance. They were stopped. That's crazy. EG is reading them like a book right now. 7-3 here from the defensive side. Double Odin up, back online.
And it's a great call with that paranoia, because that paranoia also allowed Superman to TP on the top of bricks. And that was checked, allowing EG to really hold their ground, not allowing Loud to cross over. Bob continues to be equipped this time for Jogimo on the first layer of the bricks at A main. QCK giving his position away with the flash just to gain some space, fall back, and grab the ult.
Loud is, they just want those orbs now. They'll take a fight if it comes to them, but EG is going to just be kind of baiting that out. They've been pushing forward, getting in the face of Loud now, and now it's all quiet, forcing Loud to make the move. Hearing those Odins, striking fear into the heart.
The thing too for EG is when you're continuing to look at the setup for the Cypher, right, with this comp, look at where he's placing these trips. Not really too much towards the market, but let's hold that thought. Jogimo's looking for a play. Stops the ult from QCK and looks for seconds. Hit now by the paranoia, updrafting away. Superman to save him by spraying behind from Dice into the smoke. Nature, meanwhile, pulled up his null command, not allowing Loud to add more utility for their initiation in the A site.
Here.
As things calms down,
30
it's
seconds left.
looking difficult here for Loud to regain the space back in the A site. Attention comes down to this play on Tree. Tui's walking forward as the wall comes down on the attack. Catching Nature off guard, but Nature able to survive. Allowing Jogimo to push forward. Finally gets traded out. 10 seconds left on the clock. That trip hit by Les. Superman with the third in a round. Wow. And EG is definitely looking clean now. He took a couple of rounds to warm up. You're definitely seeing a lot of clean shots here.
Before the switch.
Incredible to see what EG is putting on the server from last week to this week. There was slight desyncs and a few of the protocols. We're not even seeing any of that. any of that now. And the aggression from Jogamo, again, we said he felt online earlier with the way he's peaking. He's taking the entire fight by himself to start. And he's like, you know, I might go down, doesn't matter. He is playing so effectively against the aggression that Loud wants to try.
I want to do it again. The recon dart into B link for a spray out from the link. The second one coming in from B main, but this time no contact. Loud stayed all the way back towards the spawn, waiting for that aggression coming out from EG to finally start activating outside of their spawn to gain position.
I mean, what can Loud do for this last round, right? They've tried to work mid a few times. They find Superman and Jogamo some. They try to work Cat. They find the Odin always of nature. It seems like mid wants to be a bit of a look this time. But they're going to go back to A. Walk the spike across here.
Nature's in a bad spot here. Hit by the flash, but able to throw a molly down. QCK's around the corner.
Yeah.
Still has one more. Actually doesn't have any flashes himself. QCK got dropped by Superman as Loud was looking to look for an execution in the A site. Fault line finally pushes Nature's away. Here's the ult canceled out. Jogamo with the headshot on the Kawatin with the Blade Storm, a second one up.
Oh my gosh.
These are quick rounds in the end for EG, but at the end of the day, it's always these trades where they come out on top.
Absolutely ridiculous play coming out of EG on that first round. Let's see if they can bring the momentum onto the attack side.
That said, we'll have to see what will happen here on that second half. But so far, again, it's all this position that we've been talking about for EG, the aggression that comes out from either the side. I mean, look at them being able to push out from B main. We'll have to talk about that Cypher later on, too. Hopefully I'll have a chance to talk about it on the analyst desk as well at some point, but at least Loud is still all smiles.
Yeah, the way that Loud was not able to work the composition is a huge change, which shows you we got what we expected out of EG and that they came to counter.
And now let's toss it to Ender, where he's got some stuff to say on the Telestrator.
Let's preview Loud's next half of defense using a game that they've already played versus Sentinels. Loud's comp is all about being able to fight on 4 fronts, and there's 4 lanes that attackers can use on Ascent. First of all, you've got the solo selfish flashers of Phoenix and KO. You've got the Omen one-ways, that's 3. Then this poor little guy right here, Viper, needs some help, so you've got a fault line to be able to put him on the line. And Breach can move around the map, and especially from Market, influence just about everything. So as you get into this round, they end up holding that fault line for just a little bit, because Loud need to step forward for information. There, they use the fault line, peek on with it, and look to break the Killjoy turret. But the entire idea is about putting down this Viper's Pit for stall. But what do Loud do when they are faced with some aggression? They fast rotate into the site. Let's zoom in on that one, because everyone is flooding out through CT. At the same time, Omen steps up in Tay. Reminder, to get information, they must move forward. That's exactly what they do on A in the majority of their rounds. The other interesting thing about how Loud like to play this B site is in past iterations of this team, last year, they would actually put down a Viper wall that allowed them to flood into the backside. Kind of went like that, and they could take that line in. Now they've got this powerful wall in mid, but because they're running the Phoenix, it allows them to throw that up right here from QCK. Check that out. He can flash through the wall, fight forward, or they can just flood into the backside. Previously, they played triple into backside, so Sentinels, they don't want to deal with that. They want to run away, but what are they doing? They're running straight into an Omen, lights out. Loud are going to play forward, and they're going to look to flood back in. EG must be ready.
Thank you so much, Ender, indeed. They talk about the preparation on the analyst desk before going to this game. What will EG bring out in this game? So a nice little breakdown as how Loud played the defensive side against Sentinels. Will they run the same thing this time around, and can EG be ready for that?
And an even different wall as well here that splits the site even more for a retake from that seaside that Ender was just talking about. Really cool stuff. So they aren't favoring the mid as much. Loud will now have to watch mid since they don't have that Sentinel, and Sadak's always wanted to do that. We know he'll do it on split, now on Ascent. They're gonna be pushing B though. That wall comes up. Oh my God.
Almost trying to get that trap play to allow Jogamo to get the kill into Market. Superman moved forward, caught one off guard, but misses a shot. That might be it for him right there. The fault line hits him, he gets stunned out, and he gets dropped down. Meanwhile, the rest of EG trying to trade it back. Nature moving forward, but there's a look from APOP. Nice kill on to 2-E's, but the other 2 has fallen down, leaving out Derek alone on a 3 versus 1. And again, catching players off guard, but when you miss those shots, it's easy for Loud to punish.
Really cool, like you said, going for a quick trap, trying to dive in and figure out who would be playing mid there. Wow, Sadak able to right that. Drop Jogamo as he came flying through. And since nobody from EG can close that gap, they kind of discombobulated the strat overall. And we saw Loud taking over, pushing around as Ender said they would on the other extremities. So how do they keep this going? Looks like we'll get those 0 points over towards A little bit of detection. Kawanzine playing that tree area so you can get fault lines on towards either side of the map. Yeah, a back and forth 0 point there. Oh my gosh, Vance.
Just trying to move forward here to build on some ult points. Sadak is able to get 1, 2 East falls. Meanwhile, everybody else from Loud closing in when Les won his duel against Apoth towards B main. There's a double flank. Pretty much that happened. One on Cat, split off, the other one flanking from A main Nature. Capitalizing on 1 kill. But no plans for EG for their second round.
Loud pretty clean there, only losing a few easy weapons to pick back up, so that's going to be really nice for the economy as they start off here. And I think one of the things we see a lot from Loud is that once they get on the defensive side, they just have such incredible decision making in the moment that makes you really can't think they can win a situation. They pull around, they back up, wait for a flank. Their patience is incredible, and I think that's what makes them so strong, is they know how much time they have to work with. Awesome little one-way on the light there. They set up for Cat. But yeah, Loud knows exactly how much time they have to work with, and I think that's one of the things that makes them so dangerous. Here we get into round 15. Just a 2-3 split. Trying to get some pop flashes around. A lot of times, once you get your KO on Cat, there's a lot of areas you can get a really nice flash to. Especially if Jogamo starts to head towards mid. Another wall from Loud. They keep switching it up. Definitely keeping EG guessing too. Gonna cover a bit of mid, but also make them weave into that A section of main to make it hard. We're getting down to a minute here, so EG's gonna have to consider Loud will start to anchor the sights a little bit more, and it's gonna be tougher to get him out.
At the minute mark, look at the activation of Loud pushing out on the extremities, looking for a potential late flank once again. But Superman is waiting right here while EG now working the map. It's now up to Loud to try to find that information in the mid round, and there's that first contact out in the open. Sadak gets caught, but manages to fall back on time. Kawanzine down to 24-2 as Apoth push forward towards B main, giving a chance now for EG to pick up the spike, flood back within B, and go for this plant.
Really nice market flood. Fans, I could see this being something that EG does constantly. With no Sentinel utility here for Loud, they can mess with mid a lot of this game and give Loud trouble. Here, a full push through. We'll see the retake.
It's 1 for 1. Nice, beautiful double swing that comes out from Loud. Superman waiting for the first contact for the player on lane to throw out the paranoia out. Now the Aftershock flushing out towards Logs. Loud looking to move in any second now. Apoth hears a TP across, Jogamo hiding in the smoke just at the bottom of the staircase, but Loud are just running in one by one. And with the clock ticking down on his spike, it's making it so difficult here for Loud to move in. Sadak's gonna be the last player staying with no bullets left in the chamber of the Stinger, and EG, they convert their gun round.
Jogamo almost getting another 4K there, stepping forward. Ready to take the fight to Loud as they try to flood in. That was almost 3 of them towards Switch there as they were covering each other, trying to trade, but EG is still finding the openings and finding the back of Loud, which is usually quite a hard thing to do. They trade hard. They're very good at anchoring each other's frags. And EG is just finding their way under Loud's skin here. Round 4, weapons on both sides. Not really any low armor to look at except for Nature and Sadak here. Bit of a different change. EG just puts the 3 members over towards the B side now. And another look from Loud. We've seen this wall before, able to cover Cat and lane side of B and stop that mid pressure a little bit that EG was just taking.
And they walk out for contact. Never expected it. Jogamo got denied right away, and there was no trade coming out. Owl drone, at least from Nature. Here's the footsteps of players running away inside market to B. But losing Jogamo early is going to hurt EG right now. QCK playing on the other side of Cat. Here's a weapon being dropped and picked up here for Nature to fall back, and still have to work this map here for EG. They have this protocol is still holding the extremities and using the middle for control.
And so many, EG's ready to take so many 1v1s. 1 B main, 1 A main. 2 members, however, trading in mid, but you just see how confident they are to push all extremities right now with this mid pressure happening.
Nature flashing out towards the spawn, even a recon dart to see if they can maybe start pushing towards the spawn. That's why we don't really see the smoke. Well, there you go. It finally comes out from M2. Out from Superman. And now we'll pivot EG now to try to work towards this B site, but the runways this time is on the staircase of the B site. Works out quite well. Apoth couldn't get the lurk in, and with 16 seconds left, it's really not giving any chances for EG to move through, yet they're still committing to it. Aftershock comes out, less supporting Kawadzin in the back of the B site. And that should be the name of the game. Save the last two if you can. We've already lost Nature, but Loud has a flawless in the end.
What a nice... You had to jinx it, didn't you?
Yeah, you know.
What a nice round from Loud, though. Honestly, we were saying that EG's confident. I was saying they're confident. They're pushing the sides. They're ready to take 1v1s. And Loud recognizes that a bit as well. EG's hot right now. You don't just peek corners against a team that's flowing like this. So Loud backs up into the site, causes EG to walk into a little bit more of the danger zone, and then they start collapsing on EG, which is not what EG has been presented with the first few rounds. Loud's been getting up in their face, losing the trades. EG has a better time getting into sight, and they don't have to use as much util. Their Loud made EG work for it, and EG could not find the answer.
It almost feels like the script kind of flipped a bit here, because it's now Loud bringing the fight to EG on defense, where EG was really trying to go for the setup plays. Again, looking for that cat control, being surprised by QCK, moving very slowly after losing Jogimo. Okay, we're just going to move and get our ones, but not really trying to do those funnies of sliding out, pushing through, double swings, going for the trades. And if you listen to those EG comms in that game against G2, Potter mentions that through her timeouts towards the end. Like, really try to work together, gas each other up, be confident, play to win, don't play to lose.
Get those vibes, don't be bums.
Exactly.
They're bums, as Nature would say. The Loud fans ready to see a few rounds come back in their favor here. They do have Sadok's null command. Beautiful retake for a site there. Less just one off an orb if they can gain B main control. If we remember how much EG used that on defense to control the map and understand where Loud was going, we'll see if Loud starts to get themselves some main control to turn the map around. All right, we're in. Apoth's going to be on that side. A 4-1 split from EG. And yeah, they will. They start to pressure, even playing anti-flash in there. Kawadzin is ready with less. Oh my word.
Usually on these timeouts, you're trying to make plays. So Apoth is solo with this Guardian on the B site, where they're just waiting patiently to maybe flood towards this A site. But Apoth just got caught, just got dropped. And there's that jump peek from QCK, spotting the remaining roster of EG, holding towards the A site, controlling this orb, grabbing the Blade Storm for Jogimo.
This really allows Loud to just kind of solidify their members in a site. You get the peak mid from Kawadzin, so they don't get the lurk that EG has had a few rounds before. And they have all pretty much a retake utility now.
So they'll Molly, Paranoia, and allow the Blade Storm to come out. That gets instantly denied by Sadok with the null command on the top of heaven. So really, EG, all they could do right now is try to gain the space and try to get a plant. Superman with the hero rifle at the dice with this Vandal. Plan attempted. There's that flush up utility. Aftershock even baited out. EG looking for a second attempt, but flashes after flashes from
Spike's not
but
down.
Superman is there once again at the dice. Derek also gets a trade off onto Superman, but here comes the lurk, the flank from QCK. The 1v1 towards the back, and Jogimo is ready for it. Now we have a 3 versus 1. Tui's alone, spotting that Nature up towards that dice. Only the Blade Storm left, the light dropped, and it's a Sheriff from Derek, a 1v1 against Tui's here. Recon dart. Tui's is going to make noise, so Derek's going to repivot now towards the back of the generator. Swings out and gets tagged a bit by the Vandal. The drop out from Tui's after. And Derek comes in with the headshot. Deflected from EG.
How crispy has this guy been since joining EG? Said, you know, I really didn't think I'd be playing for a team, and then I was playing some games at 6 a.m. and I got a message, so I had a cup of coffee and tried out. Well, it worked. It worked. Potter very happy she made that message that DM'd to Derek to get him on EG. Right there, we see one of the results. Feeling it.
There's that happiness.
Yep, there's that happiness. 11-6-2.
A little bit less there.
Night and day. You see the back and forth, the give and take right now. And right now, EG is taking 4 ultimates ready for them as they start this round. As again, pressure from Loud. They're trying to get a hold of the extremities to slow Evil Geniuses down and get a few more rounds back in their favor here on defense. Less's ultimate could control B main, but don't know if they want to use it just yet because EG has been so confident at just taking another site when they have the chance. Drone up mid.
Yeah, G continues to work this middle.
Yeah.
A couple of them got hit by a paranoid coming out from the A main side. Now that's Superman moving forward, and they're looking for a trap play into tree, but Superman's gonna get caught as he swings out. Caster bless, baby, but gets traded out by Tui's. There's that execution back towards the tree. The Hunter's Fury to try to flash out towards the A main, but Sadat was waiting towards the back of the spawn. Yeah. Advantage still for Loud.
What a push here from Tui's. This could really be a big portion of the round if he's not detected. And now they have to look A main, so it's kind of fizzled out here of his push, but still could have a huge pincer movement once they get themselves into position. Let's see how big Apoth can sell what he's doing over at B.
Yeah, this is definitely where it gets difficult for EG. Left. Now they have to make the move, and as they move slowly here, time is against them, and we're playing so passively for Loud. Off angles.
Oh my gosh.
Out towards the spawn. A TP out towards B. This fake was sold.
They're gonna go back to A.
10 seconds left.
Oh my gosh, they get away, but that means that's another for site. Apoth is gonna be able to get less, Vance.
Wait, but now he's pinned towards the B side while everybody else from Loud has pivoted towards the A side. Beautiful hat here. That's gonna help the two players remaining in the A side for EG. Nature and Derek have doing the work together. Apoth closing the gap, running for support. There's the aftershock coming out, and it's only Nature alone now as Derek is hiding for cover under the smoke towards Hell. The flank out from Apoth, but it's a 1-for-1. Derek in another opportunity to clutch, this time on a 2 versus 1. The tap on that spike first, looks for that spray. Now as the smoke dissipates, the defuse will come out.
What a round. Really cool back and forth from EG, but awesome use of utility by Loud to completely nullify if anybody could be under in Hell. They use the fragmentation grenade and a little bit extra damage with that aftershock, and they make sure nobody can be hiding underneath. Great use of utility to retake.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna see it right here, but that Derek 2v1 clutch where he actually couldn't get that wallbang spray into the diffuser, that's the respect also that EG is giving to Loud, knowing that planning in those positions, the aftershock could flush them out, Molly's could flush them out, and as they're inching towards the site, they wanted to be ready for that with the clock against them, so it's for them, it was to play it safe for EG, and playing it safe this time around as well. Apoth trying to walk over through this smoke, gets tapped down to 11 HP.
Push back, Loud playing very retake heavy here. It's just gonna be one inside jog!
The helicopter Bucky moves forward with Superman on the second kill at the Tui's. A lower buy from EG looking to get converted as Apoth is pushing forward. That 11 HP works wonders now for EG. Rolling Thunder out, Derek with the off angle. Les is alone, but Les manages to still get that kill onto Derek. 1 HP remaining. Joggimo still low on the bind, still with this Bucky. Is playing it close on that spike. First contact will potentially be Superman here. Unless Joggimo wants to swing out. There is that peek, and Joggimo swings out for the kill. EG are now at match point.
Absolutely blistering speed from EG on that last round. Like, Loud was trying to back up. We saw QCK take a reposition, and then Joggimo was on him. Literally on generator with him at the same time. Loud's gonna go ahead and call a timeout again here, as backs are against the wall for a final point. And yeah, just how quick they're behind enemy lines is throwing Loud for a loop, and that is not something we're used to seeing. You do not get behind Loud enemy lines very easily here at EG. Really, really solid with how they're running strategies, and Loud cannot seem to catch up at this point. 5 rounds to get themselves to an OT here. Maybe if they invest in the OT spray, possibility becomes greater. 1%, remember, for 100% for $1.
That's a steal.
It is. It really is. It's crazy valuation, though. They were wrong.
But this is their last time out for sure here for Loud. On this map, 5 chances for EG to close this off here, and you definitely saw off, these lower buys that EG keep converting this game against Loud puts them in a very difficult position. Once we move back in the game, you'll see there's not much money left on the board here for Loud to work with. So this is going to be the most crucial timeout for Loud to try to close this, because remember, this is the last timeout. So not only you have to fight for OT, you're going to have to try to win OT with none of these timeout chances left. Maybe working behind here, this Phoenix ult on the defense, maybe some sort of trap play Two Aces there to set up on the A side too. Looks like we're pivoting differently now. It's like them working towards a tree.
Yeah, it's like Loud hasn't even been able to use Less's ult, really. They're just wondering what round it would be good and how would it affect EG, because it doesn't really seem like it will, right? EG just goes to the other site again so fast, so orchestrated. It would be tough to use it if you're not already making the retake happen. So let's see here. What can Nature call for the last round on Ascent against this Loud composition? They're still staying with the spike down to just get as much util out, drain this initiator retake. They're realizing that Loud's getting back in by having that freedom of utility that they can dump into the site just as if they were hitting from the attack side. So EG saying, give us all you got, and then we'll re-hit in a second.
Yeah, and the protocols of EG are there despite them at map point, knowing that the economy's low here for Loud. They're still using their due diligence and utility to even bring up the ult points as Derek grabs that orb. APOP now moving forward, the Outlaw connecting onto Less. The lurk play coming out from EG once again capitalized. Underhand flash as APOP is trying to tap on that spike. Sees now that the judge is towards the B site. That might be the opener now for EG to execute an A. Paranoia and a knife. They realize now that the site's open.
30 seconds left.
Going for that clean plant now for A main.
Yeah, fully in sight. So still retake here gonna happen from Loud. 0 point gives them an idea, but a lot of this lower hell utility is already being used.
Run it back now. Derek with the lineup. Cancels the run it back, even gets a kill on top of that. Swinging back and forth, spots two players, the last two of Loud, up towards the tree. Smoke being thrown, Jogimo and Nature with the last two kills. EG upsetting Loud on Ascent.
What a match from Evil Geniuses. Incredible stuff that they're able to bring to the table here, and having to fix quite a few things in the protocol area, they did from last week. If we remember, during the cast of Sentinels versus Loud, a message came up in that chat box from one of the players that said, what was it? Oh my God, this util is insane. We can't do anything in sight, right? EG prevented Loud from finding that util again. They were not able to run this composition like it was ran before. And that is a big thing. And I guess that's what you expect from Evil Geniuses and Potter when they come in to counter a team.
Oh yeah, and EG did a great job as well to just help and hold back here and fade out the utility tool on the attack. So doing a great job, EG, once again, winning the first map on Ascent. Icebox is coming up next, and that's EG's map pick.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plan's Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is that going to be enough? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clip. Superman!
Acaba caindo cedo, mas o Cauã avançou e leva dois. Cauã!
Smick standing here with Coach Potter after an exhilarating first win on map number 1 on Ascent. Potter, I think a lot of people were so excited to see this matchup against Loud, specifically because both of you guys have just shown such amazing innovation with your compositions. And headed into this first map, it was clear you had a game plan, bringing out that Cypher. How satisfied were you with how things panned out? And are you at all worried that perhaps Loud has something up their sleeve for your interesting comp on Icebox?
Yeah, for sure they definitely have something prepared. The Ascent change happened earlier this week, actually, but Vince is he's such a stud. He absolutely takes on any challenge coming to him, and this week I told him, hey, Cypher's gonna be in the game plan. So we changed a lot of things, but we put in so much work this week to try to specifically counter Loud's comp. We don't think it's that great. There's a lot of scary things about it for sure, but once we went over exactly what our win cons were going to be, it felt really easy this first map.
It's amazing to see all of that work come together in just 1 week. Congratulations again. Best of luck in map number 2.
Despite Potter doing the dab, we'll forgive that transgression. But that being said, hey, EG wins, so it ain't all that bad. They walk away with a big win on Ascent. Welcome back, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Vanity as we break everything down. And, just jumping into it, Vanity, you made the call. You said you wanted to see the Cypher get implemented into the composition. Not only was it implemented, I think they executed it basically as well as you possibly could.
I mean, I think it felt like Loud had no chance, honestly, in that game. They looked pretty convincing in their wins against Sentinels, and who else did they play on Ascent? Was it? They played 2 matches. I don't remember the other one.
Yeah, I'm drawing
Memory, that's a tough one. Leviathan!
Yeah, and they definitely looked a lot worse. I think the Cypher played a factor in it. I don't think it was the only thing that changed. I think giving footage for this comp to other teams is going to be something that EG did a great job using. They definitely used the resources they had available, and then the Cypher just is like the icing on top.
Yeah, I mean, this comp has very clear ideas. If it has no dive, it has to be splitting into these sites. So mid-control with that Viper wall is really important. And I was impressed with how EG kind of denied that Viper wall. Because normally you can put it up, put it down whenever you want. It gives you really easy ways to fight into mid. But they were always buying double Odin operator, which meant they could be doing that spam towards Catwalk, doing that spam towards B main, and always funneling their opponents into either the operator of Jojimo or the trips from Apoth here, which are basically unbreakable because you have no dive to get over and you have no Silver Shocks to get rid of them. It was a beautiful counter to this comp from EG. And on top of that, like we see with Apoth, the players were popping off individually as well.
Popping off. Popping off.
No.
You're not going to give that to me? I get one a week, at the very
It's the weekend.
It's the weekend, so never mind. It doesn't count. All right, well, my terrible jokes aside, Smix is actually standing by with another coach for our coach interview. Let's see what we got.
That was pretty sick. I like that.
I learned quite a bit in that
Spinny.
whole instance. It was fast, straight to the point, and we're back.
That's what Loud's going to do on Icebox. Jim.
Ooh.
Always keep them guessing.
I like that one. Okay, well, let's see what we should be expecting on Icebox. Thankfully, we got a person who really enjoys tapping screens. It's Ender here to break it all down. What you got, buddy?
iPad baby.
Oh, let me tell you, I love tapping. And my main question is, how do EG play a fluid, aggressive defense with a million Sentinels and no duelist? And they showed it to us versus EG. Now, let's start off with B main control, because it all comes down to Jogamo on this deadlock. Most rounds, he is dropping very early sensors in B main and then rotating off of that space, usually to drop his wall delayed into mid, but sometimes, like this round, dropping it over on the A site. This round, those sensors are very far forward, and we're deep in the round. It's 30 seconds. G2 thought they were doing something, rotating back into B off this, because they saw deadlock over on A. EG showed them that, and they run into these sensors. Now just 20 seconds on the clock. Players are rotating over. It's not going to be easy. But just 2 rounds later, G2 know the way they counter this is they need to deal with those sensors early on in a round, right? So they get in here with the Jet, and they're like, oh, the sensors aren't here. Oh, I bet the deadlock is over on the A site. No, it's deeper sensors. We've got a player ready to swing off of that. It is beautiful, and G2 falls straight into the trap. Now, one more thing, if we sneak back there, that they're keeping fresh is the Killjoy setup. So here in mid, pretty common these days to see this turret that peers into the window inside tube and the alarm bot underneath for full mid control there. Hold on there, got ahead of myself. But in this next round, and in a lot of rounds, they're actually putting this alarm bot down in mid out of the window and have the turret inside tube as well. So a little bit more forward control. And this is at the same time that they are upping with the deadlock. Deadlock is doing some interesting things here with the utility as well, right? We've got both the wall here as well as the alarm to give some pseudo safety to the deadlock, kind of like a Jet. You know, Jet would take that shot and dash away. Deadlock's hoping to take that shot and then hope that between the wall and the sensor, no one can dive on him. Unfortunately, Jet sort of disrespects him here, and he's only able to get the one before he's traded and pulled over, but he still gets it. That won't stop EG, though, because they've still got very aggressive looks in future rounds. Here, dropping so much utility to support the Viper with that pit, and then this round as well, a Jet. They're walking up into A main onto Belt with an op, and they're also walking onto Belt with an early knife, as well as a KO left-click flash to get Apoth way up there. They're pushing through on the flank. That makes the G2 want to go into B site quickly, but they're going into a B site where the double flash pros are ready to pinch them, where there's still deadlock utility there for them to run into, and EG just played so in their face. EG love to get aggressive, and honestly, G2, that might be the surprise that they have to overcome.
I think that's an excellent breakdown because it really illustrates just the unique ideas that EG are bringing to the table. And also, I think it just illustrates that this EG team is more than fine just taking risks and trying new things out.
They absolutely are. And we saw EG, they were up to the task with their counter strat on that one. Let's see what Loud has. They're going back to last year with Harbor Viper. This is the comp that they were always playing. They're the innovators of it. But it's going to have to beat EG when they are one map away from going to Madrid. That is crazy to say, because this is a team, world champs last year, completely dismantled. Only one player and a coach left, and now a map away from another international event. It's unbelievable.
Loud aren't gonna let it happen, though. Loud, they are the GOATs, and they've got EG's playbook in their notes. They're ready to dive into this one, and it's gonna be done by early on in rounds, dealing with a lot of this Sentinel utility, and also watching out for some of the double flash traps that are gonna be thrown against them.
I think something to touch on is this is QCK's first Jet map. I think he's gonna have to step up. I think he had a really poor performance on Ascent, and what a perfect map to do on Icebox Jet. It's a great day.
I honestly didn't even think about that because that's going to be a tall order for him to have to overcome here.
It's been a while since he's played that role, so very much pressure is on Loud here. The last year champions of the Americas League up against a new look EG, and only one map separating them from elimination.
Doesn't get any better than this, people. Let's find out if this is going to make it to a third map, and we're going to send it right back over to Vancillion Riv for the call.
Thank you, GB. What a way to preface this second map. Yes, we are one map away for EG to qualify for Madrid champions against the one that won America's last year of Loud.
This is 6.
At the same time now, you're looking at QCK. They just mentioned it for Vanning at the desk. The first time that he's playing Jet, and you're going to have to pull it in on a map where you saw a lot of variety, new strats coming out from EG, and you've been shaking on Jet in the past. This is going to be a very difficult task here for QCK.
I think we're going through here. We're being initiated into Icebox, getting scanned, making our way through. Just another part of the map. All right, QCK on Jet. This is going to be wild. Because we've seen from this composition that QCK wasn't that replacement for Osbos. It's gotten a lot of freedom to the team with the way Sadok's been able to work that with the new duelist now, and it's just flowed. Let's see how it happens here.
Already have a high tide coming up, the dash across here from QCK. And
locked up.
As you actually heard from Ender, we didn't really see any deadlock setups towards his B side. It starts off instantly towards A. So it slowed down the pace for Loud. As they're setting up for a plant up towards the A tower. A double flank coming out from EG, slowly being watched by Les. But here comes the first contacts. All three instantly won by Loud from both extremities. Flankers drop down, rotators drop down. And it's up to Giacomo and Nature on a 5 versus 2. Isolated on different parts of the A site. A triple swing towards the spawn. And it'll make it difficult here for Giacomo to come back and try to clutch a 1v3 here at this point.
I love the swarm from Loud here. We'll watch Giacomo try to clutch this one up against 3 as he gets just smattered with a bunch of utility. But this was a really cool chaos round from Loud. Sadok goes across the rope up top. What is Sadok known for on round 1? Sadok loves to get alt orbs. Well, he's gonna get his anyways. He is the crosshair breaker that goes across rope. Everybody's flying in, but the wall from Harbor actually covers the majority of everything they're doing. So that rope travel isn't as dangerous. The rest of the team's flooding the bottom of the site, and EG was just overwhelmed there. The deadlock utility really didn't stop too much. And Loud get an idea of how it's used on A. As you were saying, we didn't see it on B there. Could be on A once again. Moving through a little bit of a low buy here, but EG will be ready to meet Loud. I like the Harbor pickup as well versus Deadlock here, Vansili. I feel like if you get caught in something like one of those nets, you can just cove somebody or cove yourself, a little bit of protection.
Try play, flash in the air.
Spike down.
Triple swing. One denied.
Not yet. Almost.
QCK's moving up there and just forming up these orbs. Yeah, it was an attempt to try to work behind that wall, but seems like Loud were ready for that. They played very far back and just a 9 EG.
Walls on walls here for Loud. And it's interesting because Tui's is using his as the main take wall, right? Les continues to put his wall on B. You're remaining for constant pressure there no matter what the round is. And you're good to go with Harbor. And look, they can even just really work past this Viper wall. It causes them hardly any issue. And by the time that Viper wall's been up the last few rounds, we're seeing that they're already inside the site. So really, they're just getting back for post-plant positions. Round 3. And Jogamo does it again. Not even has to be an operator this time.
And that's the thing, the moving up with the Harbor walls.
Over there.
A great way to scale up towards the map, and great that utility from Jogamo. But again, it's EG playing that fourth position and catching one off guard off the rip. For the rest now, Loud, they've lost a player in the process. Tui's is down to 5 HP.
Over there.
The wall comes out now for Jogamo, will make it a lot more difficult here for Loud to try to get that plant in the B site. And then moving forward, off angle, read by QCK. Jogamo still there for the trade. Net to slow some players down, swings out, gets caught, but at least gets one for his troubles. Now it's up to the two controllers of Les and Tui's. One in the Nazarm now confirming the plant.
Oh, that's spooky. Wow, playing that time so well there.
Yeah, but EG's already here. High-low looking to squeeze out towards this B site. But isolating on 1v1s. Finally a trade comes out. Oh, Tui's at this 5 HP somehow stays alive and is in a clutch situation. APOF just dancing around, trying to spot him. Trying to bait out the swing with a tap on that spike. Tui's is counting the seconds. Swings out, gets the kill! Huge. Comes out with the Red Bull clutch, and that should have been an EG round because it looks so clean. But those hero plays, they do have it with that roster under Loud.
And Loud feels comfortable against this. Really interesting take to get up to the deadlock utility. They just deathball it. They find what could be their problem, and they all take care of it together. Pushing forward, cute little wide swing by QCK to pick one up before he's traded by Jog for a 3K there on the full round. But yeah, really nice control here by Loud. Patient walk up B. They take site, plant. Fundamentals all around here. We're seeing how this Harbor comp gets to work too. Giving themselves a much safer plant on the site, which becomes very helpful. All right, back towards B. They tempt, but they're losing a lot of ground on A here. APOF has already gained entirety of A. And they're gonna be able to rotate across the site now. EG's ready for this site hit. I feel like Loud is gonna do one of their waits. They've gone to A twice. Then Loud hits B, right? And now it looks like they might even fake it more. And they're ready for APOF as they rotate back to A.
That's the beauty as well of this double controller. It has so many, or so much utility rather, to cross back towards the mid rounding, forcing EG on these rotates. I mean, you know, on this lower buy that you have on the defensive side, they're gonna have to work the map a little bit more aggressively and quickly as APOF gets caught. Allows Loud to get some sort of position towards the east side, but Jogamo almost connected onto one on the top of 410. But as for the rest, it's looking pretty good for Loud so far, unless Jogamo become nuclear here. Denied. Derek with the second one. Does not connect onto Derek. Does not connect onto QCK, rather. Now Superman's the last player standing. I mean, you saw in a rotate from EG, they still, even though APOF pushed forward on that A main side, they didn't really know if there was actually still players from Loud moving towards middle.
Yeah.
So they have to be aware of those as well. Try to work that against Loud's mid-rounding.
They're trying to get ahead of Loud right now. I think with the pace Loud is playing, you have to consider you're forcing your opponent's hand, right? Especially when Apoth gets a free push like that and they're all the way towards B. So they have to wait for that execution. They have to see a little commitment, I think, from Loud there to really get that rotation in order. All right. Jogmo's ultimate online operator as well for this deadlock, and they're going to try to get positioning to use this. Beautiful. Drone destroyed.
Up on the defense, on a deadlock. Punished right away by QCK as Derek's on the top of pipes being hit by the ult out from Tui's. Slowing things down by throwing a mosh pit towards the right side of 410. Breaking the dart, allowing Nature to reposition up towards the generator. Looking for more information as the wingman comes out. Nice little combination though. Looks like they heard Nature pivot back towards the generator. A 2v2 ensues, make that a 2v1. Tui's again alone, and stopped by Apoth on the top of the A tower.
Apoth has these moments, usually quiet, just lurking, but when he is called upon, Apoth can lay them down. That's right there, 1-4, the EG picks up the first round. And nice little control they got over towards A. Even with Loud's util protocols, they're dropping EG members left and right. They're still able to pick up the round on this one. Derek being right up in the face of QCK there. Yeah, little tricks like that did not stop Apoth from holding. And 3 kills from the same position like this too is actually kind of crazy. Continuing to reposition and just nail those shots. Nature is pumped up.
Exactly, you probably have to give it to him too. Despite him getting caught by a shock molly combo, he threw a flash in the air, allowing for him to get the pick. Jogmo once again pushing forward with the operator, catching Sanak. Instantly puts up a wall, and that's going to force the clock down here against Loud.
Stay down. So it looks like they're trying to tackle more parts of the map than one now. And I thought this is what might happen. Do they take out the wall? Do they put a bunch of people on it and then make EG have to worry a little bit more? It's just, the wall is like an alarm bot with a crap load of health. You have to take it down to make EG worry.
Oh, the gun's sticking out. Nature's gonna fall. Silence. And that's the thing too. They're working the map as you're mentioning for Loud, and they really caught EG off guard here.
Welcome to my world. Spike planted.
All coming out here, does get the contact, allowing players to flush out. The updraft, the right click there onto QCK. Back onto the ground, trying to get more right clicks, but gets denied there by Les, and that's Superman alone now. Playing towards the back of the pit. Les stays in it now to keep it up, and this might be it here for EG, at least for this round. That op is way too far for Superman to try to move up and pick it up and save it for the next round. So the best he could do here is save this Vandal, look for exits at the same time. But Loud definitely is looking to convert their 5th round.
Man, how nice would it be to actually have a Sova somewhere for EG in this composition? All these walls and coves and things that Tui's is putting up is just allowing Loud to run amok in the site. They're able to trade each other. They're getting the angles they want as they run in. And you get to drone the site as well to start it off. So you know you have the enemy already on the move when you start to execute. Quick escape there, but Jogmo still picks up the frag as they clean up the Viper's pit. And yeah, Loud, much more control this game. They're forcing EG's hand on these retakes, how fast EG have to rotate, and the deadlock is not giving EG as much ground on the map as it did before. It's not stumping their opponent. So what can they do now? Where else do we see deadlock being used? Because it seems like Loud has a bit of answer for it. We've seen Jogmo go A and B, right? It's kind of a no-brainer to throw the wall down when it can completely block everything. And you are going to get some slowdown at least out of that round, preventing a Loud rush. But Loud has been hitting A on the rush. How can they prevent that is the question.
Well, EG slowly recognizing here now that working those extremities is definitely the play here for Loud. And this 4 position that you mentioned a couple of rounds ago from Apoth, it was just a nice shot from Loud as they rotated it over. So it's really trying to make sure that once you gain more position, do you want to move a little bit more up or just try to hold that angle to get that information, being able to fall back and do that push and pull? Because so far, it's really Loud governing the tempo of this first half.
For sure.
Despite them losing the first body, trying to peek towards the B main, everything else that happens towards the mid or the A site has been Loud all along.
Yeah. Where do they go? Not too much mid pressure so far from them. Probably just see this orb from Les once again go through. They have the alarm bot back, so extremity watch from Loud. Double push here, probably triple push coming in from A.
Have a hero Vandal to work with as well. They just want to gain that map control by the tower.
And they have Thrash too. They can in and out. They can get a little map control by thrashing, pulling it back, getting a reset. If they really want to start to understand what Loud's trying to do here and make that commitment. So here's the wall down. EG now has to worry about that rush coming through, and they're not going to have to worry about much.
Orb now being picked up. Now the walls of Cascades allowing Kawadzin to just get around the corner. Jumping in the smoke. Will he catch one? The net did catch a few, but Superman couldn't get that kill. And that's the defenders, the attempt that they're trying to do with the snakebite net. Not allow for EG to get these kills against Loud. Loud continues to push forward towards the spawn and looking pretty flawless so far. At high tide, so difficult to deal against. And there's that Cove too. Forcing yourself to stick out here, and that's the Dizzy being thrown out. Trying to make some sort of play with this Vandal that was purchased at the beginning of the round for Derek. Hive gets the information, contains everybody towards the B main. Wow. But from beginning to the end, it was Loud working that B site.
We haven't seen it in a long time. Teams pushing forward, playing Snowman, trying to get through the site, but having the double wall and having the Harbor being able to block off the right side and the entry from spawn means that Loud can get even deeper. Loud can prevent EG from setting up that retake even longer. Then they finally back into the site, still have the Viper wall to fall back on, and they're just causing so much trouble deeper and deeper before EG can get there overall in the strats. Really working out for Loud. Operator here from Jog. See what he can do.
Definitely changing the pace. They're working towards middle this time around. 3 players focused there. It's already being pinged out by Loud. I think they heard the op shot, so they know the op is back in the hands of Jogimo. Positions back in the window of Kitchen. At least Superman solo alone on this B side, still being pinged out here.
Wall still there. One cascade over towards A. That's why you kind of see Apoth ready for anything around the corner, but Loud is at B. That was a fast run over from Tui's after they just gave a bit of util on the right side. Expect all the walls to be coming up here. If we get Tui's wall across that side, yep, they're going to be going for it.
Snakebite on the ground. Jogmo still connects the shot, though. Out from the orange hallway, and a second one. So all this through the walls, through the high tides, connects with 2. Kawadzin gets forward position in the B site, traded out by Superman. Thrash coming out as Derek is trying to find that information. They can't find anything because the last 2 players are Loud. Held back towards green. Now another tap on the spike, locked down, keeping them at bay. Even allowing potentially Loud to focus back on the A sign and having less on the lurk until the double swing comes out from EG towards B.
And they run it. Just trying to create a different angle here to break a crosshair. Has to be slow too.
It's got money.
Yep. Shouldn't be too bad.
To go for the plant.
10 seconds
Forcing
left.
the EG players out if you could actually kill a few players in the process. And they'll get done.
Lots of bank for Loud to still buy, but EG needing these rounds here. If you tie it up 6-6, they would be very, very happy. They still have that operator to go back into the hands of Jogamo, holding down yellow over towards B. So a good answer from Evil Geniuses too. It really seemed like Loud had a stranglehold on the game, and what EG was trying to do with this deadlock defense just was not working. Jog on your screen right there. You know what's funny is Jog, when he plays at Deadlock and he gets interviewed, he's like, it's to set up my team. It's to set up everybody, just to make them better. And these guys out here just fragging with an operator.
Through walls.
Through walls every time he can get the chance. Spending the big money. Here's the Cascade we saw last round, but now they play off the Reckoning as well. High-low from the side of Loud as they jump into the site and they push out EG.
Yeah, A-Plus could delay for a bit. We saw the Nanostorms coming out too. Lockdown available on the attack for the pulse plan from Sadak. So EG does not want to give him a chance to do it. Now the Molly in the net. Did a lot of damage there onto Tui's. Apoc dropping less in the process, leaving Sadak and Tui's alone. At least they got the spike plant down, but that's it. Looks like one was cocooned there as Sadak gets picked off, and EG are slowly coming back in the first map.
Really great job to meet Loud on that fight. It seemed like Loud continued to push through. That was a rinse and repeat round for Loud. Once they get that plant, it was post-plant. But as they were planning, EG decided to step in instead of wait, and that was the timing difference there that caught Loud off guard. Also, Jogamo nailing these ults. I gotta know the percentage he has on him because I don't know, in ranked, Deadlocks aren't hitting ults like that. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Apoth 2 also having a fantastic series so far here as those two are on top of the board.
A fantastic event on top of that.
Yeah,
even
seriously.
Nature mentioning in interviews before they even start the season kickoff for Evil Geniuses that this is the first time for players like Apoth and Superman to actually step on the stage of the Americas. And I mean, they passed with flying colors in their match against G2, and now you're playing against a very tough opponent in Loud. Again, the winners of Americas last year, and you're able to fight toe-to-toe against them as well. It's definitely allowing that confidence to come up here for players like Apoth as you saw those shots come through.
And it's very cool to see that, you know, Apoth, Nature, and Superman, as you were mentioning them, have just been brought on to the VCT stage. You know, seasoned players across challengers, across other leagues in the tier 2 scene, but to be able to step onto the stage like this and slot right in as well. EG still looks as powerful as ever here and could bring this one back to a tie with the momentum they have. Loud, see what they decide to change. Has been a few A hits here. It seems like the A hit is figured out with Loud throwing the big screen wall from Harbor, playing off a little bit of the potential that Les could be lurking somewhere, but they've realized Les isn't lurking. They're not having to worry too much of if Loud was going to play extremities after an initial hit. I think Loud could do a little bit with that fake. Oh my word.
Both of them got lucky there. But Apoth moved forward. Oh, again, catching Les off guard, but still losing the head-to-head when Les actually has his sights on his head. But Loud looking to pivot back towards the B site, even the spike making its way towards that area. And lockdown will potentially be used, and indeed it does. Superman pretty much in a one-and-done position. Nothing to really allow for him to fall back. He'll swing, but Loud is ready for it. And as I say that, comes out with the kill, and he'll finally get detained and stopped.
Right there.
He tried. Default Mosh. Oh, the timing just off there for Jogamo as they start heading towards the site. This lurk is going to be so big from Les in the end, and he's low. As long as he doesn't make noise.
Is lurking around the corner and does get the kill onto Nature.
Never mind.
The end of high tide, through the high tide, Derek falls down, and yeah, you mentioned the flank was going to be super important, but at the same time, even if a sonic sensor was being thrown to watch that fight from Jogamo, most players are walking through that one. I don't think you get caught there at that point, so Loud were definitely in a great position on that post plan.
Expecting a push from Evil Geniuses too, for Les to be away from the team that long. We were just saying they're not kind of leaving a pressure player on the side of the map, and while Les didn't act as a pressure player, he can do that again and still look for the lurk. Loud did not get that strategy they just used figured out at all. Happy on the retake, happy on B hits so far. A has been where the post plant now falls towards EG. This ultimate towards B as well is kind of get an idea that Jogamo can come back over on Deadlock.
Right on top of screens, gets information, a flash in the air. Apoth and Nature capitalizing on 2 kills. Null command available as well if they get pressured too much. But they're holding on that pressure with their weapons, and that's good enough. Tui's instantly the last player remaining. Wins that duel against Apoth. Now just has to work the map. And there's still decent amount of money here for Loud and a lot of time to work with for Tui's to potentially punish anybody that might be pushing too aggressively for EG. But the discipline, the protocol is there on the defensive side, so Tui's now has to activate and try to rework the map alone. Moving towards this A site. Trying to bait out some players by making a lot of noise.
Carrying spike. Wave crashing.
This is going to be good enough here.
Oh my.
Net keeps him away.
Oh dear.
Wingman being thrown out and Jogamo from the top rope.
Jeez. A little bit of hype creator there for him and the team. That's got to feel good. Great round there from Evil Geniuses. They have, what, been on pipes and in the face of Loud every time they go A to fight. as soon as they can. Nature from the bottom, APOTH from the top, and you would think that Loud has that area of maze of pipes on lockdown. You have a Sova, you're gonna drone, you have a sonar bolt you can throw up there, but EG is still working ahead of the game, much like they did on Ascent, to prevent Loud's utility from even mattering. That's how fast EG's pushing up for these fights. This time EG sets back. We got a few ults around the board here as the Reckoning is gonna be thrown towards A as a ruse. The move is towards B, but there's already a push here from Superman.
He heard the footsteps, but was looking towards the air. Almost got caught,
oh my gosh,
but couldn't capitalize on the kill and the surprise that he had against Kawadzin. And at the same time, Sadat gets that pick. The null command that was being used towards the A side that was baited out for that.
Oh dear.
Sadat looking for that timing. Derek was baiting out the same thing. But Sadat just running that clock down. I mean, not allowing Nature to come back up. That's going to be annoying to deal against. Meanwhile, this is a battle that happened the whole time because look at Loud. The rest of them are just hanging out towards the B site.
Yep.
Just do your thing, Sadat.
Yeah, literally holding a team hostage right there towards A. Sadat just masterminding for a little bit, and now it's going to be the site take. Everybody's safe with the control that they have. And again, as a team here, you don't have to worry that much about the deadlock utility if you're working the map well. Okay, APOTH.
Yeah, even the upshot missed, but APOTH is there to fight. 36 seconds left on the clock as the lockdown comes down, and all of Loud instantly running across towards the A side this time. No defensive utility to delay. So EG has to try to get a timing, and as APOTH comes through,
here we go.
The orb that was actually a cove that was allowing, I mean, the double orb to allow Loud to cross over towards the A site. Hunter's Fury should be an easy kill right now for APOTH. He does get a ping at least onto one player. There is that first kill. Tui's meanwhile training it back onto Jockey Ball on the other side. Derek with the wall bang. A second one onto Tui's. A 2 versus 1. Let's repivoting now towards the left side, holding down towards the screen. They have no information for EG. So you see them just moving around, making a lot of noise, covering every single angle. And Les is in a good spot for a 1v1. And as he swings out, there's that first one in the back of dice. APOTH on the top of the pipes. Misses the shot.
Delay.
With that snake bite. Les now moving towards the top of the A tower. APOTH is guessing around towards the back in those footsteps. It's going to be heard all along by Les. A great spot here for Les to get the kill as APOTH repels up. A Red Bull clutch as Loud finishes the half with 8.
A big last round from Loud. That's one of the biggest fakes they tried to throw. I think a lot of what we get out of Loud is they're defaulting a lot. They want to feel the team out, and they're not quite giving us an idea of what the playbook looks like there. Loud's like, all right, Reckoning A, we're going to start just spreading the map out to make sure that if we get caught by the util on B, they're worried about if we're hitting A and can't work off of everything. So Loud putting a lot of stuff on the table there. EG could not finish their food. Loud come up big with an 8-4 first half.
Well, now at least let's toss it over to Smix, who's hanging out with their co-streamers right here in the Riot Games Arena. It's Grim and Shiro.
Thank you very much, as always, Van. Smix sitting here at the Riot Games Arena, sitting with Shiro as well as Grim. It is fantastic to have you guys here, and I can't help but notice that you are quite the artist.
Yeah, just a little Gojo drawing. I'm trying to curse NRG and Loud. Sorry, guys.
Okay. It seems like your curse worked on map number 1, but maybe something's missing for map number 2.
I really think EG's going to bring this back, half 2. I told Grim they'd be 2-0 EG and 2-0 Sentinels.
All right, we are hearing the predictions coming over from the side of Shiro. I heard you before this half wrapped. I heard you say 5-7. I'd like a 5-7, but it was a 4-8. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I think Jawjmo's cooking. He's like a little snowball effect here if he keeps going. I think he's really strong. I wish the stuns were used more, but yeah, I think they have a really good counterplay there. But they still got it. I think EG's got this.
And I think a lot of people, at this point, when you think Icebox, you think Sage. We're not seeing Sage, and we know you love Sage. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Sage is in a really bad spot. I mean, I think when Deadlock's getting picked more than Sage, there's a clear issue. Yeah, man, maybe, if you're just singing on Sunset, I don't know, maybe there's got to be a change or something. Please, something, bro. Jesus. I mean, maybe. Hey, we'll see. Riot, please.
Okay. Last question. We already know what the predictions are coming over from the side of Shiro. Final question for you. Who are you predicting is going to take this one? What's the final score going to be? And who is going to win with NRG Sentinels?
Okay, so I'd hope EG wins like 13-10, but I think it's gonna be Loud 13-8, and then next map EG's got it.
We'll see if that's indeed the case.
I say that's understandable.
We're gonna head back as the game is ready. So Vans and Riv, it's all yours.
We need the walls again, man. Bring the walls back. Where everybody's missing the crazy walls. Come on, Riot.
I still see my ranked games, and I hate it.
All right, we're back in 13. We already got a little bit of action as it's a push up towards A. And it looks like EG wants to tempt. Who might be pushing B main here? Now, tempt did not work. They're trying to push through that harbor wall. It's just giving so much coverage to the first two entryways into B, and QCK takes big advantage. Now, man down, EG have to find a way in. This is more just their sentinel work that they lost, so this should still be a good hit. They can get in with Derek's utility.
Yeah, for Loud, they're just playing around the turret that's behind Generator. They're just looking for this right timing contact play on top of that, waiting for the wall to come down.
Right there.
Should be a wingman plan, or at least breaking that turret first is the name of the game. Nanostorm couldn't get broken up there towards the A tower, so that allows Sadat to get the kill with that frenzy. Plant now coming down for wingman. But already it's a 3-player disadvantage for EG.
Yeah.
Derek and Nature holding the back of the A site. Here's the flick retake out from Loud. That's what we know Loud for. Very, very good with the utility on the retakes. Wow. And it's pristine for Loud in his pistol.
The Loud probably saying they used everything. They have nothing to throw at us. Dump the util. Loud back into the site. The fans are happy to see that pistol round come through. And Loud, very close to bringing us to a next map with the momentum that they have created here. Marshall for QCK. They're going to keep the long shots on B going for him. Evil Geniuses looks like they might go for a shark attack. Full Stinger second round, but the spike down, it gives them just enough money to want to dip into the funds. Few with full armor here. Apoth and Jogamo feeling good there. What do? They're going to attempt the map first before they hit together, or are they just going to kind of two-deathball this?
Yeah. Well, something AG's good at is allowing Apoth to get lurks. And for them to get lurks, they have to be a little bit more aggressive. So I wonder if they're going to try to add that pressure towards that B site to start. Did see an attempt of a 2-2 split, but with that high tide coming up from Loud on that A side and not allowing the turret to get information on the A side for EG, they just have to reset.
Playing these low buys so seriously, and they haven't yet showed what weapons they have.
Still haven't. They finally do. The net actually catches the teammates. As if flank comes out, somehow Sadat cannot win these shots. The flank from behind of Kawadzin from the boiler, traded out by Superman. Plant comes down. No opportunity to drop the wingman. So it's a 2v4. A mistake from Sadat that could turn costly for Loud, as QCK is trying to win it back for the defensive side. A first pick out onto Nature. The lurk out from Apoth, as we know him for, wins that against Less. It's up to QCK, who had that outlaw, picks up a Stinger. It's going head-to-head against Apoth around the corner, and Apoth is just a drive-by, walking across calmly with the headshot. And a thrifty, well, not really a thrifty, but the force buy actually converted for EG.
Right. I mean, Loud was even on their low buy, not expecting that, kind of bringing their own medicine. EG was too loud. Loud's the one that's always saying, fear us, expect anything. We're never going to play it normal. Yeah, we'll never does EG play it normal on their eco rounds, and they force by here on this second one. Apoth comes up huge, and Sadat there does easily over 150 damage, but between two members of EG, and it does not connect with a kill. Unfortunately, giving that space that EG needed. Fortunately for them, a push again. Loud is very, very active on this defensive side.
EG's ready for it, though. No util in hand, waiting with weapons. QCK's low on HP. Bucky's close now to swing out Jogimo. That gap has been closed. Kawadzin gets that a headshot, but at least not an opportunity here for Loud to pick up that rifle left behind. Derek protecting it with his life. Upgrades it now, and all of Loud falls back, and they want to play the power of numbers.
Way far back. Loud totally regroups on this one. Just actually, Les is still hanging out by himself. But do you see what EG is thinking? Knowing Loud can still pull something out of their hat that drops every weapon EG's holding right now. So fully respecting this move up. A good delay by the wall coming in from Harbor. Tui's always in a spot to be able to get that down. That's one of the great things about it. Quickly rotating from side to side.
I like this.
The initiator util for sight from EG, and this will prompt Loud to start to make that rotation for exits and possibly the retake.
Yeah, and initially when they
30
started
seconds left.
scaling up towards this long B side, they used a knife close towards green. So I was like, how are they actually going to clear towards yellow? So it's a lineup with a Dizzy, just to make sure and confirm as they're scaling up inch by inch towards long B, allowing for EG to get a clean plan as soon as this wall comes down, though. There's 3 players from Loud greeting Derek as he falls. Advantage still comes out for Loud, and this is going to be the difficult task. Play against the amount of walls that Loud has on a retake. High Tide comes out. Nature swings through, still has a flash, but gets picked behind as he tries to look for some cover. Now the tap, the full stick. We have players that are a little bit too far, and this comes to be a defuse in the end because of that cove.
Loud. They get their own low-buy round. You gotta be kidding me. How is this going back and forth right now? We know that one because Loud's retakes overall just have been amazing. And EG there is trying to wait Loud out, play it patiently, see if they'll use more util. It took EG with the buy to so long to get up long. Then, unfortunately, when they use their util, it takes space that was kind of freely theirs. So that util's not there when Loud tries to get back in, other than maybe the Dizzy. And Loud is doing a great job preventing EG's attacks from finding a result here. Still, the plant went down, so we'll see EG with some money. And Loud goes back to a pretty default defense here, just a rotation from QCK with the operator now. So holding the hard angles. See if EG really winds the time down now.
Double flash too, just to try to get control of green. You can see how difficult it is for EG to gain control of green to start the rounds because of this high tide from Tui's.
You want to be using a lot of this util, which is beneficial to a Gecko because you can grab it, do some vertical dizzies, and do it again. But all the way through,
Monster on the loose.
denying the yellow hide.
An alert though. Maybe did not expect the second one, but still spraying with the Bulldog. Capitalizes on the kill onto Apon. So the fundamentals for EG trying to go for the split towards the B side did not pay off, but they still have players alive here towards the B side. Joggimo with the first one onto Tui's. Hunter's Fury coming out here to try to retake the site. It's coming out from Kawadzin. Does get the ping onto Derek. Players are low. Snake bites being thrown on the ground, and delays after delays will be flashed of some nature. Thrash still up and ready to go. Holding back here towards yellow, trying to stay alive, dodging the shock darts. Knife coming out onto the side too. Now as everything gets stopped from the Thrash, the swing comes out from EG, but the fight's still won by Loud. Wingman coming out on the left side, but there you go. As they start swinging back out, there's too many players of Loud to deal against. Gets one for his troubles.
Oh my God. Like, you see Loud just kind of standing out in the open there. They're so close. They're coming forward. This harbor utility just allows Loud to encroach a little bit more and then a little bit more and find the kill they want from an angle the wall's creating, and then a little bit more, a little further into the site. There's so much safety in approaching these retakes on B with the harbor. It just seems like EG is swarmed when they do see that harbor wall go down. We're gonna get an EG timeout now as they need to stop the bleeding. 11-5 right now for Loud as we're on Icebox.
That's the beauty of, you know, the coaching staff and also Sadak of how much they're able to study off the tape that they have against EG, almost like what EG did to Loud on Ascent. This might be a situation where they're going to trade off their map picks here against each other, because as you're looking at how EG has been so good on the defensive side on their game against G2, they got actually punished on their defensive side here. And on the attack, they were good for these amount of flanks that came through, the splits, the late lurks, and all that's being watched here. Maybe sometimes the shots weren't the cleanest there from Sadak, but he's always ready in this position on the top of B Heaven, back towards Orange. They know that there's always going to be something happening here from EG. Yes, they have great protocols for EG to take control of yellow, but Loud is more than happy to give that up. So this timeout, they have to switch something around where maybe most of that pressure has to come in the B site more than the scaling towards the B yellow.
All right, lockdown ready here for Loud. Let's see what happens. We can get a good retake onto the site. An easy defuse there. Easier said than done. The Marshall, though, Joggimo is going to try to still get some long-range shots in. Setting up towards B long. All right. So we've seen EG with a pretty similar attack start in the beginning. 2-1-2. Whether or not they have 3 here at B to kind of attack Loud's push that they've seen a few rounds. Yeah, operator for Marshall shot, and they'll know that op is now rotating around the map, so they have to be careful. Peeking on contact is dangerous now.
EG's just trying to keep the Loud players positioned towards the A side, but when the op already rotated towards A and drops APOTH, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Nature to sell this fake. So EG looks to work together. 2 players falling back now for a mid pivot to A. While the fake is this time towards the B site. They know that there's at least 2 players from Loud towards A right now from EG's point of view.
Yeah, Jagamo is saying, look at me. Making noise over here at B. I've destroyed your alarm bot. Now you have
Works
to care. Yeah, but they don't really care about what's going on at B. They're kind of reading this mid play right now and giving up sight. Loud going back into a bit more of a formation of a retake, but also thinking B may be the actual play. Jagamo super braining on this one, and the lurk up mid here from Superman could dissect the entirety of Loud's retake.
It comes down to that one. Superman trying to potentially get a pick into Boiler. It gets pinged out, so they know that less was there. Sadak pivoting over to help under the tube. 20 seconds left on the clock.
There it is.
Superman with the pick, but there's no fake. There's not enough time left, so those 2 players on the A side is still there for Loud. At least we get a plant down for EG. QCK looking to punish one down by the dice, but all of EG are pulling all the way back towards jail. Potential setups here for a Dizzy double flash. There's the underhand, but the timing's better for Loud to surprise EG on their retake.
That wall.
And we're ready for that one, and we're looking to be in a very good spot to just defuse it. Even the Cove to secure. Oh, the defuse for now. At least it's halfway. At least it's halfway.
Oh my gosh, Loud just dictating the retakes with that harbor wall on top of the Viper wall. It's like they can create little Thunderdomes to fight in, and if you're in it, you're probably not going to have a good time. They move on to the next one. Just how they encroach onto B site when they're retaking. 12-5 here, Loud. Very happy to go back to Ascent in the lineup, and it does not seem like they're as affected here by the deadlock as they did their own countering for their own work. 2Es popping off on the harbor too. 3 members right now allowed up on the 18 frags, just about. Really big teamwork coming in here on a lot of 1v1s and just potential site takes that members of Loud are being able to stop. Forward play towards A. Trying for a shot. QCK getting a little hot there. Interesting walls. Stopping the mid push so they can just go towards focus to A. They leave that flank to Sadak, and they feel like EG is going to hit here now as EG is tempting the site at pipes.
And 2E's throwing this wall is still very similar to control towards the B and middle like they do towards the beginning of the round. But if EG tries to push very aggressively towards the A side, they still have the Reckoning to work with. And there's the first contact, but still won by EG. All coming out here. Actually caught one now. But Calazine's playing the off angle at the bottom of pipes, denied right away. There's only going to be 1 player left. As the wingman gets the plant. Doc at least wins that one, but it's looking pretty grim for him to try to win the 1 versus 3, especially with the wall blocking his path to move back in the A site.
You ever just bounce into it and make music? Makes that little boing boing noise. Sometimes you gotta keep yourself on the up and up when you're playing, and that's how you do it. Bounce into the wall. Obviously nothing gonna happen here for Sadak. He is trying to get some exit frags on the way out. Never mind. Never mind. I'm thinking of the post plants here. There's some mollies making a hot foot. Yeah. Still, you can never count out Sadak, actually. You think of last time they played Split, he's just jumping off the balcony, getting a 3K to end the map. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Never doubt the Sadak. Even Mimi says.
And despite Sadak going for these hero plays to get these 2 kills, and the economy is still quite broken for Loud. It seems as though that type of play that he's trying to do as the IGL is for the long game. Continue to keep that economy low here for EG, even if they won that last round. So that when it comes down to enough ults, enough money, EG potentially may have nothing left. I mean, look at their buy currently. 3 small shields, Op still in the hands of QCK.
Somebody's there.
CG, same protocol now towards the front of this B site. Actually activating a little bit more quickly. Knife came out towards yellow, got shot right away, so they had to be wary of potentially the op still being posted in this area. Even avoided, but QZK did not land that shot.
Needs to peek a little bit harder now. Util's definitely going to be pushing QCK off a little easier. EG and Jogmo know that, but they're not going to use Util as they get out, though. QCK still comes up with a big kill on Superman, so there's no wall here for the take. They have to clear space with Thrash. Don't think they're going to be able to get that back right away here, but they're trying.
Even though the Thrash did not get anybody, he went through the owl drone and knows that Kalazine was on the top of that B side, so that allows this push forward within B to get these picks. Post-plant situation, alert now activated. Spotted by Apoth, but the counter alert comes back from Sadak, and he's going to be all alone. After his teammate falls, Reckoning being pulled out, net being thrown for Jogimo as he gets the surprise kill. EG fight again.
That's one of the things you see Deadlock actually, I mean a Sentinel in general, but Deadlock being able to capture you is when the moment is really tight, when you're forced to run, you're forced to move. You don't really get a chance to have as much space with Deadlock on the map, and we see the effect of it right there. A good hold, clear idea of what they needed to do to take that round back from Loud. So Loud's down onto the low buy now. You said that might be in effect last round with some of the low armor, but EG push through. They persevere 2 rounds in a row now. And they go back to this same setup, this 2-1-2. Get a little bit of a Loud's initial utility out, be able to create a re-hit where they don't have as much to dump into the site. It's been about 45 seconds each time here for EG the past few rounds. We'll see if they wait that same amount to get their own signatures back up. Rotation already from Loud here. They've been very mobile on the map. Even if it's not to push, they're staying moving from site to site.
QCK being suppressed, cannot activate the dash yet, but he was still looking for that fight. 145 there on it to Derek. Instantly traded out by Nature. As the Aljon gets information on one of those lurkers, that's Superman. There's that second one. So for EG, it's the same game plan. This is now being read by Loud.
Yeah.
But they pivot still on 2-2 in terms of their positioning.
It's a big kill by Loud. This is going to come up to Nature now, getting a flash out that's going to break some crosshairs. So you see Loud presenting themselves a little bit more, knowing Derek's utility isn't there. Lockdown comes in.
30 seconds left.
Loud will have to reconsider positioning here once we get the spike down.
Nice orb, allowing Kalazine to fall back. Even an ult command now coming out on the attack. And okay, trying to confirm this plant. The setup out for EG. Oh, the spray.
Oh, barrier didn't work.
Through 2 walls there, Jogamo falls, and now it's a safer plant just around the corner. Kalazine trying to look for a timing, but it's that pesky wall, couldn't get through it. And EG, it gives them a chance to reset the clock, run it back in their favor. But for Loud this time around, they have their own 2 ults to work with on the retake, and they'll use it. Locked down now for Sadak. Superman trying to delay as much as he can, even pushing forward through his own Molly.
Player standing.
Loud slowly working this out. There's only Nature left. 5 HP remaining. The wall to high tide. He can't get it done. They'll defuse it for Loud. And they'll close the second map to bring this to sunset.
Having the Viper wall, but also having the wall to move around from a harbor here. Loud created the map they wanted to play on. That was awesome from Loud, coming in to bring us into a map 3. Now we go to a decider on Sunset after this, but to come off the Ascent, where EG was so strong, a night and day game then from Loud. It seems like they came in with the great counters for each other and weren't expecting it to be that strong from either side, right? It's wild how they traded each other's maps today.
It's been very difficult to play against there for EG on those amounts of walls like you talked about here, Riv. But
So
now
cool.
it shows how much, again, the work really came in for Loud. And now the next map is going to be Sunset, the map where it will decide the end of the journey for one of these teams. And that will happen after the break.
Is that going to be enough? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clip. Oh, Superman!
Acaba caindo cedo, mas o Cauã avançou e leva dois. Cauã!
13-7. Note, that's not the score for the first game. It's actually a score for the second game. And note, EG didn't win it. Loud won it. That's right, because they won EG's map pick. Yeah, we're just living in the upside down. Good news is that means we're going to a map 3. That's right, folks, for the match that will determine who moves on to Madrid. It couldn't end any other way. Golden Boy back here once again with Ender. We got Mimi as well as Vanity to discuss everything that we just saw. And I think it's safe to say, guys, that this was the Loud that we had expected to see out of Ascent. The Loud that puts the pressure on their opponents and makes them make mistakes. We got literally that here at Icebox.
Honestly, something tells me that during this past week, EG was putting the majority of their time on Ascent, and Loud was putting the majority of their time on Icebox. Both teams knew what the other wanted to pick. So in a way, it almost makes sense that they came in with a very good plan.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think the prep from Loud on this one was excellent. In particular, I think the Harbor Viper with these flood retakes really punishes the way the CG comp wants to play. It's kind of like stage-based. You throw out your first Gecko, you throw out your first Sonic sensors, you collect it, then you go into the next layer. But this comp waits for that utility to be invested and then is instantly flooding back in on these retakes and was so punishing, especially in that second half. But even going into that first half as well, Vanity, Loud was looking excellent.
I think something to look at is Loud was 8 of 9 in post plants. I would assume if you look at EG's last match in against EG or G2, they probably won the majority of their post plants, and they didn't do that here. They were like 3 for 7, which is something that you kind of need to rely on with a comp like this. You need to win your late rounds.
Yeah, we were talking between maps, and you mentioned that you were pretty surprised that EG went into this same comp again. You were surprised that they were playing the Deadlock for the second time in a row. Do you think it was a mistake to go back into this comp?
I think going into Deadlock back-to-back weeks without changing anything is pretty difficult because the agent is so, like, it's very strong in, like, a, what is the word?
Like when it's the first time you're seeing it, it's like a gimmick.
Really strong in like a closed gimmick. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But I think using it long-term is pretty difficult because of the limited use case. I think it's something you need to pull out here and there. Like you can use it as a secondary comp, but I think using it as your primary comp, the Deadlock doesn't get a ton of value.
Yeah, and also something that I had really started to tack onto was it really did. We were talking about this briefly. It just felt like EG weren't real. Like a lot of guys were just trying to make something happen, and I felt like we saw a little bit of that in Ascent, and we definitely got a little bit of that in Icebox, where players were just trying to make ones happen and just see if they could make a play occur. Do you think like that also could have potentially been a like bad play there for EG there?
I definitely think the team play looked significantly worse on this map for EG compared to Ascent. I think on Ascent they were always together. Always
I'm not crazy.
No, for sure. I think Loud also realized like they were making a lot of mistakes on Ascent, and they kind of like, okay, guys, we need to be better. Yeah. They showed they're capable of it, and then we'll see what happens on Sunset. But Loud plays a cool comp, so you guys will like this.
Yeah. I will say though that like defensively, like from looking at how EG almost need to play, is they do need some individuals taking risks. I would say on the other hand though, when they're looking to walk forward and fight, doing it into less, the man was an absolute monster, especially on that first half. Don't look at the funny line. It's not funny.
I disagree wholeheartedly. That is freaking hilarious. More or less more.
It's unoriginal, Golden Boy.
I don't care.
Okay. We're not going to give him the time of day.
I do got to say, though, man, Les is just slotted into this role of being like the guy on Loud so
He was the guy last year. People just didn't remember because of Ospas. He's always been the guy.
I know, right? That's crazy. It's like, what was the joke that we said last week? It was like, he was the guy, the only other person that could possibly take the air in the room was Ospas.
He was the second best player in Americas. And unfortunately, that was after his teammates.
And that's why he kicked him, so he could be number one.
Wow, drama starting here.
True.
We didn't say it, Ender did. You can find him on Twitter. No, in any case, so let's go ahead and see where we are right now with the map update and how things are breaking down because, as I had mentioned, 2 13-7s. The map picks for each side going the way of their opponent, and now we find ourselves here on Sunset. Now, Vanity, I want to bring this over to you because when we were looking at the map picks and bans, I remember vividly you saying you wanted to see Sunset. Tell the viewers why.
I mean, I don't want to say they're comp, but it's similar to Ascent.
Okay.
Very similar. In practice, it plays really well. I think they lean into their strengths really well. They take the space. I think something they didn't do on Ascent that they do really well on Sunset is like splitting up the
And by
map.
they, we're talking...
Sorry, about Loud. I think Loud
yeah.
failed on Ascent to take the space with the Viper Omen that they usually do with the extra flashes they have. And I think it's something they're very good at on Sunset, and it's something they'll probably lead on this match.
Yeah, something Loud has historically always done is they tend to have kind of a comp that they make their team identity. Last year it was the Harbor Viper. This year we've already seen this triple flash no dive be played on 2 of their maps in their pool. So it definitely wouldn't be surprising if they go into something similar on Sunset. I think that can really work on this map. That initiator utility on defense is great to be always fighting for that extremity control. And as we saw from Sentinels last week, it's so strong in the retakes as well.
That's what I was going to say, is there's already been a few teams around the globe that have played no dive on this map. And I think a big reason because of that is how the A site operates. Because you can wrap around both sides, it's very hard to actually, get value off of like dashing forward off of the utility sometimes. So there will be a slight wrinkle on this. Instead of a KO, it is a Sova, so a little bit more information here, as opposed to having that third flash of a KO.
I think that Sova is also quite important on this map because you're 9 times out of 10 going to be playing into a Cypher, and breaking those strips can be really pivotal on your attack. And as we see on the other side, EG going to be going back to that same comp that we saw versus G2 Vanity.
I think something that they're going to need to do is adjust their game plan because it looked like an Icebox. They went into with the same game plan and just Loud made it look really easy.
But are they capable of doing that? See, that's the reason why I get so nervous about this, only because this is a team that's coming into it with not a lot of experience as a unit, whereas Loud on the other side, you have the General and Sadak who could lead the troops to victory. We'll see where the chips fall for this one, but for now, let's send it over to your casters to call the final map of this competition, of this particular series. It's, of course, Vansili and Riff.
So it all comes down to this final map, and GB mentioned it. Sadak the General that could really guide his roster, his soldiers to make it through and potentially qualify to Madrid. But for EG, they haven't changed anything whatsoever, and you don't have tape to actually play against Loud right now on this map. So we definitely have to know is they might fall back into the same protocols that could get punished here by Sadak. But, you could always believe in this roster. You could always believe in Potter as well. To fix those mistakes that they had against G2, that tight win that they had in overtime against G2 to make it to this spot right now. How will they clean that up? As they start off here on the attack.
I love the fact that we get EG on attack first to see if the protocols are tightened up, if the flashes are able to be used instead of kind of the flash hits and then they mill about and then use it. There was a few seconds between what they needed to sync up. No pushes right now from Loud, really, to get any control in the extremities. They are peaking where they would safely. Oh, Cowan Lean, though. That peak counts big time.
Even spotted Apoth holding back towards the link. That's already Spike also falling down, so you already see Loud pivoting back forward, but as they're trying to answer back through the market, Joggimo is able to even up the tally. A 4v4, EG picking up the spike and falling back. Not deciding yet where they want to pivot, just in case Apoth could get a little bit more from this link side.
Yeah, good time to wait for Faultline to come back up here. They can re-hit. Look at Nature's positioning. He can go right across into elbow, and the team's going to try to take on Tui's.
Flash.
That's the flash to come through.
Does that a lot there from that B link, forcing now Tui's to fall back into sight. Also, he's the only defender on this A side. Double flashes. He's running all the way back, fully blinded. Sadak through the smoke. Gets a lucky one onto Superman. Joggimo at least gets the plant. Things are going to get difficult right now for EG. The cage misses, so that allows now Loud to move forward. Trying to bait out the shots with the camera, even getting shot back by less. Only now 2 players alive for EG, holding out towards the link. Now the swing, the timing's perfect for VCT though. Ooh. Allow now Loud to get the backstab in the pinch. The defuse as well for the pistol.
VCT, nice timing. Pretty late on the lurk there to catch off guard Evil Geniuses. And a little bit of mid pressure to A pressure. So EG got to do a bit of sightseeing on the map, if you will, trying to learn what that pistol round might look like and where Loud's setup may be for these base rounds. And they do see the Breach playing left side, Omen playing left side. So still info to be gained there. Even Loud coming up with the defuse. So they're going to feel good. Moving into the next one, lots of Bulldog buys and that Vandal here for Loud, feeling confident in the money, so expect them to stay back and anchor each other on these fights. They do not want to lose those.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, a quick scan to get an idea that there could be somebody coming through main here.
Hunt's a little bit deep though. Sadak's able to play a forward position. Shock darts to do some chip damage too, allowing and forcing the swing out from EG. Blocked off by his smoke. Seems like that was thrown on the attack here for EG. And they'll fall back for a bit. working back towards this A site.
2 shock darts gone now. APOTH still with 2 trips, so once they get to the site, if they can set up a post plant, hardly any way for those to be cleared as Loud comes back in. We're getting a few things in their favor.
Really just looking for the timing to flood out through this one-way smoke off this fault line.
Oh my.
Han also being thrown.
Okay.
They didn't even use it. They decide to use the camera instead, trying to get a deeper fault line to really keep QCK back. QCK's ready for it. He wants to play towards this elbow, trying to get a couple of kills now in his position as this Phoenix. Khaledzin with the support. QCK is also still holding back towards the site. Oh my gosh. That's probably an ult for him for the next round, indeed.
Yeah, just absolutely taken down 1 by 1. Loud's able to clean that one up. Not too much rotation was going to come out of them on a round with guns like that, as EG tried to stretch them thin. Loud locked in place there to anchor the sights. Good little idea, though. We do get how Sadak and B want to play. They're happy to throw in darts and figure out what the movement is right away. Sadak favors that information. And we might even get another one fired up into that top side of B main here from Arrow right away. So there's been 2 rounds we've seen Nature use the utility over towards A. EG may be able to do something with that and fake on Loud right now. This bonus round is going to be big to change the momentum of the map. We do see Nature's in that spot to kind of produce some utility and then rotate to the left side, but to get the door closed on him, and mid control is just going to be to hang out for now and see if there's a rotation.
Well, they haven't given too much of their hand. The camera that APOTH threw actually still only spotted 2Es.
Right.
Didn't really see QCK, so they don't know where the stack is for Loud. Loud has most of their players in this A site. EG still deciding to move towards B, which is the right decision so far in terms of numbers advantage. Sadak looking to make a play, walking down, and decides otherwise. Wants to support with his teammate instead, and now even deciding that they want to play the retake. APOTH with that lurk on the top of the B lane. Beautiful shots to drop 2. And that dwindles down the numbers on a defense from how they wanted to play that retake. So that position was perfect for APOTH.
Great control over mid into market, and yeah, APOTH lurk is always going to be so big for the team. Knowing the patience he needs, how long the round can take, a 3K there against 2Es, who was absolutely on fire last match, and APOTH with the Phantom just able to clean up. Really nice on that round. And like we said, a big round for Evil Geniuses. One of the first times they do go towards B, didn't even really flex towards A too much. Just didn't give Loud anything to work off of in the beginning. Just takes a few to calibrate it sometimes, you know?
Hey, at least you stay calm in the process and didn't spray and pray.
Exactly. Ultimate for QCK here. May get an explosion on this site retake. And actually looks like Loud may want to pressure from both sides here. Actually, the initial positioning from Khaledzin looked like it might have been a fault line down towards that A main, but they back off.
Nice little play that they did on defense to confirm how many players were out towards the A side, and seeing that it's only APOTH lurking once again, they pivot a lot of the defenders back towards B. For EG, though, it's been a 2-2-1 pretty much this whole time around with pressure on this mid control. Information looking to be seized. Fault line to support right behind it, and it works out. Superman was stunned from that fault line, allowing QCK to get the kill. And an early advantage for Loud, but look at APOTH. He walked all the way up. Here's the footsteps. Khaledzin was waiting, but not ready for the shot. Almost gets that second one onto Sadak, but the advantage is still for Loud. Execution now towards the B site. No smokes really to help him out the cross, and that makes it very difficult there for EG to move in for a plant. Losing Superman early was definitely a thorn to the side of the execution.
I was gonna say, no smokes there. You're forced to just contact out and break a crosshair, but everybody's ready in market.
30 seconds left.
Little plant here, extra money possibly for the side of EG. And there's a kill.
Hey, Sadak's low on HP. There's still time, 20 seconds left. He's got Haunt in 3. Maybe bait out another tap here. Looks back towards the spawn. Both players have Loud grouped together. Now there's that Haunt from the front. He gets shot right away. The double swing out. Oh, and the spread from left and right. That was really nice from Loud on how they played out against Derek.
Smart movement, good teamwork. Loud come in. play that one just by the numbers game. As it's getting scary, and Loud's gonna have to start worrying about APOT, his movement, what he's doing, and these openings that he's finding, because the more the APOT's able to pick apart around like that, I think you're gonna get Jogamo and the rest of the team either hitting a site if they're ready, or really working the map to stretch Loud even thinner. Because that's the initial goal here, right? They continue to stay mid, make sure Loud has to have long rotations, and keep APOT in a spot that will prevent Loud from feeling comfortable on that rotation. Here towards A, we get all the util dumped into main to see what they get back.
Countering it back with the Nightfall, Hunter's Fury on a defense. Kawadzin drops the first 2 of EG, trying to gain control towards the A orb. A third fully blind. Finally, it gets traded out, but there's only 2 players left. Nature and Derek. Owl Drone to confirm that the players of EG has fallen back, and what a good anchoring hold and a play from Loud. Good coordination.
Kawadzin just rolling people over as they try to come around the corner with a utility as well just before it. And now Les not even gonna move a finger here. Calls on the rotation out, but just holding here so nobody can move. Loud is doing a really great job of absorbing EG and not giving EG too much utility on these fake hits. They're understanding what is the committal for EG and what is a fake so far. And that's sometimes a really thin line to walk. They just seem to have EG's read, considering only to use a paranoia, a few flashes, and still having util to collapse on the team. The firepower too, you can't deny that. Yep. Kawadzin with a 2K, Les with a 2K, so on top of the util being great, the shots are hitting for Loud.
Mimi and Adesk have mentioned it, how Les has been the guy here for Loud. Had a great series against Leviathan. And now when he has to step up to the plate on those positions, I mean, it's simple. It's 2 nice clean kills just from crosshair placement. But for him to get a crosshair placement like that is understanding the read, moving forward, the communication to allow for him to move up and get in these positions. But if he has to come down to a clutch, he'll do it as well.
So we are going to get a timeout now from Evil Geniuses. The score line 4-1 in favor of Loud on that defensive side. And EG got to figure out what they're looking at. Yeah, you have the Loud comp, the switches sometimes, but you also have Sadak on his first Sova play in his lifetime. So you don't know what's going to come from the Sova. And Sadak is a mastermind at creating what he needs for his team to create space for them or to work the map. And Sova is one of the best at being able to tell what part of the map you need to be at. So this is just plays into Loud's hand here, that they have so much more information on their encyclopedia.
Yeah. It's on unfamiliar territory for EG, though. They've been in this situation on this very map against G2, where even I think their first timeout was being called at like 0-5 on the scoreline, then burning the second one just a couple of rounds later to be actually able to win this in overtime. So to see how EG's been working that map, I mean, they're doing a good job. And they were able to find some opportunities here with these lurks from APOP towards the middle when they actually add that pressure on that side. Getting shut down immediately and consistently towards the A side has been a pain point for EG's execution. So this time out, you're hoping that it's going to be a little bit more drilled on how they want to take the A side control should they decide to move in that area. But with this lower buy here to start things off, back to the same game plan, holding that mid control for EG.
Man, they love this control right here. How can we make Loud feel uncomfortable, right? That's the name of this strat. Get right up in their face through mid.
Aldrone comes out towards the spawn side, which allows the players to push out towards the market for EG, potentially trying to catch some players off guard. The fault line did hit them. But again, fault line sometimes just a cosmetic. Nice little shots coming out from Loud. Once again, both initiators for EG are the remaining players for the roster. A plant is good enough, at least for now. Another kill would be even better, but it's not going to happen. Loud comes in for the defuse, and they take the lead by 4.
That get the spike down round. Get a little bit of money in the pocket with hopeful kills around. Les does fall, but no guns are retrieved here as all EG members are down. So 5-1 for Loud. And now EG has a chance to start swinging it back in their favor, but it is an uphill battle. It's not just going to be this round. Loud buys next round too. So they're not too bad off right now. Rolling Thunder to come in next round, and we just see market control really contained here. After it happened, Loud figures out they just gather together and clean up the last few members. As much as EG's trying to force the hand Loud with these plays, pushing up mid, getting in their face right away, having APOTH lurk. Very, very good corrections and reads by Loud so far. And you have to expect that. Look at a little hide spot here for Coenzine and Market. He's using this. I was wondering if they would use that. It is kind of scary, though, if you're there for too long. Somebody's just going to spam it. But neat little trick Loud has with that wall and Market to scoot somebody in and back to mid, Vans.
Yeah, and EG want to try it a little bit more this time around. The smoke on the right to focus on the left. Showstopper on top of that to pivot and pinch in the Market. It works out, flushing out Coenzine, punished by Superman. Rocket is still up to clear the B site. Both players allowed are at the entrance of B main. There's that first pick from Les once again. Good crosshair placement, the basics, traded out by Derek. The QCK still accounted for, gets that kill, has a running back, but he doesn't need it!
Oh my God.
2 instant kills onto APOTH and Jogimo. Derek on a 1 versus 2. Thankfully, a hat came out just before, allowing Derek to get ready on this 1 versus 2. Another clutch attempt, but both players walking down slowly, couldn't get the surprise kill. And Loud, they're looking good on this defense.
Dan Silly, if we look at what goes into this round from EG, Loud takes it away from them, tears the carpet out from under EG.
Yeah.
One of EG's problems the first time they played Sunset was that protocol on B, a flash through the pillar, getting Jogimo back to spawn in time, but they kept losing fights at that spawn entrance. So they route through Market, they go back through the top side of spawn, so that area is not a problem. They take it from the back. And then they get killed by QCK like that!
Yeah.
After solidifying the strat that has corrected the problem from the first time they played Sunset. What a way for Loud to steal that one back.
And that's the funnies of the macro here of playing the map right now. You lose position towards the back, you gain position towards the front.
Exactly. They didn't have B main control in it. They were paying for it.
Allows for you to play the retakes, and now EG. We talk about pain, now it's painful in their wallets. Another stinger buy. We're able to convert something with that on that previous map. But this time around, they're not able to do too much in terms of this control towards the B side. This is like the first time that are actually really adding that pressure and contesting it to really see how Loud's currently playing it. But this is probably just a ruse in the beginning, because now that it's open towards the B main, they're like, oh, it's easy for us to plant now.
Here we go.
In the future rounds, we'll see what happens, though. But for Loud, it's going to be a 5-team retake with the focus on the Market.
Cool modification to this one. APOT throws a gate out for safety. They still push the main, though. This was an idea they had before.
Nice shot there from APOT, so that slows down the running back. A rolling thunder available from both sides, so we're going to be dancing around towards this B site. A push towards the spawn, all denied by Loud. Derek, 5 versus 1. Not enough bullets in this stinger.
Vansili, I swear, Boba is their kryptonite. EG could not get past that area. Loud shut them down again. And they even refined the strat there. They had APOT's gate come out to protect the bounce in when the flash went through, so they could then do a second set of take on the site and get the smoke into the B Boba. Oh my gosh. This again, they just cannot seem to find the ground there. And Loud comes swinging back in. Deja vu on that take once again from Market Mejor. And Loud 7-1 now on map 3 here, keeping the momentum from Icepox rolling Vansili. This A hit, it's gonna be a big flash through the wall. It's gonna hit Sadak immediately, so he's gonna have to back off. Or it's just a fault line. Still considering. Sadak's hardly moved.
Oh, they want to fight this.
Yeah,
Paranoia comes out too. Tui swings out, but not too much. They hear the footsteps. Now leveraging the one-way smoke to just keep EG at bay. For EG's side, though, they haven't used too much utility on their end, but as we talked about, this B side not being contested too much, it allowed Loud to even push forward. Notice that it's clear, pick up an orb, and really just focus back towards this mid play. They could actually even pinch towards the mid if they want to. Tui's a little aggressive, yeah.
Ooh.
Falls back on time.
How much util they have for sight? Honk goes over, nade, smokes. EG should be good to take here. The 5v5 retake. Get this a few times for Sunset. Never mind, Derek.
Nice shot.
Quick flank hit.
And we're not really allowing Sadat to get into position to even throw a recon dart so they could spray through the smoke because they're being pressured so much. EG's doing a great job to punish The amount of space that Loud has given them.
30 seconds left.
Didn't even get a safe plant. Might have to maintain and stay within the site now for EG. 2 versus 5, and you know, money's flowing for Loud. I want to go for these fights.
Last player standing.
Caught with a snake bite in hand. Less falls as Apoth gets the trade onto Jogimo as Tui's now moves in alone. Smoke available. Gets the dink through the wall, but there's that protocol for EG for the rest. Swinging out, and they finally score their second round.
A very important round here for EG. They have a long way to go for ultimates to really be able to cycle some of these rounds and make Loud really pressured into something, because Loud still got money. They're still going to be buying, and we'll check that after the replay. Beautiful shots here from Evil Geniuses. Slowing it down, but taking the space together on that one. They efficiently push back Loud, and that flank catch from Derek was so big. I think Loud's been able to do everything just matter of fact. They've had control of the site. When they use util, they can get the kills. So it was nice to see EG kind of throw a wrench into that rotation where Loud has had free movement. Maybe make them rethink how they get from site to site now, and we're seeing EG back to B. For only a few of these front entrances from main, and everybody's gonna be here. First time we're really seeing this.
Might be a little bit easier to hold the pulse plant this time around. As the off shot denied, Apoth gets the headshot. Less in the back of the site now. Satchels from Jogimo.
Oh, here they go.
They're fighting for it, and this time Boba's not their demise. A trade-off. Superman on the top, easy kill onto Tui's, hit by the fault line. As we talk about it being a little bit easier to hold the pulse plans, because Kaladin this time does not have a rolling thunder to work with, so they couldn't flood as much, but I like what EG did right there. We have a little bit different, or similar to that first map. Not allowing Loud to really get into position for these retakes. They want to fight. They want to gain that extra space to not allow Loud to set up.
Yeah, realizing there how much market pressure matters, because it makes everybody in Boba have to turn around. You're second guessing who's coming up the long hallway from market to Boba, and Apoth held down a 4K from this position. So really trying to attack the same strat from different sides, or at least having a bit more to work with on the other side of the strat, and that was having Apoth in market this time. And remember, they all started in B main, right? That had to be a rotation out in Apoth timing. So great job for Apoth to get their ASAP. Push down mid.
Yeah. A rare push from Loud.
Not happy.
With so many rounds that EG has done to set up for mid control to start. Somehow Loud finds the perfect timing to push down towards mid in round number 11 to get a player advantage. Nonetheless, though, the A site's open. EG could get a plant.
QCK hits a shot, and you get to run it back. They have to prevent the Phoenix ultimate here. Already down, trying to hold it with 4 in sight.
Oh, this is annoying. Look at all that.
Oh my God!
On hands, the aftershock. Nature gets hit by it, 1 TP'd away. But there's still players flooding across. Shock darts coming through from the spawn site to still hit players down for EG. Derek again, alone. A 1 versus 3. Off by less coming out.
The blender. They put him on the fire. They gave him an aftershock. There was more coming through. They knew they were there. Paranoia on top of that. An absolute nightmare for EG to be inside at that point when Loud dumped the utility in.
Look at that.
Oh my God. And this is actually what they kind of wanted to do on Ascent A take, right? That EG was preventing. We're seeing what that dump of utility looked like, and it's nuclear. Oh my gosh.
That flooded that default plant so much. Almost feels like EG probably could have started typing in team mode. That's a lot of utility to play against.
All right.
Last round of the half now. A fight towards the B main. Answering back, just we're trying to make a lot of noise for QCK. He has this run it back, and he's really allowing his teammates to work towards the mid, the pressure towards that side, because he thinks that EG wants to give him that respect because it's QCK with a run it back. Works out for a bit though. EG still holding their ground at the bottom of the mid. Forcing util to re-clear now for EG. There's that showstopper out. That's gonna nullify, leads to, oh, actually he popped it up just before he hit it. So he's still alive. Advantage now for Loud as Sadat gets the pick onto Apoth. I haven't seen that in a very long time.
I haven't seen that in so long. What a heady thought. Like I said, it's milliseconds that's going to decide this one between these two teams. Plays like that. Fast fingers from QCK keeps him alive, and now it's a 5v3. EG have to hit the site. They have all the initiator utility they could want, and some smoke to prevent the retake. It's the best 3 really that could be alive here. They have such a tall task, though. Even Sadak, if he wants to rip off the Hunter's Fury, he can to prevent this and just cause hell for EG.
Starts with a one-way, but they're wasting a lot of time here. The dart comes out. Oh, Hunter's Fury. At least they don't get the stun there, so Knight might give a chance for a plan. Derek's gonna eat that beam. And the aftershock comes out a little bit too late. Nature in a forward position all the way towards the spawn. Cancelled TP. A flash. It gets canceled by Nature, but he couldn't line up the other kills here with the Vandal. No old banks coming through. Superman and Derek. The Vietnamese duo with Derek with the first kill onto Les. Nightfall then coming out for some information, doubling up the fight back towards the A site. The lineup on 2, it's a 1v1. Him and QCK, 8 bullets left. The Spirit comes across. Derek comes in for the 4K in the round and keeps EG alive in this game.
An incredible round from Derek. The awareness to keep moving. The idea that you have to understand that EG's rotations, EG's lurk, caused QCK to delay the take on dumpster area from Pawn Shop. That allowed the kills to happen in sight. What EG has been doing came into play this round so big on that retake, slowing down QCK from Shop. The rest of the shots we saw, absolutely incredible stuff and awareness coming out of EG's Derek to win this round.
Derek is back, baby. Win this round, but still far away of trying to tie up the game. You needed some heroic plays to come through. But at least, win or lose today, Nature is very optimistic about EG's future. So let's have a listen.
Oh, I mean, successful for sure, we qualify. That's like the biggest thing. I think that we have the tools to do it. We've shown that we've had the tools to come back, stuff like that. We start hot. This is an easy qualification for us. But other than that, just show our hearts out, you know, like this is only the start of the year. There's a lot of progress to be made for a team that has 4 new players. So for us to be in playoffs feels really, really good, but let's just show that like we can improve from this map, like these maps alone, very well.
They have been improving from just these maps alone. Nature knows it. Nature builds the team up, and he's been doing an amazing job coming in as a new IGL.
Yeah, I mean, on the top of that, when you're looking at EG, what they did during the offseason, they didn't have too much time to be able to practice because of this whole jail situation for so many players that won champions last year. And this roster was formulated like, what, a couple of weeks before America started. But at least for Potter on her side, though, she was also mentioning that it didn't really matter too much that they had less time to practice because they had more time as well to be able to see other teams play and adapt to that play style. And then it just comes down to the fun and the vibes and hopefully to be able to bring it back. And the fun and the vibes definitely were shown here on that Derek clutch in that last round of the half. An opportunity now for EG to bring it back here on the defense. But again, it took a lot of big heroic plays for EG to get it to the score.
Yes, yeah.
It seems drilled and well protocoled to potentially take the series so far.
In professional sports, they say the best time to score on your opponent is at halftime. I'd say a 4K from Derek is one to get the blood flowing for Evil Geniuses here. And we're back now into the second half of our final map here. Masters Madrid on the line. EG Loud. EG down now as the map continues to rotate around to push here from EG to pressure A.
Loud's just trying to delay so that this double flank could happen. Nature
it's so
with the jump
good.
spot gets cut off. Caught off guard, but at least he's able to stay alive for a bit. But as he fights towards the spawn, you don't know that there's actually 2 players back there. Like a QCK already walked in, but elbow was not cleared by Loud. It allows for this 1-to-1 to happen. The flood back towards the spawn to give EG an advantage, but the plant still comes down. It's gonna be flank after flank again. Sadak from the backside. Frenzy took a bit, but Nature's from the spawn, trades it right back. They also have information on QCK out towards the spawn, so Les is alone. A 1v1 in this corner. Wins that second one against APOP, and that turns it around for Loud once again. Nature at 8 HP. Aftershock to try to clear QCK back. But it's really well planted here for the last two players of Loud. The tap on that spike, even hot hands from the front of A. Oof. And less. Like I said, man, when he needs to step up to the plate, when he needs to come up huge, he definitely will, and especially with that 4K.
Yeah, but Ghost there, operator before, doesn't matter. Give this man an arsenal, he will lay them down. Beautiful shots here from Les. They had to chase Tui's all the way back to spawn, causing more time for that Loud to have insight. And the hits, through seeing that Hot Hands come over the wall makes you think of just how many walls Hot Hands can go over. The pretty low ceiling to the walls on Sunset, or you have windows to throw stuff through. So QCK have a field day around here trying to find places to line those up. 3 again pushed for EG towards A, but they won't have their B main control. Looks like they're still trying to tempt it just on the other side of that smoke. A lot of the times we saw Supermen get into this area in B main, whether he had a judge or he was backed up by APOP to take out 2 or 3 members of the opposing team. Here, EG's not really messing with B main, fearing that util from Loud.
Yeah, Loud definitely has, as you can see, these 3 players working out towards that B side. Good ways to counter a judge in the smoke. Now drone that could come through, flashes into smoke close range, flashes long that goes behind the wall too. Won't really allow EG to get good positioning here on the lurk plays or the sneaky plays from Superman with this judge, but we'll have to see. In the later rounds now, as Loud gets the plant in round number 14, EG full classic mode. Might be those situations. I mean, look at Les, he's very close to a pit, so EG has to decide now. Do we want to make it expensive here against Loud, or do we just not want to allow Les and for the rest of Loud to really start funneling these ults?
Full classic mode does allow for a little bit more util retake, but EG's not really getting there. QCK and the team have pushed up well. Stinger dropped, not too big of a loss there. But nice kills. That down is a big one. EG.
He understood the flanker though. Aftershock then comes out, and now we're just, I mean, it's easier to spray. It's out towards the wall. That clock is taken down. There was some hope at some point until those 2 players towards that B main just stopped EG's really attempt to go for that retake.
2 expected rounds solidified now by that side of Evil Geniuses. Can they get the bonus is the question. It almost feels necessary with the scoreline right now and what Loud will be able to force onto EG the way they've been trying to make EG play their game. The EG has to keep the momentum here, and they do carry Derek's 4K for that last round of the first half now into the second half. Guns around, still some stingers here from the side of Loud. With those purchases, they are not able to go fully into the buy for the rest of the team. Shots, Jogamo, Derek, beautiful coverage on A for the shark attack.
Definitely want to fight that back. Not allowing these orbs to be farmed here for Loud. A little bit easier positions with the comms that you have now for Brazilian team to really get QCK up as soon as possible and to run it back. So great deniability, spikes down out in the open. Sadak and Les together in a bonus. Just trying to keep them back with the shock darts, but EG is ready for that. Perfect trade. Jogimo with 3 in the round, 3 away from an ult, and EG's 5 from tying it up.
That's a great point. Getting those ultimates, being able to flex Loud off the site just by pressing R. And Jogamo, honestly, just holding these positions is fearless at this point. They have to be building each other up. The way they're trading, the way they're fighting, it's everybody's in on the same play, and that's what makes it look so good. I mean, both teams are signing up for that right now. Loud hits, they hit hard. EG hits back just as hard. I feel like we can get EG springing up here if they can find a few more.
Trying to find them. They're pushing down early, down towards mid to start. And Apod's been in this situation before, in this position. First flash, he avoids it. Meanwhile, he lost his teammate on top mid. So he's really on an island now. Here is the pivot and a rotate on the left side. Looking for the perfect timing through. The fault line might come across if there was contact there from Apoth. But they decide not to go for the trap play. They know now that the pivot's towards this A side where Derek has to be ready. He's good for those 3. It's clean!
You're kidding me.
Spike once again down at the same spot. Les trying to squeeze through now towards the left side of A main. He's being spotted now by Nature. taunt being thrown out, and they definitely decide to fall back and now want to play the power of numbers again. 4 versus 2. Being pinned. Apoth is even also flanking.
You just have to understand how much that shouldn't happen. And not an error from Loud, but Derek being able to place 3 shots like that without timing to get swung. And literally pulling everything out of the hat that they need to right now to make these rounds come true. Beautiful stuff from EG. Loud, however, never count them out.
Exactly. When you give them that space and that respect, Loud could take advantage of it. 12 seconds left, forcing out a Rolling Thunder on top of that. And Tui's made it through the smoke for that kill onto Nature. The run through, the bait! The flank from behind! What? Loud pulling magic out of a hat, and to convert the round.
It's like they're in a playground. Day is their jungle gym. How do you play that to catch Superman off guard, who's actually been having a rougher game than usual? Superman was him the past few games we see, but Loud is not allowing that to happen in these 1v1, 1v2 situations. They are solidifying them with tricks of the trade or utility to lock it down for sure. We'll get back into it. Loud pick up another one. That's going to be so tough for Evil Geniuses. The money gets reset as they only were able to grab that one round. Back onto Stingers. Back onto a low buy.
Back to the basics. That's a camera trap play. And you see how Loud answers back to it. A wall comes up. They're still pushing through with this 4-buy. And all getting denied. So frontline paranoia. All well done here by Loud towards the end. Superman trying to capture timing off the Owl drone. Loud on their way to a flawless. Also map in Series Point. Madrid in the sights. As a plant down, not even needed. Derek falls down.
Loud, honestly, such a strong first half on the defensive side has set them up to have this not relaxed second half, but one where they can stretch themselves, they can push, they can take these fights without really having to worry, because they have such a padding of rounds. I'm sure Sadak has so much he could be using right now in that brain of his, but only has to pull from the few, the push, the find EG, and let's bring the fight to him right now in util dump. It's really working out. So EG is pressured from a few sites. They're trying to look at that B main control we just saw from one round. They've been 3 on A main most rounds. But Loud is waiting so long that early pressure from EG usually results in them going back to a defensive positioning, holding other angles with one staying out at A main, and then B main has to back up because they need market control now. So that little wait from Loud is really separating EG's fundamental-based defense. Once they get out to mid, Apoth control, EG kind of constructs a little bit better of a strat that stops Loud from pushing, but that mid control has been tough to get. We see lineups from fault lines ready on it. I think everybody knows it's going to be a trap once you get in there, so we have been avoiding it for now. Let's see how they play this one. Again, towards B main to start us off is EG. They're not really in a setup position right now, but they're going to be lurking, it looks like, to be a little bit pushed up on B main here.
It comes down now to Nature and the rest of EG to show their resiliency. 7 rounds behind to try to bring this into overtime. Now, I think they burned all of their timeouts now. The calls have to be good. The confidence has to come back. And that's Superman moving out towards that billboard in the front of B. All of Loud continuing to play very passively towards the back because of this type of play style that EG's been doing with this forward aggression on the extremities from time to time.
A little bit of a change. Cypher trips around just so they can keep map control. Kawanzine hits Superman though. They've known they can find that fight normally. And it is Kawanzine to start us off the first blood.
Even Derek left his teammate just to clear out middle to make sure. Trying to leverage now the Nightfall potentially for a retake. Hunter's Fury out. Kawanzine getting the wall bang. That's actually the Nightfall down.
Oh my gosh.
Now they're Rolling Thunder out for the post plan as well, just to secure the plant down. There's only 2 players left. It's Nature and Apoth up against the whole team of Loud. In great positions now, needing only those last 2, and Loud has so many ults to work with this round to make it painful for EG. But if Loud could win a 2 versus 4, potentially EG can as well. Full kit for Nature. Apoth alone. Apoth dropped by Kawanzine. Ace being looked at by the fans. Nature with the kill. Kalentzine hunting him down, and Nature denies it. But 1 HP remaining in that pit. There's still util out for the pulse plant. There's no time left. Sadak gets the kill. The sun sets for EG's journey, but you do have Loud qualifying for Madrid.
With a new composition. Sadak, his first Sova here, calling the shots, playing a new agent, and still being able to find, what is that, 8 on top of the score. 13-5 on our last map. These teams absolutely came out to counter each other. The Death said it, we saw it here, just night and day on each other's maps of how they were able to steal it away from each other. And then it did look like it got to the outlier. That sunset we go back to, and Loud really good at the lurks, finding some in spawn in the middle of the round. Reminds us of the old Nats in his lurks on Icebox. Like, the way Sadak is able to control the team, the way the team works as well in their 1v1s, and the fact that they keep bringing this composition back that is almost a universal composition of agents with just a few changes. They've almost found the golden goose.
With the updates that's been happening, we had question marks of what the meta could be looking at when you're kicking things off just for the VCTs across all regions. Sometimes some are saying it's double controller, some are saying it's double initiator. Or for Loud, why not double controller, double initiator here? As they're playing so great. A couple of changes going through, but you talked about it. Not only Sadak calling so well, but the amount of roles that he's playing under this main core.
It's incredible.
Composition. He's playing KJ, he's playing Sova, he's playing KO, he's playing Sky, he's playing everything right now to allow QCK to be very comfortable in a role that, again, it's a different playstyle that they're bringing this year compared to last year when a lot of it revolved around basically Aspas trying to get some picks.
Yeah.
But overall, this team looks so good, and you could still see that Loud has an all-star, consistently good roster from QCK all the way down to the rest of the other 4. I mean, this round where they had that 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5
Incredible.
for Guiz and less, you know that they could step up to the plate in these occasions to really push Loud to these winning moments.
I think one of the things that separates Loud as well is once they get on that defensive side, their decision-making becomes so incredible. We see them, again, understanding a spike diffuse time where they'll run and figure out where the flank is fully, and you're like, oh, they don't have enough time. No, they have enough time. The way they consider how they can audible the protocols makes Loud one of the strongest teams, and they remain one of the strongest teams right now. Congratulations to them.
Especially when you're looking at how that team has played from, and the question marks that we kind of had when they lost Aspas, when they lost Fraud on top of that too. Is Fraud going to be the same thing? But nonetheless, with Loud qualifying to Madrid, it's unfortunately goodbyes to EG, where you could basically talk about this team. I think I agree to what Nature was talking about in that interview at the halftime, that the future is bright right now for this roster. A lot of unanswered questions for this team. They brought Loud to like a very hard fight on Ascent, basically, when Loud was like, oh my god, they might be like the unstoppable force on Ascent, and EG came out with a great strap book against them.
It is wild. They have firepower on that team. They have knowledge on that team. And that is a team that is nowhere near their ceiling. So it's going to be really awesome to see how far they go up from here.
So as you mentioned, Red, a big congratulations to Loud, commiserations for EG. But let's throw it down to the stage where Smix is ready with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, fans. Standing here with the victor, Kalentzine. Congratulations. What a crazy couple of weeks that you have had. It all started with a 2-0 over Sentinels, 2-1 over Leviathan, and now 2-1 over the 2023 World Champs and Evil Geniuses. You and the boys are going to Masters Madrid. Tell us what's going through your head right now.
Tudo começou com vocês 2-0 no Sentinels, 2-1 no Leviathan, agora 2-1 na EG, os campeões do mundo, e vocês estão indo para Madrid. Como é? Fala um pouco pra gente.
Cara, o sentimento de ir pra Madrid é muito bom. A gente já foi lá no Bootcamp, que a gente fez no início do ano em 2023, e a gente já visitou aquele país é incrível, então, mano, eu tô muito animado para ir pra lá de novo.
Yeah, we've been to Madrid. It's very, we're very excited for it. We've been there for the boot camp. We love the country, and we're excited to go there again.
Amazing to hear, and this series, I think a lot of people were looking forward to it. And we saw the start of it was you and EG trading map picks. And then luckily on that third map on Sunset, we saw you guys able to close it out in simple fashion. So talk to us about what was going through your head as you walked through all 3 maps.
Parece que vocês estudaram bastante, os times se estudaram bastante, vocês trocaram de mapas praticamente. Mas no final, no último mapa, vocês foram tranquilos ali. Como é que foi isso?
Cara, acho que de início na Assist a gente não tinha material deles pra estudar eles. E basicamente eles conseguiram dar um antitático na gente, a gente não conseguiu jogar muito bem. Mas os outros dois mapas a gente já tinha material, que eles jogaram a Icebox, se eu não me engano, contra a G2 e jogaram a Sunset também, então a gente já tinha material, então a gente conseguiu estudar bastante o jogo deles.
Yeah, for Accent, we didn't have a lot of material on them, a lot of info, so they did a very good map against us. But for the other two maps, we've seen them playing against G2, I believe. So we had some material on them.
No, we definitely saw that. And last question before I let you go, we were able to speak with Sadak and get his thoughts on what he feels about the addition of QCK to the team. He really loves the flexibility that he's able to bring. From your perspective, what is his addition to the team brought to the table?
E a gente teve a oportunidade de falar com o Sadak antes, e ele comentou sobre o QCK e o que ele traz para o time, né? A flexibilidade. O que você acha?
Cara, eu acho que o QCK somou muito no nosso time, porque ele é um moleque muito pra frente, então ele, mano, puxa a jogada, sempre comunicando com o time, e acho que era isso que a gente faltava um pouco, sabe? É isso que a gente precisa, e ele é bastante desse cara que tá ajudando bastante a gente a ganhar.
Yeah, KCK, he's a very aggressive guy, very straightforward, exactly what we needed, and he blends in really well on the team, and we're really happy with him.
That's amazing to hear. Congratulations again, Kao and Zine. As we see Loud making it to Masters in Madrid, we are going to head to a short commercial break. But when we get back, we'll have our final match of the day to see which is the second team. Will it be Energy or will it be Sentinels? Stay tuned to find out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Small structure keeping them apart. Victor with 2 on the round. The swing on the classic. That's 3 for Victor.
Rustling around. And yeah, he's just dropping into his face.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VALORANT Champions Tour, America's Kickoff Playoff. Say that 5 times fast. Not difficult to say at all.
You said it slow.
Okay, welcome back to the VALORANT Champions Tour, America's Kickoff Playoffs. That's really bad.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Welcome back. It's a second qualification match.
Guys,
to Madrid.
No, let's actually set the stage here because this is going to be an excellent matchup. We got 2 fantastic teams now. We're already sending 1 team to Madrid. Congratulations to Loud. And you know, I think when you think of teams that should be at international events, Loud always pops up in the mind.
And every other team you think of isn't there.
Yeah, kind of wild.
Where's Fnatic? Not there. Loud have nothing to worry about.
No Fnatic, no
not
DRX.
there. It's crazy. But hey, you know, Loud showing that Father Time ain't their opponent today. They managed to hold on, and they are moving on to Madrid. But let's go ahead, though, and move on and talk about what we're going to be coming up next here. And also for you folks at home, that you can get in on the action. Get your tickets for VCT Masters Madrid. There's going to be a little QR code. It's going to pop up here on the screen. There it is. Bam. There it is.
It's actually a pretty big QR code.
Yeah, quite massive. It takes up the whole screen. So go ahead, scan that bad boy, and you will be good to go. We hope to see you there. Go and cheer on your favorite squads from Americas. Heck, maybe from EMEA, from Pacific, from China. Don't really matter. We just want you there with us. Scan that QR code today.
We know the Spanish fans are going to be loud for the EMEA team, so we need some competition.
Excited.
Book your flights, guys.
Yeah,
Root
I've also
for Loud and
been working on my Spanish as well, so I'm quite happy about that, you know. Even though I'm Puerto Rican, I should technically know it, but hey, you know, that's a conversation for another day. In any case, so guys, we have 2 teams that will definitely need to brush up on their Spanish if they pick up a dub here today. Let's go ahead and get into this matchup. We have our play-ins winners, Sentinels. They looked solid in that whole play-in, and even though there was some silliness toward the end, there was nothing silly about the way Sentinels were playing. They look like a well-oiled machine, and that is scary at this point in the competition.
Yeah, and the only reason it was allowed to get silly is because they dismantled MIBR to open it up, right? That first series on today set the tone for everything. Put MIBR with everything, you know, almost impossible for them to win. And Sentinels just had a fantastic map.
It's so drilled.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I just feel like the Sentinels we are now currently seeing is that, right? They clearly put in the time in the offseason. They had the time to work together as a team. From their set retakes to their plays on attack, they are so together.
it's the first time this team has looked like a real contender in like literally 3 years. It's been a long time running for Sentinels fans, but the disadvantage of getting to see all that excellent gameplay already from this squad is that they have had to play a lot. They've already played more rounds this tournament than every other playoff team combined, which is absolutely ridiculous and is going to make it, I think, pretty hard here going up against a team like NRG.
You can also play devil's advocate, though, and say that, you know, they're prepped and ready to go, rather than other teams are going to counter against it. Maybe that's a little devil's advocate you can
That's the counter offer is what just happened last series. Loud had their funny Ascent comp that EG came in with VOD on and destroyed it. And Loud came in against the EG silly Icebox comp and owned that too 13-7. So I think absolutely, yes, it's great to get stage games, and that is fantastic as a team to grow. But for everyone to watch those games, oh boy, they are coming in ready.
The thing is, there's 2 goals. There's a long-term goal of building the best team you can for the season, when it really matters, when you can make it deeper, make it to champions,
Marathon,
win at the end of the year. But also, this tournament is a sprint. It's exactly
there
that.
You go.
It's only a few matches. I mean, EG, if they had won, they would have only had to win 2 games to make it. Loud only played 3. There goes my pen.
Yes, you're excited.
And I mean, here goes Sentinels, who's been playing absolutely everything. And now today, they're up against, kind of, in my opinion, one of the most prep-heavy teams we have in the league. You're talking about Ethan back with his time with EG. Oh, he's so good with the counter strats. And Chet as well, from the core of this NRG squad. They never disappoint in that regard.
Yeah, I am thrilled when these 2 teams finally get to take the stage. In fact, we've had a lot of really good moments throughout this competition. Actually, this is one from Coach Kaplan. He was talking to the team during halftime while they were down. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Great. I see this happen all the time in these late series where we're the one coming in. They're already warm, but they're tired. We're rested up, and it takes a little bit to shift into gear. Just don't lose confidence. Don't look at that 4 and think about it.
so much of coaching is not just the coming up with the pocket picks or the strategies. A lot of it is literally what you heard right there. It's digging players' mental from the trenches and trying to lift them up in moments where they're the most down-ender.
Yeah, there's the two different games. There is the on the day you have to be able to lift them up, but the pre-work in the week, that's what shined in this series. You can see it in a retake like this, how perfect the utility was drawn up to go back in there. If you saw that from top down, there was nowhere that you could possibly have played on that site and not been destroyed. And Sentinels also showed two different retakes. The first one was full flood from Shop. This is a full flood from CT. Both of them equally destructive.
There's a big difference between what Sentinels and NRG have shown. NRG has been playing really default comps, the old Ascent comp that everyone plays. Even on Sunset, they're still running Solo Sky.
Yeah.
What I've been focused on more for them is how the synergy is working, how the mid-rounding is working. Sentinels through other games have already proved how good those fundamentals are. And what they're starting to show us now is that deep in this tournament, they have new ideas, new prep, and are actually willing to take some risks and be ahead of the curve on the meta. I think that's the best comp you can play on Sunset, and I think they implemented it beautifully. This is a Sentinels that doesn't just have those fundamentals, but also has these creative compositions. And the question today is if we're going to see more of that, or if that was just something special for Sunset.
Well, honestly, with this squad, anything can be possible here, but one thing that I do feel quite confident in us discussing is Zekin's prowess on the server.
So good.
Because he is having some damn good games. And Ender, I think it goes as far as to say that, this is the best that we have seen Zekin, and he was already fantastic last year.
No, the guy was an absolute monster, and specifically, it's not just funny big numbers, haha. First in kills per round, first in damage per round.
That's against every other duelist playing in Americas, and there are some amazing players here that we have already seen showcase. This guy is still a young player, but he has experience at this point. He's been in Tier 1 for at least 3, nearly 4 years now, and is just constantly leveling up. It feels unreasonable how much better he looks every tournament he plays.
Oh yeah, and in the Sentinels dismantling MIBR, he was the factor. He had almost 2 kills for every death he had in server in that series. That's what the 2-0 was about.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Zekin's overall impact on the team, he's only going to continue to contribute like this. He's on a great path here, and it's going to be a tall order for their opponents to have to stop. And, well, that actually brings us over to their opponents because you got NRG now. And what's fascinating is Sentinels, they really needed to just push their way through round after round, match after match. NRG, well, they did it in 4. They're vibing.
They get to remain an enigma because they also didn't play really the new stuff. 3 of their 4 maps were Breeze and Ascent.
I just feel like that's such a bad thing, though, in my mind. I don't know why. I'm just worried.
Is it a bad thing, though? Because there is still time, right? They've had across this tournament, you kind of have 2 weeks where you're not playing during the week, where you're practicing, prepping, coming up with
That's
new
perfectly
things.
fair.
For me, I think it is a distinct advantage to have played less, especially for a team like this, where I have no worries about them really needing stage time with the experience you see on those 5 faces behind us.
Yeah, ultimately, they have shown in their 4 games they are the best at playing boring Valorant, the 2023 Valorant. But that is the superpower because we don't know what their read on the current meta is. Are they playing old stuff because they don't need to tap into new ideas? Are they playing it because it's comfortable because the Sky patch came in pretty close to the league starting? Have they made any changes from then until now? Sentinels have no way of knowing. How are we supposed to know? The only ones that know are NRG, and until they're forced to show something, we're not going to know.
And if you're playing boring 2023 Valorant, the player you want is the best player of 2023, Demon 1. He's picked up his performance from last year and just continued it here into Kickoff. The guy has been lights out on the jet. What I'd love to see is that it seems like his teammates, every round, buy off Demon 1. Buy off Demon 1. He's using it so much more, 26% more than he used it last year already.
And that's because compared to with Potter, when sometimes he had to play the silly smokes
Hey, get
role.
on Astra. Hey, get on Insta.
NRG only, I don't think they've unlocked any agents in the client apart from Jet. The man is playing Jet on every map. And again, Breeze and Ascent obviously plays it.
It's fascinating. This is the same playbook from years prior.
But Sunset is very unique because no one else is really playing Jet on that map. You're always seeing Raze. You're seeing no dive. He is still going for that Jet, having huge impact with the fights he's able to take. And again, upping as much as he possibly can.
It's going to be fascinating how Demon One navigates this, or whether or not he doesn't need to. And if his team is just like, I do whatever you need to, and then they just win us the game, you know? Of course, though, when you think about this squad and what they're going to need, well, maybe another world champion can help you out there. You got Ethan, who is, again, just continuing to show why he is who he is, why he is him. He's so good.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, there was questions around him coming in as an IGL, but to be able to be already quite successful playing that older style, you need an excellent mid-rounder, and that's exactly what this guy brings. The calls thus far have been really impressive from him. His synergy with Demon One is clearly excellent. I think of all the Breeze maps where he's playing KO, where Demon One seems to have a perfect flash to set him up every single round. It's beautiful to watch. This duo is one of the big reasons why NRG is so strong right now, on top of just the great mid-rounding.
Yeah, again, because they have focused on things that have been so static for so long, they get to be really creative when it comes to their calling. Anyways, what we are looking at now is the two orgs and their history of performance at international events. The DNQ, that's a did not qualify. And you can see for Sentinels, it's been quite some time.
Yeah, the last time they made it to an international event.
Don't say Sao Paulo.
I mean, I'm not really counting that one, but it was basically 2021 when they were really making it into these international tournaments. The core of this NRG team has been to pretty much every single one. They have 4th place, they have 1st place. They are always on top. This is a chance for Sentinels to break that streak.
Let's see if this happens, folks. The teams are ready to go, and let's see where we're headed today. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, welcome to Map Pick Ban. Since NRG is our group winner, they get to pick team side, and they opted to pick Team B, so Sentinels will be Team A. Sentinels, you have the first map ban.
Ban Breeze.
Sentinels ban Breeze. And NRG, your map ban?
We're gonna ban Bind.
NRG bans Bind. And Sentinel, your map pick?
Pick Sunset.
Sunset. And NRG, your side?
We'll take defense.
NRG picks defense. And your map pick?
We'll go for Ascent.
NRG picks Ascent. And Sentinels, your side?
Defense.
Sentinels pick defense. And your map ban?
Yeah, we'll ban Icebox.
Sentinels ban Icebox. NRG, your map ban?
I'll leave it up to you. Okay.
We'll ban Lotus.
Okay, NRG bans Lotus, and the default map is going to be Sunset. And Sentinels, you have to pick side.
Defense.
Sentinels
Not split, but defense.
Oh, split, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Oops.
Buy the bundle, by the way.
Buy our bundle.
Oh, you said defense, right?
Yeah.
All right, good luck, have fun, guys.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to introduce your first team to the stage. Sin City, give it up for your Sentinels! For this NA showdown, give them your energy!
This is it. The final spot for Madrid on the line, and it's up to 2 North American teams to fill that spot. Will it be Sentinels or will it be NRG? And make sure you guys are out there supporting your favorite teams. Pick up those capsules while you go ahead and watch this awesome confrontation.
It is going to be good, and with EG's loss just moments ago, there are only 2 players from the championship EG roster that have the chance to return to the first international event of the year. That is NRG's Ethan and Demon One.
But for the side of Sentinels, they have a chance to do something the organization hasn't been able to achieve outside of auto-qualified events in 3 years. It has been a long time since this team has representation at an international event.
And we have seen players re-qualify for Madrid after huge absences. Lakia, right? Magnum, Patatek on an international stage from EMEA. Tens has his chance now here as well today.
This is going to be the tournament where the old dogs are gone. It has been upset after upset. If NRG could make it here again, deny Sentinels their shot at an international tournament, they would be a real contender for the title. Honestly, either of these teams would be. Can they make it to that international event? This match is the hurdle. It's 1 BO3 away.
And starting things on Sunset for Sentinels has to feel good, right? They're coming off that high, beating G2 in that first game on this map and looking so full. They did not lose a single round on their defensive side.
And if I could just set some emotional stakes here for a minute, it actually did get word. It's not just one birthday. We have 2 birthdays today, Ethan and Zelsis, on opposite sides of the field playing against each other. Someone's going to get a really nice birthday gift today.
Yeah, but only one person. The other one, I hope there is cake. I hope there's a wish, and I hope that they both blew out the candles before this game, quite frankly. Because if you wait now, it is far too late.
Let's talk more about the comps on this map, though. Last time NRG played the old style. They had a Sky, they had a Jet. That was their single initiator. I frankly did not love the comp. I think it gives you limited options to fight for a main. It's very reliant on Demon One as an individual having high impact with the op, and I think that Sentinel's comp would match up really well against it, unless they're changing it up some.
Yeah, I do agree, and Sentinels are sticking to the tried and true. I would say the one benefit of running this Jet, especially against the double flash combo here, is you can sort of play outside of space and peek back into it with a dash to then escape. So I think if Demon One is playing around that, timing out the utility before pouncing, that is his chance to disrupt the combo.
NRG have to figure out how to solve the post plants here. Remember, Sentinels had a perfect defense when they debuted this comp. We'll have to see if they can do it again, as it's one more slot in Madrid between Sentinels and NRG.
Two of North America, most clouded teams are ready to duke it out. So let's go ahead and jump into the action. Make some noise for your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB Dre. Legends are made in moments like this, where there's just one match to be played and one spot up for grab at the international stage. This is what VALORANT is all about.
Yeah, and Sentinels has been trying so hard, as the desk was saying, to get to an international LAN in general, other than the ones that they're already invited to. So a lot on the line, and they looked great this entire offseason. They did everything right, but it all does come down to this one moment, going up against what is probably the most stacked team that we've seen in NA roster.
Well, I mean, this is the roster everyone was excited about when the offseason hit, and we found out that these moves are happening, that Ethan and Demon One were heading over. Everyone went nuts, and there were a lot of questions about, are they going to be able to execute? They don't have an IGL. Who's going to be the leader? Who's going to be the caller? They've gotten to this point in the tournament, again, now just one series away from achieving the international stage, but there's still so much before them. Sentinels on the attacking side, they're going to be running the Raze into the Jet combo on the other side. NRG already aggressive. The flash is out. The swing is there too, but second with the classic punches back. What can Demon One do? Trying to land onto a second. Nothing is found, but the damage has been done.
And Doug, both duelists going 2 for 0 right now, evening things up for each other.
I think there have been a lot of conversation right around Zekin, and we know the kid is nuts. He's goated. He continues to impress and continue to improve, but I think there's been this question. Now that the lights are at their brightest, now that the stage is at the biggest, how can he match up against Demon One?
Yeah,
so far, so good.
Exactly, and Demon One has been known to outshine every other duelist, and honestly, out 1v1 any other duelist in this league so far. But Zekin, he's been putting his head down, putting the work in for years to get to this point. And it looks like this A site will be free. A little bit of a retake from NRG. And this is what we saw a lot the last time they played this map.
30 seconds left.
Retake focus setups. Demon One's sitting very healthy after that confrontation.
Well, Paranoia is not going to land, but it's not going to matter. Zekken with 3 on the round. All of them with the classic. And they get the spike down. Just Demon One and Crashies left to try to save this situation.
I like that proactivity from the likes of Sen.
Is this?
There's no way.
Wait, is there a place that they can do this? They're on. It's going to get really close! Oh, no!
And Zekken puts 4 up for Sentinels on the round, but Crashy's just sticking the bomb. And how many times have we seen this NRG roster do this? They just stick the bomb. They don't care. So much faith in their team.
Is this what we're in for?
B.
Already.
It's been 1 round.
Already.
They got pushed so far into elbow, they had to spit at their feet. They couldn't contest the defuse, and it just wasn't enough.
Look at Ethan. He's like, oh, you gonna give that to us? Big mistake, huh? Big mistake out of Sentinels there.
I mean, you'd kill to have that one back, but there's no time to think it over.
Go get him.
They've invested. Yeah, they've invested into the round. You're right. Stingers and then a share for Sassy. Once again, wanting to return to the scene of the crime, investing and turning their eyes over towards A. Marv close by, though.
It looked like they wanted to flood there, but something made Marv call that off.
Yeah, think twice about
Spike planted.
And speak of the devil, the demon is here.
Already getting 2 on the round, pushing the pace and dashing forward.
He already took bomb.
I mean, you've got to check it now, right? Surely you don't fall for that again. Demon One holding the line, or at least trying to. Ethan sticking the defuse, and that's another one for NRG.
That's such a great call that you just made there. They have to check if they're on the bomb now.
Oh, absolutely.
Ever since the first round, they're going to be worried about that. Oh, is NRG sticking the bomb in a 2v3, in a 2v4? This case, they have the numbers, but look at Demon One already.
Second wasn't even his initial target.
Yeah.
Like, that was such a last-second flick.
Oh, what a great spray down from Crashies there. That was clean.
Wait, they're not really shooting back, bro.
No, they're not.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think it's a little too early to tell if they're shooting back or not, but, you know.
I mean, Zekken has so far.
Definitely.
A great start for the youngster, but it's a rough start to this round.
And remember what I was saying. Demon One's so good at isolating the opposing team's duelist every single time he plays a game. And he's so confident in taking that duel.
And then, you know, some of the mind games become a factor too, right? It's not just the fight that's happening in the server, it's what's happening outside of it, what's happening between the ears of the players. And so far for Sentinels, this is a good start, all things considered.
Look at how aggressive NRG has been playing some of these setups. Trying to take the fight into the, maybe not at the first barrier, but into those spots that Sentinels like to walk into.
Right. The second line of defense. Marv has gone exploring.
And off all that commotion, he just pushed all the way through A, like you said.
An opportunistic denial of space from the controller.
He's just gonna miss this timing, but that should give the info that they are working up mid here. Especially when this trip breaks.
Yeah, and you start to see some of the pings on the minimap too. Suspicious of where they might be.
Last player standing.
They waited too long. They waited too long. Marv not able to clean up the third. But with 42 HP, that quickly dwindles to 0. NRG up 3-0 early on Sunset.
I thought Marv for a second there wasn't gonna turn. He was looking at tiles the entire time, but just looks to his left for a brief second, gets the 2K there. Little spray down with the Spectre long range. And it's already here. Demon One snowballing off of every round. All the kills he's gotten with that Guardian. Now he already has an op in his hands. Oh, that's just so satisfying to watch.
Yeah. A great start for NRG. And again, it looks like it may continue. Demon One with the op in hand, blades in his back pocket as well.
And I really want to shout out this strategy from NRG where they're not playing for the first wave of util. They're playing for the second walk-in. And that's so important because that's just all prep work, right? They know that Sentinels likes to use the dagger to find close space, take control of areas early on. But they're playing for that second layer. And it looks like Sentinels so far is not ready for that. Let's see if there's any adaptations made from Sen to maybe save utility on the first choke.
Ult used to clear out the site. NRG respectfully giving up all the space that they need to.
That's an amazing Gecko ult, Doug.
I mean, it just created so much space. They're going to live to fight another day. Wingman should successfully get the spike down, and the crowd will cheer. Right on cue.
And not only that, but he gets to pick up the ult again.
Yeah.
So Saucy gonna use this for NRG's retake. It's quiet across the board right now.
What's the cue for NRG to go? You see some of the smoke start to come out from the controller.
They're contacting.
All the way, though? Not with second and 10s there. And again, Saucy still has his ult. Hasn't used it yet, but I think NRG might be calling it quits already.
Yeah. And I mean, I respect it. I respect it. You have an off on the board, right?
Yeah.
You want to see Demon 1 try to get an entry first. I mean, he whiffed the shot. He did get the dash out. So had he gotten that kill, maybe it would have opened up the entire site for the retake. But very clean utility out of Sentinels here to take the A site. I really like that ult from Saucy once again. Wrapping all the way around lane, going into elbow so we can pick it up again. That's huge to have for that post plant. Just the replay.
There was that off shot that you mentioned. Second and 10 did a really good job of holding the line.
Yeah, great poise from Zekin there to not peek as soon as the molly came out. He understands he can let it cook a little bit. He's not going to die right away. Try to catch him off on a timing, and that's exactly what he did. Really A control here.
There.
Little pop flash lineup for Zekin to get elbow control.
He does have his ults online.
Oh, he goes up lane.
Is there anything? Oh, the knife.
He should know.
He's
But it
got
could be anywhere.
Yeah, it's almost too big. There it is. That'll connect. Marvel's a sitting duck, had nowhere to go. Tried not to move. Ultimately, doesn't matter. Numbers advantage still in favor of Sentinels as Marv and Ethan have both fallen. Still in the hands of the duelist, but again, not really finding space, not really able to convert any of this into some room.
What a great hit from Sen. And something they struggled with the last time they played on this map was that utility on these A hits, but it looks like they're way more rehearsed now on utility, not missing anything. I think in their matchup, they didn't even have a molly lineup for the default of A, where in their previous comp with the Breach, they would always have the Breach C to clear that area out. So now I think that they went to the lab and they cooked up. Saucy might be sitting on 0 kills, 0 assists, but his util has been getting tremendous value and info.
The impact he's had on these rounds has been tremendous. And so with that, Sentinels get up to 2. They keep things competitive, they keep things close, and it seems like we may be getting a really early timeout out of the side of NRG here.
Yeah, and I think so far what we've seen from Sen is they realize that Demon 1 and NRG's game plan has been to fight that early B control at some point, right? But since NRG are not playing the initial barrier, they don't have the info on B main. So they're playing so far back that allows Sentinels to actually full hit a site and run into only one Omen, right? Crashy's had to try to get a trade, but the KO ult was perfect. Ended up being a 5v3 post plant there.
Dre, at this point in a series, a big series, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of excitement and attention to it. You get through the first couple of rounds and teams start to settle, right?
Yeah.
You kind of lose some of those like early round jitters where everything is hyped, the comps slow down a little. Is that what you think part of this timeout is here?
I think it's just to stop any momentum of Sen right now and maybe make an adaptation to what they're doing. I think that you're going to see maybe Demon 1 go a little bit more aggro here instead of playing that passive op line that we've seen him do so far. And maybe even drop the op and pop knives and do it that way, right? So if you're not running into Demon 1, you're running into somebody else with the op, and there it is.
Like Marv, perhaps?
There you go, yeah. The 1-2 combo that NRG has been setting up for, I don't know, forever, right? Even back in Ye days, right? Marv and Ye.
Right there. See if they can find any success with that op.
But look, Sen has already pinged that there might be a mid walkout here. That's really important going into this round. Maybe already having a hard read.
The blades are online. The op is currently mid. And they've got an early pit invested A main.
Beautiful dagger gets all the info for Sen. They're aware now that this Jet was trying to go for the walkout mid, so a very, very hard read.
What they don't know, though, is that it's Marv who has the op, and they don't know where he is.
Very true.
Oh, they know now. Just narrowly missing. Yeah. I mean, the tiniest of pixels, the difference there.
Look, they just reset here, go to B main, but NRG should be aware that they saw multiple bodies crossing off of that one op shot.
I think what they
That's
don't...
all you see, look at the minimap.
Yeah, what I think they don't know is if the hit's going to be split through mid or not, because they just dropped a one-way back in spawn. They have to respect that. Start to see some of the flashes come through with the nades. Roomba on the way out, Dizzy.
Oh, he got knifed!
Now they have a paranoia. They're going to have to navigate around as well. Starting to make their way forward. Second on the first, the flash. There's the blades, but they're no longer around for this world. Sentinels finding everything they could possibly want. And another situation where we're just calling the save.
Save plan.
I mean, the money is just going to continue to abound for Sentinels if this persists.
Yeah. And to be fair, I mean, there's not much you can do with an op and one rifle on a retake and a 2v4.
Yeah.
Sentinel's doing a great job of picking the right site off the contact that they did. And that second dagger, Zelsis, gotta shout him out right now. Getting massive value with his dagger so far. He basically made Demon 1 useless this entire round. I mean, he got knifed twice in a row. Ethan got caught out there, maybe thinking that his team was gonna flood a little bit faster.
They're hunting these weapons. I mean, it's...
As they should.
It's primarily just Zelsis who's going to be the closest. But can they get there in time? No. So the op and the rifle will be carried into the next. And it'll be surrounded by a couple of other weapons that are purchased. The op goes back into the hands of Demon 1. And we get to look at that play one more time. Good night, that's so close.
And it's shots like that, missed shots like that, that is the difference between winning and losing a round, right?
Oh, for sure.
That one kill could have been so impactful. Here we go again from NRG, setting up for early mid aggression. Is Sentinel aware this time though?
Crash clears.
I really like that he breaks the dagger there.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna make Sentinels overthink here and potentially have to use more utility to clear it. But maybe that Omen smoke was a giveaway that no one's pushed up.
No info on the other side. The orb up for grabs. Oh, one again. Just a little short.
Oh, he had a second chance!
He legged him.
Clips him through the wall.
25 HP for the initiator.
But look at how much info NRG has here. They have him pinched.
Yeah, I mean, they can't get out. They've lost all mid control. The only place they could really go is through spawn.
And this hit has to be clean from Sen.
Second has gotten out a little bit, but keep a close eye on Ethan. He's tugged, and I don't think they know that Ethan's there. He finds two with the Sheriff. Crashes with another. Saucy left alone. He's flashed. He's peppered. He's done.
What a crossfire, and you saw it. Sen investing so much utility to try to push Demon 1 off the op line, but that opens up the play for Crashies to get trays, for Ethan to have a crossfire with him. And he even took out the Gecko plant, so nobody could play in the main. Look at these shots. As the cage is coming up.
That first one is
He's
nuts.
nutty.
Good fucking comp.
Both teams just vibing right now. Zekin sitting at 10-4.
Satcheling forward and continuing to push the pace.
Look at how fast he takes control of
That's
that.
really close. Whoa, he got him anyway!
This would be ridiculous.
I know exactly.
How does he get away with that? Massive numbers advantage for NRG. Oh, still a 3v1. Zelsis with Spike in tow. Two members of NRG on the other side. And he doesn't drop a single one.
Wow.
I thought the Gecko ult was going to tag him. I mean, right around the corner.
And this is what makes Demon 1 separate from the pack of other duelists. Like these split-second decisions where he just goes for that peek, lands the shot, and then also updrafts the actual Gecko ult. It's so crazy to watch this guy do these plays.
It's like he's playing a different game. He's just on his own. He's doing his own thing.
Confident. Always disrupting the hits. That's what you constantly have to be worried about when you're playing against this guy. And it's just so confusing because NRG conditioned from the start of the rounds that Demon 1 wasn't going to go so aggressive in the beginning. So when he finally actually does it, it works so well. all these little mind games being played right off pistol round. And Sen here just trying to slow things down. You know, Kaplan trying to keep his team in the game.
We'll see where they go from here. Again, a 2-round deficit for Sentinels. The attacking side, they've shown some really cool ideas. Zekin has played very well to start this map. It's been more by committee on the other side of the stage.
Definitely. I do want to point out that Sen did struggle pretty hard on the attacking side last time around they played this map, but their defense was immaculate. So I think just a couple more rounds for them, they'll be very confident going into defense with how they played it previously.
I think historically this map has been really good for them. They've lost it, what, once?
Yeah.
Including the offseason and all that stuff. I think they've only dropped this map one time, so they're obviously very comfortable in it.
And on 2 different comps. Making NRG have to prep for 2 comps is huge. It's a lot easier just to prep for 1, right?
For sure. When you know what's on the other side, when you know what to prepare for, it certainly simplifies the job.
I think Sen soon will realize that this is a retake setup on the A site.
The trip was just high enough that, he's gonna get too far up. Victor playing his position beautifully. Mark once again on the flank. Ethan's there to help, but they've got a trip keeping him at bay for now. No knife to bring it down or anything like that. They're gonna have to clear it. Maybe Mark jumps over it. Oh, I like that. It's just a dog. I don't know that they're gonna be expecting a second. Now they know the paranoia tagging onto John.
What a great counter flash from Tens.
Marv trying to keep them back. The spike ticking away. Meanwhile, a fight ensues on 2 fronts as the spike continues to get encroached upon. Demon one's out, but now he's dead. Marv falls too. That's another round for Sentinels.
Heads up awareness from the side of Sen on that flank. Tens was sitting on default and actually still Omen flashed A main for his teammates. Counter flashed. It was actually beautiful. This replay, this trade. It's actually a miracle Victor got that.
Yeah.
But Tens played this spot so great. Playing that counter flash and just keep staying tucked there. Jordan, Zelsis, pop flashing right after that. Understanding that the defending team has to walk into that space. That allows John QT and him to double swing.
Dizzy's down.
So Sen right now,
I got you.
doing what they're supposed to be doing, winning based off of the utility that they're throwing. It's great.
Oh, the defensive side has taken a fair amount of space mid here. Marv and Demon One both past that mid smoke. Tens perhaps getting a little too curious. Sassy might as well. Nothing to clear it. That feels like a mistake. I don't know if Marv was looking tiles or what, but Dizzy wasn't cleared and Demon One pays for it with his life.
So smart from Sen to pick up that Gecko flash. Oh my gosh, but look at this. He saw him walking to B main.
I think he did.
But he didn't see if there's other people in there, so...
Oh, he saw that now.
Saw him.
Oh, he's gonna go hunting.
Did the dog hit? It did!
Celsius has no idea. There's no way he knows.
Wow.
So they've gotten the prize they were looking for. They managed to get to their prey, but the rest of the play is on the other side of the map.
30 seconds
And they still have the trips up from Victor. He has his ult online too.
What kind of post plant, Doug, is Sen gonna do here?
I'd love if Zekin stays up there. They play a little high-low if you're Sentinels, but he drops down. Ten's waiting with paranoia in hand for just the right moment to strike. There it is. They both go right through each other. Ethan got tagged and Zekin's the one who falls. Trying to continue to funnel out from the side as Victor plays his life, plays his time, waits for the right moment to strike. And it might all be too late. He's left alone. Creeping forward with 3 before him. 1 falls, but we're tied at 5.
Wow. And Sentinels right now at this A site post plant looking so clean. I think they have a good read of how NRG likes to play this map, Doug. Based off of how they're playing these post plants. You saw in the beginning post plant that they did, it was aggression towards that CT spawn area. Now just playing crossfires onto the site. understanding that Energy has been trying to contact in this lane area and punishing them for this.
It was fired up. Into the next round we go. Ethan has a stinger. The rifle's in an op. The rest of the way for NRG.
I mean, and you see the respect that Sen is giving Demon 1 right now. As they should, to not be punished by how he's been playing. Wow.
My ultimate is ready.
This time they're finding the op on the opposite side of the map in the hands of someone else who's just as formidable with it.
Masking the off presence.
Is that his third ult of the half? I think it is.
It might be.
Yeah, I think it is, and Marv gets tagged. He should be safe for now.
Oh, the Molly just misses.
Yeah, just a bit short.
Looks like they're gonna have to find a lineup for that now too.
Victor's still playing on the site. He hasn't been cleared out. You wonder here what the flood is. Maybe off of the Dizzy. Maybe off of the paranoia from Tens, but yeah, you're right, no smokes. Vic's still alive. He's a nuisance. He's got to be dealt with. He has to be cleared. JeanQT tries to and continues to push forward.
30 seconds left.
But you haven't checked this box. What might be the most difficult one to clear because Crashies is covering on the other side. Zelsis and JeanQT left alone, and it's all onto the leader now. 12 HP in the face of 3. None found.
Wow. Victor just a menace on this A site.
Last round.
He was actually finessing so hard there. So aware of all the possibilities. Not getting caught out by the spam either, then holding a little off angle there.
Well, I think good on NRG too to understand, like, you're going to have to cover for him. They have to push really aggressively to clear him out of behind Jenny.
And also, just from the start of the round from NRG, masking the off presence, right?
Yeah, yep.
Demon 1 on, he got hit by that dagger on purpose. He wanted Sen to know that he was there. So that opens up the kill from Marv.
And they continue to juggle this op around, once again in the hands of Marv.
Look at this. Oh, did he see him?
No. No. Oh, but they know he's there now.
Oh my gosh.
And Second just destroys him. They've invested the ult. They're going to head B. Crashies is here, though. And Ethan's not far off. And they've kind of been split up.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a whiff like that from Demon 1.
Is he? Okay. I would have lost my mind.
Not with an op, surely.
Cover going out.
You've seen crazier things.
Sen playing a full post plant. Something I want to point out is that Tens has been holding on to his Omen Flash. And speaking of Tens, just takes Victor's head clean off.
3 left up for the defense. As the timer continues to tick away, there's that paranoia. A tap from Ethan and the molly at his feet. Didn't get it to half. They're going to have to win these gunfights because they know now that it's not being stuck. Ethan, halfway there. 3/4, 90%. He's going to stick it, and he does!
Closing off the half, how they started.
Bookended the fuses like that. That's nuts.
That's crazy. Stealing that one away was NRG. Very, very clean from both sides, but 5 rounds for Sen, based off of how they played the last time they played defense. You gotta think that they're feeling very confident going into this next half.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for confidence here. As we close out this first half, a 7-5 lead in favor of NRG, but Sentinels kept it close. They kept it competitive. And I feel like we're in for a fight, Dre. I feel like we're in a fight, a good one. We're gonna throw it down to Ender, who's standing by at the telestrator with a little something cooked up for us.
Let's preview the next half by checking out Sentinel's perfect defensive half versus G2, and it comes with the power of their retakes. In this situation, all 5 coming through shop, which is almost unheard of, but their utility, especially Zelsis and Saucy, is just simply ridiculous. How they combo it, not with each other, but with their self. Let's check this out. Give me just a second on this one. Okay, focus on Zelsis first. We've got a knife killing the site. We've got a blast hitting behind slant, forcing someone off the angle. We've also got a flash in a second that's gonna come and ding the Viper. All right, move on to the Gecko. We've got a Dizzy coming over the top, which is going to blind this player in Leaf, and also a Mosh that's about to hit right there, and I'll explain that in a second. Here comes the Mosh on down right there. Mosh lands here, and what it does, because they're all 5 coming through shop, they're effectively ceding control back here, so G2 could push that space. Mosh means they're forced behind that wall, and they can't support these poor little players. There's a dude back there, trust me, on site, it's over for them. So, for NRG, how do they call around that? First idea is, well, they could put like an Omen smoke or some kind of smoke with a hat on it on site, and they can hide inside of that so they don't get blasted by the Dizzy over the top. They could also call their mid-rounding into it as well when they want to take control through mid. If you pinch into the site this way, you have control back there, and you force Sentinels to fight you in these locations. It's much harder, right? And you stop them from setting up for that perfect retake. The other option is you need to push for CT control yourself. But as we saw with G2, no flashes is tough. They only have 2 on the Sky and 1 on the Omen. How are you going to make that happen if you have to use it in a hit? I don't know. Let's get back to the game.
Thank you so much, Ender. A perfect foreshadowing of what may be ahead of us as we turn things around and as we see how Energy fills out the attacking side. You were mentioning, Dre, a little bit about how you felt like, given the history for Sentinels, a 7-5 half kind of feels okay.
Yeah, and yeah, they were so solid, just like Ender said, on these retakes, which I think is the name of the game for both these teams. Great IGLing from both sides.
They're playing in the smokes, Dizzy over the top, the KO flash there too, and now they'd erupt. How much more can they find? Victor and Ethan keeping them at bay. In the face of the knife, they find another. Just when it looked like they were going to find success everywhere across the map, Tens is there to counter. Just a bit. Is he going to find more? Oh, spamming through the smoke, but they don't turn.
Low.
Mark is just on the other side. Ghost puts him away. Now John QT in a 1v3. All of them weak. All of them tagged. The smokes refresh. And the timing's just so he doesn't see him. John QT with 1. But the double face is a little bit too much.
What was a clean shot from John? Gets counterpicked from Victor. But yeah, that fight, kind of like NRG's defense, honestly, but way more aggressive. And you see the prep work from both teams now coming through. Both teams have such a good read on each other. I feel like going into this half for NRG, I think they're going to try to find sites that John is playing retake at and just trying to abuse that, much like how Sentinels was trying to find Victor. Where's Victor playing? He's playing retake most of the time. Let's go to the post plants, go to the retakes.
Early space denied once more.
NRG. I think they should be aware that Sentinels does like to put these trap plays onto the B area. And that's why you see them taking mid. And honestly, this was the bread and butter of the last time they played. It was getting Demon 1 set up, trying to take 1v1s into mid or market area. And that's why this team plays the Jet instead of the Raze. They want to have Demon 1 try to get that pick and then dash out.
Interesting decision was just made there by Sentinels. They fed the orb. It could have gone into Sazi's hands, second hands, or Zelsis's hands, and they put it in towards Zekken, who's now the closest to having his ult online.
And they might make it here in time for this hit. NRG not taking their timing, not taking the window. I think Sen have a hard read that it was a faint smoke in mid. And look at this, they're gonna have all 5 players here. A 5-on-5.
They were all so quiet. John QT falls. Crashy's pushing forward. The flash on the other side of the wall is going to cause disarray across the site. Celsius will not be around for long as NRG get another.
What a sick Viper wall, Doug. It splits the site in half. So not only does it allow you to walk up A main for free off of contact and take that elbow control, but it allows you to walk onto site and clear the default box.
Yeah.
And that's so important because we saw Victor even just there finessing, right?
Exactly. There you see that wall. And it was Crashy, I believe it was Crashy, who funneled in behind the wall as soon as they had that early contact. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
Very good game planning around the comp that they have because they don't have all this utility to clear these tight corners and these places that people can be hiding behind, right? And so they have to walk into spaces like that, and having that wall cut off CT is so crucial to do that. And again, a very slow round from NRG. It's really taking their time. Look at this Viper wall for the B split.
Almost identical in concept to what they were doing on the other side, but this time they've run into tens. Ultimately meeting his death, but he's already gotten so much value. John trying to turn the flash, the clip runs dry, and Demon's there to greet him.
I don't think he's gonna pick this Phantom up. I think he's gonna stay on the Guardian.
I mean, when you're that good with it.
Yeah. I don't think he likes the Phantom very much, Doug. Great molly.
Yeah, they've just been a couple of threats. Ethan's tapped the spike twice, daring and beckoning any challenge from the opposition. And now Demon One hold the line.
Second.
Oh, the timing was perfect. Ethan in a 1v3 with the Guardian, and Zekin dismisses him.
And for a second there, I was kind of worried. You know, when Zelsis mollied the default box and made Demon One go wide, I thought that's what they wanted. I thought they wanted to punish him.
Sure.
But they're like, nah, forget that. We already have a win con of Zekin flanking that entire round. Why even give a chance to Demon One? So you can tell the respect that they have for this player, as they should. And it's honestly helped them in so many rounds.
Let's go, boys. Good job. Nice round, Tyson. Let's go, baby. Every round.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
16 and 11 for Zekin.
Yeah.
All these questions about experience and can you handle the biggest stages, the biggest moments so far. I mean, he's answered the call and he's done so quite admirably.
Yeah, this entire offseason was meant for him to basically get that experience on LAN and everything. Take him over the edge. I don't think Victor knows that Tens is here.
Shadows traveling.
This is a crazy timing. Maybe a hard read from Sen, understanding that Vic likes to throw this cam. Oh, the footstep was made.
Yeah, I heard that.
In and out. Just like that. And he's been heating up, Doug.
Like a thief in the night. You've got to cover John here. Gets out of the cam, feeling some of the pressure.
Oh, that smoke needs to go up. Just in time.
There's no flash on the other side of this, so maybe they double face? Or they just hold in the smoke?
I think John is aware. Will the mid players from NRG get first contact is the question.
They just seem so far away. No, it's Vic who's creeping forward. The contact
Vic
out.
sees his elbow, Doug.
I don't know that he did. John QT toggling the camera, now spotting Demon One. And now they know something is afoot. Both of them spotted. They've got trips, they have cams, the paranoia's gonna connect, but is there a punish? Is there something to capitalize on it? Yes.
Everyone hiding.
Leader invests the ult, but Crashies is got behind enemy lines. Can he find any more value? No. Getting in, getting his kill, then quickly taking a step back. Marvin Crashies into 2v5 with 13 seconds left. The Spike still not in a comfortable spot as they crumble. A flawless round for Sentinels as they punch back.
That was so clean, Doug. Everybody jiggling, so hyper aware of every gap that was there and having crossfires on every gap. That was a flawless round to the T. From the start of Tens just understanding the default cam of Victor and outplaying it. The little micro play like that gets you that first blood on the initiator, and then that causes energy to have to contact everywhere.
Yeah, it's huge.
I just want to point out that, like, Tyson right now, Tens, I mean, everybody knows is by Tyson, right? He's been dominating these last couple rounds. Like, he is really heating up. I can tell by his aim, too. He's got that little crackness back into him. Sen is the script.
I mean, it might be.
Oh, my gosh.
A 2-round lead for NRG. They're the ones who call a timeout, perhaps feeling the situation slip from their grasps.
Yeah, they still have a lead here, but it's definitely getting a little uncomfortable with how these last 2 rounds have gone for the Wave Sen. And just great setups. And honestly, all off of John there on default, playing that corner so well. Jiggling sight, jiggling his wrap. And pretty much just staying alive. Yeah, like he probably could have committed on that Demon One shot, right? But the difference is he knows the 100% win play, right? Which is just sit in the back there and just stay alive for as long as he can, wait for the rotates. Ten's Omen flashes have been killing it.
I mean, they've been on point.
Yeah,
they've been perfect.
They've been killing it. And he's been holding on to them. It's something that's very interesting. Maybe a little game plan read or something. Because even on the attacking side, he was holding on to it for the post plant. wasn't even using it for the initial hit.
It's that same Viper wall out from NRG that we were talking about earlier. They've taken a lot of space mid, though. The buy is lackluster, but the space they've taken so far could prove to be the difference maker. Waiting on the other side of the Tribs, also throwing a little shoulder, showing a little skin, and then backing right on up.
That allows space for the 8 players to walk up here.
Saucy's there to greet on the other side. Meanwhile, 10's got the best of Marved. Saucy with 3 on the round. He's got another ult on mine.
And Zekin just running in there, but didn't have a target because Saucy just went nuts.
Yeah, they cleaned him up before he had a chance to fire the thing.
He hit a clip right there, and he's been relatively quiet in terms of firepower all game. So for him to be waking up at such a crucial time, it's very important going forward. And kind of dangerous from the likes of NRG now. Wow.
Big play out from Saucy. And the lead continues to dwindle away. Just one now. 1 round separating these 2 squads.
What? He's in the flow state right now.
The man has ascended.
That's why he's a part of this roster. Small little things like that, just understanding timings. And it works out for him this time.
And they have the luxury, too, of having such a big advantage with so much time left on the round. I mean, they can still play the map however they want.
Yeah, getting rid of that Viper lurk, they don't have to worry about this at all.
Right,
just
exactly.
contact here. You'll probably see Saucy just jiggling this, but the main fight is actually going to happen here in Market.
10's is close. He has a paranoia. You imagine as soon as that trip goes down.
They should be ready for this.
Yeah, I think they're aware.
Great knife. Oh, it's broken though.
A better reaction. What are they trying to draw out of here? That's going to be a lot of info gained from Marv, yeah.
What do they do off of this though?
And NRG are playing this so carefully.
30 seconds left.
So quietly, so cautiously.
10's is ahead of the cage.
Demon 1 pushing forward. 10's falls. Neural theft used. Wow. Dude, they were down in numbers and they snatched this thing right back.
Spike planted. Last player
Marv was there to
standing.
greet. Saucy unaware. No real chance to fight back.
I mean, what great mid-rounding from NRG.
Without Viper.
Yeah.
Without the lurk.
Putting doubt in the minds of Sen. Off of that top mid smoke, yeah, they did have a cam that was holding that space the entire time, but the fact that they put so much pressure on that B area, John had to get off of that cam. And that opened up the gap for Jimmy Marv to come all the way back around top mid and catch that timing off the B main contact.
And to hold, yeah.
And I just real quick, I gotta say, yeah, Tyson's been feeling himself the last couple of rounds, but I think that kind of got to his head here because for some reason he took a timing in front of those cages that Victor threw and ultimately gave Victor a 1v1, and him dying there, that was a disaster. That opened up the entire map.
Take a look at that. We'll take a look at that opening kill one more time. Ultimately irrelevant in how things played out. I also love the little hezzy that NRG threw in there once they hit Market.
Yeah, cutting noise.
Just pausing for half a second. I mean, it wasn't very long, but it was just enough to cause problems.
Yeah, and since Sen gave the A main line, they had no info on whether or not NRG was going back. So just that whole pause, just letting it cook in the brain of Sen, makes people move, makes people worried about different things. He gets off a cam. Another slow round here from NRG.
Just one gun fired.
He should understand from the audio cue that more than one person was seen by that though. But nobody moving from the likes of Sen.
Crashies is 1 point away from having his ult online.
This is a new Viper wall, by the way.
Yeah, it is a little bit different. The angle is, isn't it?
This is just to take all of sight.
The flash. Taking a little bit of info. Oh! But 10's again.
He commits there. He did such a great job getting the one.
I've dropped the spike.
If he would have just gotten out, had a 5v4 with Omen Flash, perhaps.
Now they're going to have to deal with this pit. The one benefit, though, for Sentinels is that they have the Gecko ult. And that's a perfect thing to try to clear out something like this.
Oh, this is perfect.
We'll see if it can find value. It's going to tag him. Do they flood, though? Do they capitalize in on this window as Mar pushes forward, expecting the aggression? The pick gets dropped. How much more can they find? They're trying to flash out and funnel through the utility. A 3v3, Jonky T, 1 HP as he falls. Zelsis left alone, 16 HP in a 1v2.
Wow.
Tries to get a free one in the spam, and it's just not going to be found.
Marv, so clutch for this team. Understands that he has to push up there. He has to try to take out anybody walking into that Viper's pit, because if he didn't, Crashies is just dead, and it opens up the entire retake for Sentinels.
I think the other thing, too, is Marv's understanding of the timing on that.
Exactly.
No, the pit went up, Crashies got tagged, and there was still just a slight delay before he dropped back down off that box and challenged the pit.
Perfect timing. He understood that the molly from Crashies was there at first. He didn't want to drop right away. And he's 17 and 12 right now. Really taking over.
Cover going out.
A 3-round lead. It was down to 1, but NRG have found a second lease at life.
I like this from NRG. These slow rounds. Not trying to get caught by anything aggro. They don't want the round to end in the first, 15 seconds, which when you're up against the likes of these shooters on Sentinels, it can really happen that fast.
And that's really been their approach the entire half.
Yeah.
Right? Meticulously dissecting and devouring everything the defense is showing. I will say here for Sentinels, they've taken a lot of space A main. There's just a trip keeping them back. But Second finds the opener.
Down mid.
Great response from Crashies.
Fast trade. You see the hours of otter view going in to these games. Against other teams, maybe Sentinels would break that trip, but this time, staying there, not breaking it, understanding that energy likes to rewalk into space.
Saucy.
Usually Zekin in those scenarios just blast packs out. So again, I just feel like Sen is making these small mistakes of staying in for too long.
Saucy can get a lot here. If he tucks, the first is found, the second does too.
Omen flash right off of that.
And the Dizzy.
Oh, this guy's...
Yeah, he's... well, it's Demon 1. He gets his first.
Isn't that funny?
10 seconds left, though. A flash in his face, a spike in hand, but just no room allotted, no space found. They continue to swarm and pursue him from every single angle.
And what was that volley? But they really throw the whole kitchen at Demon 1.
You have to.
You can tell they don't want him to get anything going, not even at 3K. They want a one and done.
Yeah,
they want to trade him instantly.
And I think it can be looked at two ways, right? Like one of them is, oh, respect, and Demon 1 is, great, and all those fundamentally true. But I think we can consider the other side of it as well. Is that's just the intelligent way to play around him.
Yeah,
right.
Especially in this comp too.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
This comp is meant for lurks. It's meant for contact plays. And here comes aggression here. A change of pace from NRG, but the knife initial reaction slows down the entire push.
And the Dizzy from Atonish. Second was there on the swing. The timing is gorgeous. Oh, Sentinels are not done yet.
Shadows traveling.
Refusing to relent on Sunset. Marv, Ethan, and Victor are left alone.
These are the dangerous rounds from NRG.
That is true. They have 2 rifles, too.
Yeah, when sound is cut and nothing is being shown, they just finesse their way. Look, they're sitting behind the chip. They break it. Now what? What's the next reaction? That's Victor coming out.
There's still one more on site.
And John was here last time.
And he's alone. And there's help maybe around the corner via Celsius. He's just now finally starting to arrive, but the leader's overwhelmed. Now weapons upgraded. All 3 of the members of NRG have rifles. They haven't committed to getting the spike down quite yet. Celsius popping the ult, Ethan committing to the plant, and it looks like it's for main.
Spike planted.
They don't have any post-plant utility.
So patient on this retake. This Sen.
But is the patience going to be their downfall? Is it going to be too much? Second with the first. Color me shocked. Second with the third on the round, and Celsius gets it back. Danger and disaster avoided.
And man, NRG almost brought that round back. I set it up perfectly. They're so dangerous. in the rounds where the sound is just cut. When they put down in the minds of Sen, but Sen just going back to their fundamental play style of playing the retakes on this map when they're up numbers. And this time closing it out, and I think Marv in that scenario, he got jump spotted by Zek in there, but still stayed on the angle. Gets punished. Still such a close game. Anybody could take this away.
Zeknez his ult. Off of the paranoia! He doesn't get it off! The fuse is extinguished! And the payload isn't delivered. An early attempt at a strike at aggression from the defense. It's instantly popped.
Demon One was the one that got punished in the previous round with his ult out. This time clapping back.
I know exactly where you are.
And again, Dre, the DNA is the same. They cut noise, instilling just the tiniest fragment of doubt, creeping into the minds of the defense. They have to play elbow because of that Viper wall. Sassy can't give up the space, and he's gone aggressive. He's ahead of it!
Wow.
And he's punished for it. Another one down.
Crashies is playing this perfectly right now.
Tens is in a really good spot, though, but Crashies, you wonder if he's aware. Oh, the timing's so good! Tens continues to push forward, but with Amali at his feet, ultimately cannot persist.
Spike planted.
Celsius and John left alone. There is a challenge from behind the box as the wall goes up.
Oh, this wall is so good. He gets out.
I thought he was going to hit that shot. Celsius now flashed. Decayed. Paranoid.
It's not planted for them, though.
They still have so much time. There's nothing keeping him back. He's gotten it to half. That's all it's going to be. Crashies will through on the round with the shorty. NRG gets a map point.
Match point.
So clean from Crashies. And Demon One to open it up like this.
Wow.
Party's over.
Dude, Marv was out of there. He's like, I'm leaving. Good luck.
And honestly, if Demon One doesn't hit that shot, his dash was not primed and ready there.
Yeah, he was done. But not only to hit it, but also to hit it before it goes off, so it's not a 1-for-1. It's just insane.
He's so confident in those moments. Those millisecond timings where it's make it or break it. And that's why he is a champion. NRG now. Match point. They have really good ults coming up online. Crashy is getting his Viper Pit. I think you're going to have to see Sen playing more aggressive in these mains on this round, but will NRG read into it? Because they understand that once that...
Yeah, keep your super serious thought.
That thing is disturbing, bro. That thing freaks me out, man.
Continue what you were saying.
But if this Viper Pit goes down, I mean, that could be the nail in the coffin.
Right.
For Sentinels, this map.
Oh, and it looks heavy, eh?
NRG, I think they understand that this A site has been played on retake quite a bit of rounds.
Also, keep an eye on Marv's ult. He's been so aggressive with his TPs. Demon One already falling. I love what they tried doing there. There was a deep smoke into B main in the spawn and the TP to perhaps suggest that's where he was going.
But Celsius's knife just denied all of that. He actually canceled the Omen ult as well.
Cage triggered.
Sendals with the numbers advantage.
And they get the pit down. Crashy's getting healed up, but not to full.
And he still doesn't have it. Marv just tucked.
Not
from here! Oh, every single shot misses! And Zekin doesn't. Sentinels just continue to push forward.
Wait.
Crashies and Vic left alone.
The duo.
Against the trio of Sentinels on the other side. It's fallen to one. And Tens gets two more.
Life for Sentinels. All off of Celsius's knife. There was no smoke that was able to come out lane here. And that gets Demon One to be punished, losing the 1v1 against Celsius.
One enemy remaining.
And that was that retake that, yeah, that was that retake that Ender was talking about.
Yeah.
With the Gecko Flash over the top. So NRG, no answer for that when they were down numbers. Everything riding onto this round. And Marv sitting on a stinger. They gotta set Crashies up.
You just don't have any guns, bro. Ethan is a classic.
Keep in mind that the dagger did just hit Crashies here, so they are aware.
Poison orb emitting.
Crashy started on the side of the map. What's the reaction from NRG? Just still cutting noise. Putting doubt in the minds of Sen.
I mean, their approach does not change.
Here we go, they're starting to gear up. Walking towards that B site, but I like this proactivity from Sen. This should give them the info that this will be a B hit. And I just gotta say, the IGLing from both teams so far has been immaculate.
Oh, it's been a treat to watch.
They've always, it seems like they always pick the right side.
First trip cleared, the dog went all the way around the pillar! Tens does it again! Intense on OT! But can they counter? No! Tens with 4! Second gets the last! OT on the cards!
Was that all ADS?
It looked like it, the 3K? Yeah, it looked like it.
I'm flabbergasted right now, Doug.
Survived obliteration. I will survive them.
What a beast, man!
And the crowd comes to life.
I mean, that's the Tens we know. That's the Tens we love.
That's vintage Tens.
What is this? Oh my gosh! It's like his bullets just have like a magnet on everybody's head.
And that was to force OT.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets picked there. Map's probably over.
Single-handedly takes out 3 members and the Viper ult, which was so crucial for NRG to win that round. Momentum in the hands of Sen right now after that.
But OT means a chance to reset. An op in the hands of Demon One. And it doesn't look like there's a challenge early.
These passive lines that Demon One has been playing all game long. Makes you think maybe reading a little too much into it.
Fix here. The Cam's gonna feel a lot of the pressure. He's gotta tuck tail and try to get away. But Zekin's gone hunting! Victor's there with 2!
Spike down A.
The tandem falls, crumbles at the feet of Victor, and Demon One finds value at the op. What can they do to counter? Tens and Celsius. Spike not in hand, position surrounded.
This kill on Demon One would be everything.
Player standing. Spike down A.
As I say that, Crash, he's just one tap Celsius.
NRG take the lead back.
Victor going huge there. He had to win that
Switching
1v1
sides.
on second.
Yeah.
Match point.
Jumping the gun a little too early was the youngin. NRG won the round and they're the ones that take the time out, so really trying to make the Sentinels players soak into that moment of the round that they just lost. And perhaps trying to cook up a hard read here.
And you imagine maybe the conversation is going back to the second half of regulation, right? Where things kind of got away from him a little bit. Maybe that's what he's trying to address. But one round away from taking Sunset is NRG with this timeout called. I mean, everything is up for grabs.
This is Sentinel's map pick, so for NRG, if they're gonna take this one away, they're feeling very confident going into the rest of the maps in the series.
Hey, they've only lost it once.
Yeah.
And it was to Paper X, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, with the comp that they're actually playing right now.
Round A.
You take a look at some of the highlight moments from that previous round. That's disgusting.
See ya.
That's just gross.
Little pixel. All he saw was the tip of his head. Nice shot. And I don't think we're going to see anything different here from NRG. I think we're going to see another slow default.
But that's a different wall. A wall after Crash, he's sectioning off mid, going deep into their spawn.
Suppressed. There.
Crash is getting hit on purpose there. It's sad, not even worried about it. Just complete retake on that side of the map.
I mean, look, yeah, and also they're investing 3 to hold the middle of the map. They have to respect the wall. They have to respect the possibility of a flash on the other side of it and the deep push mid.
NRG really cooked with this, keeping 2-3 players in mid with just this one wall.
And dude, the mind games continue. Marv just smoked
insane.
market. There's nobody there.
All signs leading to top mid, but we've seen Tyson here before. This time not on top of the box.
Shadows traveling.
He's got 2 trips to play off of.
They must know now. Oh, what's afoot? 10's waiting on the other side of the smoke. No! Victor drops him. John going exploring.
Here. He had the moment, not clutch this time though.
Flash deep into spawn. The spike committed.
Oh, a spam kill. Did he hit the trip?
May have. Ethan flash. He's got 2-3 flashes in his face. Now Zekin's there. Numbers in favor of Sentinels.
Oh my gosh. But look at
Marv just on the flank.
The rewrap, Doug.
But is it going to take too long? I mean, the onus here is on Sentinels. They have to take some space. They have to do something about it here.
Oh, the Gecko's
Wingman got half. Wingman
standing.
gets you so close, but can Marv get a 1v3? He's going to have to finish it on his own, and he can't. We're going again.
Wow. What great utility from Sentinels there.
Switching sides.
Punishing anybody that was still on the site, getting a spam kill on the Crashies.
We feeling good? Hope so, hope so.
Ethan, he couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, he had no choice, man.
There was a nade behind him. He had to run into the flash. From Saucy. Poor guy, he's full blind. And that's where you see the Gecko just get so much value, right? On these retakes. Having the Dizzy defuse the bomb. Tap the bomb, right? So that you have 4 guns just holding.
Fighting, yeah. And so double OT on the cards. These 2 teams, it's just been the first map, but they're really pushing each other.
That flash made contact with Crashies, but Crashies is so deep in mid that I think that Sentinels now might have to overthink this and use another layer of utility to clear out close mid. So I think you will see the second flash in mid perhaps, off the cooldown. It's just silence across the board. No one really showing any early aggression anywhere.
No, I think there's a real good chance they wait here and regroup B for Zelsis to get his knife back online, and then they go.
This is what I was talking about, the great IGLing from both sides. Always picking the site with less numbers. These IGLs have a hard read on the game right now, especially when they're on attack.
Start to see some of the flashes out.
Oh,
both of them through. And look at Marv! He's up top! Right where Thames was a few rounds ago. They managed to get the spike down, though. Zekin has fallen. NRG with numbers. And there's no late flank, at least yet. Look at Sentinels. They're not wanting to play off site. I mean, they can't because of the Viper Wall. They have to play on site.
Great Omen flash.
Buys a little bit of time. The dash is forward, out onto their left. Ten's trying to hold him back, and he can't.
Player standing.
It's all on to Zelsis. A 1v2. Jumping up on top of the box, creeping forward. Timing.
Demon 1.
Huge. Zelsis cannot convert. NRG with the lead again.
Look at both teams are so good at retaking. These post plants are what's making the difference.
Switching
and
sides.
Also just Marv there.
Match point.
Understanding that he just needs to get his 1 and get out to set up that amazing retake potential that they have. Both these teams so far so evenly matched. But NRG, match point once again.
This is what, the 3rd time now?
Yeah.
They've had this opportunity.
And they're doing this mid wall again, it looks like. This time, do they actually use it, is the question. Maybe a mid to A.
Oh, it seems like they want to. Oh! I think he was a little behind the flash, just a little late.
Trying to find a timing, maybe thinking that he had a hard read on the setup from Sentinels in mid. A bit of a gamble, but you know what? When you're in the driver's seat like this, you know, sometimes you got to go for plays like that to try to win, you know?
I think part of that goes to how they showed how they played around this wall in the previous OT.
Yeah.
Previously, it was a threat. Maybe just banking on the fact that they might not believe.
how does this guy just keep finding these timings?
How far up does he go?
By the way, Victor has been an absolute freak on this B side of the map, walking into space.
Yeah, he's been a proper menace. Gunfire erupts, his bodies fall on both sides.
This is this slow mid round again. But that peak right there will be the read that this will be another one of those slow rounds where they end B.
That knife tagged both. Wow, Vic with a lot to do and he can't find any.
That was huge.
Sentinels with the numbers advantage. And the very likely possibility of another round of OT. Oh. Molly soaring over the sky. Marv getting spammed through the smoke. Ethan left alone. And he will ultimately succumb to the pressure.
Triple overtime.
And honestly, it hasn't been close. I mean, NRG have had map point a couple of times, but it never really feels like they're a kill away. It's been pretty decisive.
Sen was so confident there to give all of B. And it's kind of like a mind game, you know, like Victor has all that B space, so it kind of makes you want to end B. But Sentinels was aware, Tyson was aware that he could be in sight that entire time. Just great control of emotions and not overheating this time.
I feel bad. That guy keeps getting beat up, man. I feel bad for him.
And another pause here. Timeout for Sen this time. What can they cook up in this round? How deep is the playbook? And honestly, Sen has played so many matches this year, this offseason.
On this map.
Yeah. So they actually could pull out a playbook from another comp if they want. Try to make it work.
Again, every time a team has had map point, it's been for NRG. It's never really been Sentinels who have had the advantage. Kaplan conversing with the boys, seeing if there's a change in pace this time around.
I just want to briefly talk about Ethan so far. Like, yeah, he's had great IGLing this entire map. But now is when you see that, you know, that rumor, a facade of IGLs being able to frag while they're IGLing, yeah? He's having a little bit of a rough time in that department.
Is that a quiet map? A lot of space taken from the defense across the middle of the map.
Sentinels just looks like they're ready for this aggression, but I think Zekin made an audio cue when he got off this angle.
The dash went out, but Marv stays.
Wow.
Does John Hart clear this?
He has to look.
He's looking right at him. The gun barrel's gonna give him away, and he gets the kill.
Wow. So smart.
Will this finally be the moment that Sentinels are able to push NRG to map point?
And now he's just going to be the human drone, as I've said so many times before.
A pesky lurk.
He's going to get all the info here.
And Sentinels are glad to just hold, right? They don't have to make a ton of noise.
So smart from Sen to come back to the A site. Might seem like it could be the obvious play, but
well, it might be to Victor because he's really far up. He's hearing everything. Does he try to peek ahead of the Roomba? No. They're taking a step back. It's a great nade. But somehow, honestly, Victor doesn't get away with as much damage as I would have expected.
There it is.
The spike sunk into the soil of the site.
Wow.
At Vic's feet. Saucy's there to clear.
This post-plant utility is so clean.
And Tens is on a late flank. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Can they hold them back? Second on the first. Demon 1 falling.
One enemy remaining.
And Tens is the last to clean it up. Sentinels get to map point.
Switching sides. Match point.
I really like that from John. Getting the pick in mid on the re-clear. Just intuition. He heard that dash. And knew something was up. Someone's got to be here in mid.
Yeah, there's no way it was just that.
Yeah. And we've seen Sen on these A post plants just be so cold. Even NRG, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if NRG try to end A here. just like Sentinels did. That A post plant, so strong, so hard to retake that.
The dastardly duo of Tens and Zekken both flirting with 30 apiece. Which is just absurd.
Great performances so far from them.
4 members of Sentinels A.
Yeah, and I think it's what I said. I think they're trying to read into this, understanding that NRG has had a lot of success on the A post plants and not so much on the B.
I mean, they still have to reckon with that wall.
If I'm not mistaken, utility was used to re-clear this A space. NRG is aware. Sen's not budging, man. Tyson's here with the Omen Flash. I think they have a good idea of what's going on here.
This setup could be disaster.
There's 4 here.
As soon as there's contact, there it is. Zekken gets ahead of it, though.
He's down.
I think because of that, yeah, Tens is able to hold the flash. But there's a flank. Oh my Demon 1 behind enemy lines.
30 seconds left.
Can I get 2? Oh, Tyson tucked. He didn't show his gun.
16 HP. Spam on one side, the cam on the other. A 4v4. Saucy spamming into the smoke. Tag. Tens does it again. Tens and Zekken once more delivering for Sentinels. A 3K for the duelists as they take map 1.
What a huge map win. Ten's just playing on a different level right now.
I mean, both of them.
He's so aware of everything. Not showing an elbow, not showing anything, understanding off a Demon 1 kill in top mid. He needs to just tuck completely, not show his gun barrel, anything. And just play off of his teammate. And Saucy, so good there to keep spamming baiting from default. Just sets him up.
He also did so much just splash damage, just tagging.
Just spamming away.
It was so good.
Last player
What a freaking map, bro. That was just map 1.
That was insane. And look at this stat. Second with 10 first bloods.
31 for Zekken, 30 for Tens.
230 bombs.
Unbelievable. A 16-14 win. First Sentinels. Ascent on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. This series will continue to deliver. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
classic. That's 3 for Victor.
Rustling around. And yeah, he's just dropping into his face.
Smick standing here with Coach Kaplan after what must have been a very stressful game for you to watch, but we had so much fun watching it. You are now 1 map away from giving Zalsis the best birthday gift ever, a trip to Madrid. But let's talk about that last map, because what a nail-biting series. It was the longest OT game that we've had in the Americas thus far. You called a timeout when the score was 14-14. What do you tell your team?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were doing a pretty good job cracking their default. So really, that was just a bit of relaxation and, you know, micro adjust. We kind of knew the plan we wanted, but I was like, hey, let's just take a minute to iron it out. Great thing about OT timeouts, you know exactly what half you're playing next. So I spent some time talking about what I think I said I think they'll try to end A here on defense. And so we had a plan going into the defense round too. We, you know, double dipped with the timeout. Always love to do that. And then the guys always put the icing on the cake. I say a big idea, and then Tyson's like, let's play 4A. Forget B, I'll just sit here. And he nailed it. I mean, it was a sick play from the guys. They were really patient. I'm really proud of them.
Certainly, and the fans were cheering so loudly as well. Congratulations again. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
Sentinels managed to fight back, pick up the first map here in a match that is pivotal. Win here and you move to Madrid to represent the Americas region at a Masters event alongside Loud. And what a game to start things off with here, guys. At the beginning, I thought NRG was looking like NRG, and they were going to start cooking, and they were going to start doing the thing. And then Sentinel showed us why they're in this position to begin with.
If there was 2 players to be the catalyst to come back into this one, it is Zekin and Tent. They call them the kids on Sentinels. And those 2 guys were electric on that second half, especially on this defense and in overtime as well. Zekin winning a ridiculous amount of opening kills, and Tens continually clutch as an anchor on the site, kept Sentinels in this to even get to OT.
Yeah, honestly, this was, and I'm not usually a stats guy, but this was Sentinels owning in the numbers, in the important categories. In first kill, first death, Sentinels were up 19 kills to the 11 of NRG. So much of that was to Tens and to Zekin. But even more than that, it came down to gun versus gun rounds, where they got smoked, honestly. That's 14 out of 23. My math isn't great, but it's 14 rounds to 9 rounds. And it comes because primarily NRG won so many rounds because they won both pistols, and also Sentinels were trying to force up in those second rounds. So they got a lot of buffer early on in the halves, but it was Sentinels convincingly dominating rifle v rifle.
It absolutely was. But beyond just how good the individuals were, I think this was a clear game where both teams really understood their win condition and played to it quite well. In particular, I thought that NRG's mid-rounding to contend with this heavy retake comp was great. This round, one such example where you see NRG isn't really going for aggressive, using a bunch of util to take space early. Instead, they're slowly inching up, taking space after space, and not allowing Sen to set up for these floods.
Yeah, and they know that Sentinels, their prep for Sentinels is Sentinels like to play deep, and Tens like to play on that high box.
Yeah, they are absolutely ready for that stuff. And you see here again, in this post plant, they're pushing forward, they're finding space. But on the other side, for Sen, when they were permitted to play these more set retakes that you were talking about in that halftime telestrator, that is when they were owning. When they get to pull out this preset stuff, they absolutely ran over NRG. They just didn't have enough counter utility to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I like when Marv is able to find those openings. As the flood comes in from shop, he's fighting back in towards alley. But then you see the power of the retakes. Again, this utility just insane. Although Sentinels are still showing some different layers on this as well. In previous attempts, they actually would go for a late wrap. You can see it here from Tens as he goes late back through alley to pinch in with the rest of his team. In previous iterations, Sentinels would commit all 5 players in. In this one, they had the pinch, and it was those tiny wrinkles that gave them the upper hand.
And it was literally the end of the game, too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just Tens tucked in a corner. Really smart play. Not trying to overcommit, not trying to show too much. It was just discipline.
And don't forget that it was Tens that completely saved the game when he was on top of the box in market, sees over the smoke, mows down 3 players. NRG are looking around like, where the hell is this guy? Like, we don't know.
And it goes back to that interview as well, where Kaplan's talking about giving a big idea and then the boys coming up with these little adaptations on the micro. I think that really showed here. They were doing the same big ideas of playing into these set retakes, but the small adaptations, positioning a player in a slightly different spot, setting up a bait for 10s. That was what was make or break in such a close game.
I couldn't agree more. There's so many pivotal moments in that matchup, and the good news is that it's just a start. So let's go ahead and see where we are right now. If you're just joining us, you missed a whopper of a map on Sunset. It was a fun one without a doubt, but now we move forward, and I think it's Ascent next is what we're going to be getting here. So, and again, are we going to be seeing any, funsies here? Could we potentially get a little Phoenix? I don't think so. Not after what we just saw.
I'm a little bit less of a believer. This is also a map where NRG played the tried and true, but this is a map where Demon 1 must step up. He got beaten in the opening kills, and after a pretty good first half, he got trounced in the second half. This is his map. This is Ascent. Jet has to be dominant here. If he's not, it's Sentinels going to Madrid.
This is also where the pressure is going to fall back to Ethan. I thought in the first half the mid-rounding was really excellent back on Sunset from Ethan, but Ascent is where that absolutely matters. We need to see some of that magic in the first 4 maps from this NRG squad, where they're playing the mid-round to perfection, where the flashes to set up Demon 1 to find that success we need to see are on point. Everything needs to be hitting for NRG to take this home.
All right, there is your agents. No funsies. Pretty much what you would expect. Yeah, I do like the Cypher, actually. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I think the Cypher is very good on the map now, ever since the buffs to give him the extra range on those trips. Very powerful, and a better answer into KO, because he doesn't have the range gap that a Killjoy does. He can play away from that KO whenever the ult's on.
Yeah, those anti-KO setups are really powerful. But this is the moment where Sentinels can break a streak. The last time they qualified to a Masters or Champions level event was Champs 2021, a completely different team. So much has changed since then, but this organization finally has another chance to make it to a global event. They're only a map away.
And if EG lose, 0 players from Championship EG will go to the first international event.
Whew, boy, a lot at stake here for Sentinels to get this 2-0. They will certainly need your energy like a spirit bomb, but we'll see if that's going to be the case, because NRG could actually stop them here now, of course, at map 3. Let's send this over to your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. What a perfect setting to potentially close out this series or extend us over to Split. We talked about the comm changes with the Destin a little bit. I'd love to get your thoughts. The KJ for the Cypher, what do you think?
Yeah, just in general, I really like how Sentinels is being comfortable, changing their comps. And, I mean, that just puts a thorn in, any prep that has been done for the likes of NRG or any team that they play against. That unpredictability is so important going into these games, because if you can catch people off guard and win a couple rounds, cheesy rounds here and there with the comp, I mean, that's the difference. We saw it, right? That's the difference in winning a map that goes into OT and not. And John is also just so comfortable on the Cypher role in general. Why not, right?
NRG on the attack. Knife hitting back sight. And B is littered with Cypher utility. Oh, John staying alive though. There's the trip. The dart too, but they're gonna get away unscathed.
It's the classic Sentinels blueprint. Play retake on the Cypher side.
And that's just gonna make for a chaotic attempt.
Yeah.
Add a retake, a 5v5. Crashies is taking a little bit of damage. Ethan has 2.
I like this from Crashies, but it looks like Saucy is aware.
Those two
could be this late B main flank.
Yeah, those two are just gonna sit side by side while the rest of the fight ensues on B. They're all huddled up. It's so close, and there it is. It's a 2 for 2. Finally, things starting to crumble, but Ethan trying to keep him back, trying to hold the line. Saucy from up top disposes of him. They know it's just more, but the clip runs dry.
No way.
Oh, that was so close. What a start.
It comes down to just ammo. Not having enough. He dinked him so early on. It's a miracle.
That he stayed alive that long, yeah.
Saucy just in the Matrix in that moment. Oh, it looked like he already wanted to invest into the Odin, but changes his mind, and I like this from Zekin. Bringing the Outlaw into play here. First one of the series. And what a better spot to be at than here on Heaven at A. Just free kills if A main is not smoked.
And they've got to know there's a lot of pressure here. Tens and Celsius. locking down A. Demon 1 on the other side will not be around for long. And they've got the spike.
And I know I stated earlier that Sentinels was playing with a lot of respect towards Demon 1, but now kind of feel like that narrative might change, especially with Zelsys just challenging him there. He was one-shot headshot to a classic, but takes the fight anyway. Look at this trip. What can you really do?
Yeah, I think at this point, Energy is just trying to get out.
Did he?
Guns out of the hands of their opponents.
I think Marv tapped the door on purpose.
Sounded like it, yeah.
Oh, to open? Wait.
I heard it too, I don't know.
What door did we hear? Maybe not this door. Maybe that might have been the A door. Potentially.
Enemy remaining.
Either way, Vic falls, Marv left alone.
Whoa!
That's one weapon found.
you saw on the player cam. Saucy just laughing about the jump peek that Marv just did. Giving him props. That was a nice shot. I like that. You know, having fun out there, super important, especially to play at a high level. You got to be able to tap into that and enjoy what you're doing. And honestly, when you're in that kind of zone, you play even better.
Oh, he's just
play a little bit loose.
Hang on. I don't know if he's not going to keep his weapon,
keep
right?
him alive.
That's amazing. Not feeding him anything.
And now he's regretting dropping that Bulldog. Look at his money.
Wow.
Wow. And like, as a player, I'll speak about it after this replay because these are some nice shots, but as a player, this is something you joke about in scrims. Oh, let's keep him alive, you know?
Yeah.
Keep him alive, but his money will be bad. I don't think I've ever seen it actually happen in a match on purpose. They all deliberately hid from Marv there.
Zekin still has the outlaw. There it is. Once again, besting Demon 1.
Good trade from Ethan, though.
I love what I'm seeing out of Zekin, though, man.
That's a fast KO all. I didn't even realize that Ethan had this online already.
He still has that outlaw. They've got to know he's back there. There's no way he got out of the sight, but he gets a second with it.
Placing alarm bot.
So it's a doable situation, albeit difficult.
Yeah. And already very costly for NRG. And I think if I'm sitting here, at some point you gotta just make the play. Maybe we don't go for it. Maybe we just ruin the economy altogether.
Well, Zelsys did just get a weapon. Managed to pick up a Spectre. Spotting the first, just a little ahead of the flash by the narrowest of margins. Now 10's feeling the heat.
He should really just try to get as many as he can before he dies here.
I wondered for a second if Energy were going to be able to keep any.
Yeah. Yeah, they very well could have lost all their weapons if Zelsys and 10's in that scenario decided to just play crossfires. But I've been hyping up the Outlaw so much, and this is the reason why. Even if he doesn't get any of these kills and gets a 140 tag, that makes the round so winnable for anybody. Even a classic, right?
Yeah.
A classic one shot.
That just does so much damage.
I'm very surprised that more people haven't been using it.
Light armor on 4 for the defense. And NRG back to their similar antics from Sunset, a slow, methodical approach to the attack side.
Great shock dart there. Getting crashes off the drone, taking chip damage as well. And there's the info. Demon 1 is in B main. Already Zekin leaning towards that market area, playing anti here. Does he peek off the timing of the Cypher cam? I think he does.
I think so too.
But look at the setup from Sen. They're so ready for the speed up on Cat.
Yeah, and NRG are trying to potentially clear out trips that may be controlling mid. It's often an alarm bot that's there, but given the Cypher pick, the approach is just a tiny bit different.
So important here for NRG to break this cam and get out.
You also got to be careful here if you're Zekin not to overcommit. Not to over-deliver, but he doesn't make any noise. He doesn't get the kill.
Wow.
Or warning shots. But is that going to be enough Zekin might be in trouble. Yeah, he's dead. He had nowhere to go. The TP back B. Saucy waiting as aggression continues to trample forward. Marv's gonna fall. The spam trying to connect onto another, and nothing's found. The site wide open. Zelsis and John have to try to take this back. An attempt at a flood is denied. Crashy's weak. Quiet, his footsteps now pushing forward. Ethan disposing of the IGL on the opposite side.
He woke up.
Yes, he did.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, he did.
That's the Ethan we know. Maybe taking what I said a little too personal, huh?
He heard you. He saw the clips in between maps.
He's like, oh, we need me to shoot? No, I bet.
I mean, if he had gotten that kill on the Demon 1, I think it's such a different setup. But not only was that the problem, but again, Zekin had nowhere he could go.
Yeah, it was really good fundamentals from the side of NRG, because if it was a flash play, anything like that, you had Ethan bottom right of mid, you had Victor bottom left of mid playing anti, like jiggling in and out, holding for Demon 1 to just get contact there. So they kind of had an idea already going into the round that there might be a trap play around that mid area. And honestly, Zekin was lucky to even get out alive at all.
Just pistols for Sentinels. Saucy with his ult.
Yeah, and this is just pretty good IGLing from the side of NRG, but Sen reading into it, understanding that NRG has had that B site for free the last couple of rounds.
I wonder here what they do here if they try to clear out Wine. Is that smoke?
That's a really good timing on that smoke.
Yeah, they have to clear it, and that's exactly what Demon 1 does, but the paranoia dissuades for a little bit.
Oh my gosh!
He jumped into it. He jumped into it! They're trying to get something else with these pistols, but it's just so hard. It's so labored. 1 HP. Oh! And he takes the fight anyway. That's Demon 1.
1 HP. That's what the 1 stands for, huh?
30 seconds left.
Things slow down just a little bit, but NRG have so much room.
This is doable for Sen.
13 HP between Demon 1 and Victor.
2 players at 1 HP. You have a Deagle on the board. Marv, 1-shot headshot to a Ghost. This is very, very doable. And they might get spammed with this dart.
When does he use it?
Does Marv swing off this turret?
Oh, so many options.
Second guessing himself, but it's perfect.
Oh, there's one! The second falls! Vic has 12 HP!
Oh my gosh!
But he does have a gun. Can he hold him back? The first falls! Victor once again trying to do it all on his own. Dancing around Jenny. Saucy tapping. Time is short. He's playing with him. He's bought so much time! What a play from Victor, the Red Bull clutch!
Victor is so cold in these moments where he's just finessing around an object. The last map, it was A site, default. This time it's Jenny on A. His movement is just too good. But Sentinels is feeling really good about that round. Yeah, they invested the Sova ult, but they had a chance at winning that. That was so close.
Eyes up. I mean, 12 HP was the difference maker.
Yeah.
And so we go, NRG with 3 ults on the round. One of them was just used, the Blade Storm online.
Wow.
And it's neutered for just a moment. Delayed by the Blade.
Very, very interesting change of pace from NRG.
Drop the spike.
And I do wonder if they were going to actually commit there or if the whole plan all along was to fake that A main aggression, but look at how proactive Sentinels are right now. Tyson reclaiming that A main space, going into Wine. That's so much info gathered, but they're not moving on the map, not reading into it. NRG did just enough to keep Sen guessing on this A site. And you know what? That goes into last map's mind games, right? Where NRG would cut noise and still re-hit the same site. That drone should be an indicator, though, that there is a lot of pressure here towards B.
You see some of the mind games already. That shock intended to clear the cam. It was there a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah. Should be a free B site here.
Yeah. Demon 1 not finding any targets.
Oh, what an interesting trip.
But it'll delay and it'll buy some time. Second has an op, and Odin in the hands of Sasi. And another explosive attempt at a 5v5 retake. On the cards. They're taking their time, though. Wow. Demon 1 with 1, that's all it is. Zalsis on the trade. Spike continuing to tick away, and Victor's in such a good spot. All he has to do is spam! Tens with a shorty? But there's still so much to do.
No, second whiff.
And time is short. They've got to push forward if they want to take this thing back. Ethan and Vic left alone.
Nice knowing you.
15 HP. There's the Ernie challenge. He ultimately falls. Second is not going to be able to get out.
And honestly, a couple of shots there from the side of Sentinels, specifically Zekin. I think he had a chance to get 2 or 3 op kills into that round, but just not connecting. And this kill was so insane. That just makes you think maybe, you know, maybe we swap the gun of the op to somebody else so Zekin can run in with the rifle and entry.
Sure.
With 10s there, because if he would have been right there, he could have gotten that trade maybe. And that could have opened up the retake. Small things like that change the outcome of the rounds. This is a very, very old default that we used to see NRG do, I mean, a couple of years ago during chamber meta, getting Marved up on this box. If anybody peeks cat, they're dead. He's holding that line down. Now looking deep into mid. Looking for even a jump spot from CT, looking for anything.
Oh, nicely done. Spotting one.
I like this, though.
There's still so much time in the round, though.
Yeah. Here comes the counter, Jones. Trying to reclaim the info game in mid.
Can Zekin find any value with these blades? It's not set up off of anything. There's not a flash on the other side. This is a duelist on his own, looking to find a thread to pull on.
Knife doesn't connect on anything close, B main. So the trips will and should stay up.
Celsius has ult, but he's on the opposite side of the map.
Here comes the blender. You're gonna see Sova dart off of contact with these trips and spam coming out.
There's a dart. It's only spotting one, though. Nicely done, but the spam is there. They have to understand. Meanwhile, Zekin with the blades finding one from up top. Had to have gotten high ground, but Demon 1 pushing forward. Disposing of the opposition. Ult invested. 10 seconds left. They've got to go fast. But you've got to clear out John backside. Oh! Beautifully done.
Time to die. Don't make a fuss.
Almost a very scary round for Sentinels. Honestly, off of whiff, like a whiff from Demon 1. Even the previous round with the knives, usually in that scenario, we see Demon 1 get 2-3 in that case. But just not stringing multi-kills together today, it seems, is Demon 1. Just getting a lot of one and dones, getting traded out very fast.
Yeah, it was quiet map 1. Seems to be continuing that here map 2.
But the way that NRG set that round up, Doug, was so clean. Getting that late lurk down in mid. What was that?
Talked about him whiffing a few shots in the previous round. Not this time.
That was cold.
And he knew. I mean, you go back to the beginning of the round. The crosshair was expecting the jump spot.
I mean,
you should run.
That was for anybody. That could have been anybody from NRG there on the jump spot. They're dead. But who better for Sentinels than to take out Demon 1?
Especially in a light buy situation, a rifle in the hands of Victor, but that's it. He's gonna go re-exploring. If he gets a timing mid, he's gonna get both.
Oh, and he hears him running up cat too, so he will have the time.
Oh, and Marv gets 2! I thought it was gonna be Vic to blow it up, but the classic from Marv is the difference maker for now.
And this is the perfect bait. Oh, but Marv, or Victor whiffs.
Time is so short. Time is so short.
These battles are so
What
insane.
a round! He's gonna keep the op. The spike will do the dirty work for him.
NRG. 5 rounds already.
Marv again playing hero.
Oh my gosh.
That's dirty, bro.
Very accurate flick. But I will say that that jump peak was a little bit too wide out, honestly. You still got to hit that shot, though. But I think most of the time you see players jump spot that.
A little bit tighter?
It's a lot tighter. It's a lot tighter.
Op still in the hands of Zekin. But that's really it.
Placing swarm grenade.
The rest of the buy is not great.
5 rounds to this half from NRG. It's really good.
Yeah, it's a great attack side.
And a lot of them were towards that B side of the map. I think we've only seen like thrifties on the A side from NRG. Something to note maybe for Sen. The Cypher just so far not getting too much value on the defense side.
And again, silence covers the site. Just quiet.
They love this door smoke.
From NRG,
They
nothing.
Dude, 3-2-1 in the smoke?
Yeah, not even a footstep. They're not worried about it. As the spike, excuse me, the smoke goes down, the spike pushes forward, the flash and the dash. Tens is playing in wine, but that's it. John trying to find some value with the classic. That's a big ask.
Oh, they saw that, right?
Start to see some spam come through as the defenses of Sentinels crumble once more. I'd be curious to see how NRG play this because there's plenty of time to hunt this op down if they wanted to.
Yeah, and while they're hunting, you see on the map, everyone's moving right now. I want to point out that I think NRG had a hard read into this round. I think they understood that Zekin was opping B because they made contact on Cat. Didn't get any op shot baited out or anything like that towards that side of the map. So understanding that these bad guns will be on that A side and just taking their time, waiting for that smoke to go up door, not dying to anybody from sight. And lining things up to condition in the future rounds.
Yeah.
And we've seen how much of a menace Marv can be in that garden area, the garden cat area. He kind of owns that spot. Look at Ethan, man. This guy has 14 kills, man.
Yeah,
he's got another ult.
He's had an outrageous half.
I mean,
so obvious, man.
See?
Open the upper.
You were right. I knew it.
Yeah, you were right.
Having a field day right now is NRG, and it looks like Sen will be taking a timeout. Very wise to do so because this game is just slipping away.
And very quickly, too. I mean, they've found some success with Zekin having the op. They weren't able to carry it over into the next round, but I think they should have enough money to invest it anyway. I think on the other side, if you're NRG, this slow, methodical approach to the attack rounds just continue to cost fits.
Yeah, their game plan is to just try to find out where the op is, where the Cypher is playing. It's very much like the last map that we saw. And
yeah, that's true.
Hitting the weak side is what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Especially on the gun rounds. On the last eco round, obviously they walked into a stack, but they were aware of what they were doing. They did not want to walk into the op at that time. So just a masterclass right now from NRG on this attack.
6 of this last 7 rounds. I mean, the rounds have come in bunches. And given some of the tools they have at their disposal, they could pop very quickly.
Yeah, that's something I want to touch on actually, is how oppressive a KO that is going off, that is popping off can be. This guy has a second ult.
Yeah, with a Hunter's Fury over the top too, man, like, that's a bad day.
It just feels like any round you win, this guy already has an ult up. And if they win with that ult, their economy is already broken and into shambles.
Zelsys as a judge, they're managing their money in such a way to where Zekin can continue to get an op.
Yeah.
There's the challenge.
Oh. Zekin wise to just show an arm there before he peeks out all the way.
Yeah, dancing with death. There's a judge on the other side.
No way!
And just disposed of.
That was such a good peek from Demon 1. It was going wide.
It was effortless. It looked so easy.
Looked like he knew. Peeked it perfectly. And here you go. You get the kill. You cut noise. Again with the smoke on door. I think this is all fake.
Well, just for a second, it looked like...
And it was just enough. There's only Zekin here, and he has to go huge for his team.
He's got the op. At this point, you imagine he's just kind of playing to stay alive.
Oh!
He's got it!
kill
The
the bomb.
spike's on the other side, but he peeks ahead of it and tries to get a second.
NRG is so smart right now. They're so dialed in.
70 HP, trying to dance around.
Oh, wow.
But he got the job done. Spike is planted. And now things slow down. A 2v2 as you hear the dart soar across the site. Ethan playing in a position to where he can impact things at the end of the round. Leaving Vic to his own devices. That ult's gonna be big. Can Vic keep him back by himself while Ethan starts to move forward? Drops Saucy. John by himself will not deliver. He cannot.
NRG look like they're taking this map away with them.
Dude, they're speed running their way to split at this point.
And you see the different layers that they have on this map now and why they condition that door smoke. This time opting to fake and go back to the B site, investing the KO as well. And had Ethan not gotten that trade onto Tens, who killed Demon 1 there, maybe a faster rotation would come out from the likes of Sen. But they were not able to make it in time. And Zekin just got overwhelmed. Like, he can't deal with everything, right? Omen ult back sight.
Right.
Sova's running out to trade with Killjoy.
That one way is not kind. But honestly,
I mean,
Tens with 2 HP.
Yeah. Wow.
It looked like they were trying to set up Zekin on some really aggressive space, B main too.
I really like the way NRG's just played that map. Or just played this round, this early round. Showing aggression in A main, showing that there's multiple players there, and that ultimately led Sentinels to try to claim some space at B, running into a flash play.
Lulled into their death cell, Sis, with the right click on the flash. Thought he was going to get ahead of things, but 3 members on the other side, and now NRG can push forward.
Look at the mini map, just like you said. Nobody on this A side. And look at how cautious NRG is still being.
Yeah.
Look, he's clearing everything out, still committing the utility. They don't want to get cheesed right now.
Yeah, they're playing this round by the book.
Man, this is a masterclass.
I mean, Sentinels have already decided to save.
Yeah. And this is a disaster half for the side of Sen.
What adjustments need to be made?
I think it all starts with the mid area of the map. I think when Zekin was able to get those early kills in mid, they were able to actually get something going for themselves in the mid round. But without any mid control or any mid re-clear, Sen is just not able to hold these hits or anything.
Right.
So I think we need to see more proactivity from the side of Sentinels. But it just might be too late, Doug. We're too deep in the half. I mean, this is a 3-8, almost a 9-3. Does NRG give them this round to dodge the 9-3 curse?
Round before the switch.
That's the question, because at this point, I think that's all that's stopping them to take this map away.
17-5 for Ethan. I mean, the timeline tells the whole story. Sentinels have struggled to find success.
Yeah.
And now Demon 1 has an op in his hand.
2 ops, actually. Get an op up for Marv, and this is what happens when you win so many rounds in a row, like you were talking about.
Yeah, there's luxury in this.
Drop yourself a rifle, showing up on both extremities.
Can't use that.
Try to peek ahead into this.
I mean, and just having op presence on attack makes you just play so differently as the defenders. You're scared to jiggle, you're scared to hold certain lines.
And that's tough, especially when you were just calling for perhaps a little bit more proactivity.
Yeah.
From the defensive side.
It causes massive hesitation. Oh, great Molly though.
So dead.
That is the proactivity we needed though, and I'm glad it was off utility, making sure we don't get picked by the op.
That's one down.
And that was crazy that Saucy just went for the 1v1 with an Odin against an op.
Because the op. He's picked it up, and he falls. Meeting the same fate.
I guess the counter to the op is the Odin.
It seems to be the case.
It's a big kill though.
Yeah, but a 4v2? Maybe.
Defense is spread out though, 2 and 2. If they actually group up here, it will be an even fight on either side.
30 seconds left.
Looking to see if he can find any info with the knife. No one playing backside.
Yeah, Ethan's doing all this on purpose. Drawing attention, trying to allow Marv to find an opening. That jiggle, I don't think it was seen.
Start to see some of the spam come through. 10 seconds left on the round. Zelsis with 3 and Sentinels get to 4.
Yeah. And NRG, yeah, I think they gave it to him. I would say they gave him the round. Yeah, they wanted to dodge the 9-3 curse.
We'll take a look at it again. I think, jokes aside, I think when you think about how well matched up these two teams are, one round really can make all the difference.
It can.
That's not an insignificant round.
Most definitely. And it was all based off of what I was talking about, like trying to re-aggro in mid, and they actually caught a timing to punish.
Earlier, we spoke with Victor about the legacy of NRG's core, the original NA super team. Take a listen.
I think for our core, or our old core, myself, Austin, or Crashies, Marv, then Jet, I think we're kind of used to that perception of us. People have been calling us the best team in North America since like Optic and like late 2021 when we were still known as Envy. So I think we're just used to it. And for the other two, Ethan and Demon One, I think they're also used to it. They've been like considered the best team in NA for a little, or EG was considered the best team in NA for like most of last year or most of last season, and they won champs. So I'm sure they're used to it. So as a team, I don't think it bothers us. If anything, it just feels good that people like are slightly scared of us. If anything.
Sentinels might be up a map, but they find themselves down on Ascent. And I think it's really interesting to hear Vic talk about the core of NRG and how, yeah, I think there is an element of respect that's shown to this squad. And
I mean, you see it in the game.
Good reason, yeah.
Yeah. Sentinels trying to play proper, you know, trying to play fundamentally sound, using utility. That couldn't be more true. 2 Titans in the server. I mean, both these teams are so good.
Yeah, they've matched up super well. I think this feels like, I mean, this has to be what, the biggest gap we've seen in the series?
Yeah.
4 rounds?
Yeah, it is. I will say it is on NRG's map pick. And if you're picking Ascent as your map, you have to be so confident in your attack because you already know every single team is going to choose defense first.
Right.
It's the most defense-sided map in the game right now.
Right.
But to be that confident, like that's what makes a good Ascent team, is that when you do start on attack, you control the pace and you're able to condition certain things and run away with a lead like this on a map where 4 rounds is great. You get 8. Like, you're feeling great right now. And if you're Sen, on the flip side, you gotta win this pistol. Everyone towards B here.
And quiet.
Yeah. And that was the cue.
Expecting the knife, dodging the knife. Crashy still has his dart.
The thing is they haven't shown anything towards the A side of the map.
Oh, attacked him. They're gonna push him. Second dashing forward, the Paranoid trying to hit stairs. Seconds there. Drops Crashies. A window open. And Sentinels barge through.
That was a sick knife.
I mean, he never was able to get the dart off.
Here.
That trip. So
planted.
impossible.
He still has cam up to watch. The
Cleared up by
walk-in.
Oh, the flash was perfect. They've dealt with main. But the bigger issue lies on the site, lies before him. Yeah, Demon One's pushing forward. He's managed to slip the net.
Oh my gosh!
He does it again.
Just when we thought that Sen was gonna take this pistol round and have a chance. NRG just sucking the life out of them. Demon One getting way too much real estate there on that catwalk area. Too much value there. It hit the flick on the guy back site. Are you kidding?
A snowball continues, and you mentioned just how important it was to win this pistol. Take a look at that again. A clean one tap.
Oh, that's a feels bad, man.
Yeah, you can see it on their faces, man.
They know they had that one. That was such a crucial round.
I'll keep them quiet.
To get any type of momentum.
Now, barring some sort of thrifty, we're likely looking at a 10-4 scenario.
Oh, those shocks.
They don't feel good.
Only hit one, though. put Zelsis sitting at 4 HP. They do not like what they're seeing, but I like this from Sen. They're thinking of the comeback. They're thinking of the long con, trying to farm up this KO ult already. Not investing. They want a full buy.
I mean, this would be a ridiculous comeback.
Yeah.
Down 5 rounds on the attack side.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
But as you and I have talked about, I mean, you just take it a round at a time.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're losing like this, like any round matters. I've said this before, but every round that you can get truly does matter going into the next map.
I think you can even see the objective, the way the Sentinels want to play this attack half. Zelsis is so close to getting his ult online already. He just got one step closer, now 2 pips away, upgrading a weapon.
Ew, Doug.
I mean, it's still, there's still a lot to be done here.
Yeah.
Cage triggered. 30 seconds left.
But honestly, I think playing in the long term, the closer Zelsis can get to getting his ult online, the better. I think that's key here. He falls. John QT, 2 HP left.
He has bomb.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Ethan with 3 on the round, make that 4.
Oh, he has ult.
Zekin, the last one standing.
10 seconds left.
And he will get cleared. NRG gets to 10. And now the game begins. And potentially the final round of the map.
I mean, decent damage done, but Ethan gets KO off of that.
23 and 7.
This guy had 9 kills in the last map. So really taking it personal.
A night and day difference.
Not allowing what happened in the last map to happen again. Maybe what was going through his head was, oh, if I would have been there, we could have won that last map. Maybe this could have been a 2-0.
Must-win round for Sentinels.
Demon 1 with the Guardian. Ethan investing as he should. He's been popping off all game. Uh-oh.
They know. How do they know? He still gets the kill.
Wow.
That was such a cool idea, smoking off Vic so the dart doesn't tag him.
Nah.
But they still had an idea. Saucy took a lot of damage there in that opening scuffle.
Marved first contact here.
He's really far up.
Did he see him?
No. But he falls anyway.
That's a gun diff.
That's now 3 HP. 3 members left for NRG as Ethan continues to farm, continues to frag, and continues to frustrate the opposition. He almost hit that second shot.
Yeah.
Ethan and Crash, he's left alone. He's gonna find a time and gets another.
Spike down.
Fortunately, disaster averted as Zelsis cleans him up. But now Crashies is left alone. He's got full util. He's got plenty of health. But what he didn't have was a shot against Ends there. So the must-win round for Sentinels comes through. 1 round at a time.
And something I'm noticing right now out of Sentinels, specifically Zekin, is hesitation on his initial peaks. He even in mid jiggled Victor there in the bottom mid before he swung out. And then you saw him actually get punished in A main, jiggling Heaven against Demon 1. So maybe doubting himself a little bit right now. And that's not what you need. That's not what you want. He needs to be confident for his team to make this comeback. And maybe that round win could be the confidence that he needs to get some of these initial duels. Demon 1 has had a Guardian like the last, like, what, 4 rounds? 3 rounds?
You look at the money that they have. There's a real good chance he carries an op into the next.
I mean, I don't know what happened on the A side of the map, but...
Well, there was a little confidence.
All the picks going their way.
Yeah. I mean, both threats in this round. The 2 Guardians sit harmlessly on the ground.
That's the confidence I was talking about.
Yep.
Zekin needs to tap into that. Don't doubt yourself. But I understand, maybe you thought there was an op online. I get it. You know, there's a lot of things that go on in the mind of a player.
You see the protocols there for Sentinels as they were taking the side. Ultimately, there's no one there, but the idea was evident. The drone swings out. Tens is ready with the paranoia if there is contact, and then they can flood, but he's able to keep it and carry it into the attempted retake, if there is one.
Yeah.
You see for NRG, they don't have much.
And they want Saucy to get closer to his ult here.
Well,
so even if he goes down, it's okay. Their economy is fine. They'll be all right. You gotta go round by round anyway.
It's just such a long runway. You really can't think too far forward.
Big do want to get that Sovault online for next round, though. So maybe you'll see a B main default out of Sen or an A main default. Try to get the orb on to Saucy. Try to explode on a site with that ult. They want to string some rounds together. They want to snowball. And that's that initial contact. Ooh.
Nicely done.
Nice readjustment there from Zekin.
And so they get to 4. 10-6, still in favor of NRG. Ult online for Ethan. And I don't expect anything fast here. But there is an op online.
He is passive offing this beeline again. Seems like that's the name of the game for Chet here against the Sen squad, playing these passive off angles. Now he's going to get re-aggressive now in the mid round. So really playing for that second layer.
And they're doing such a good job of trying to set him up. You saw Vic to contact. There's a turret there. And then he can swing.
Is Zekin ready for this? Oh, he's dialed in.
He looks ready.
Just one.
That's a footstep.
Difference here.
He's got to know. He spotted a hand. Demon 1 shoots just a little early. Yeah, he's stuck. This is very reminiscent to what we saw previously. Zekin gets him.
Wow.
Not able to dash away. Not able to find solace. Oh! Ethan filth again. A 4v4 though, as the brakes are thrown on the round.
Nowhere to run.
Expecting aggression.
Oh, and it lands.
Ethan's done.
That opens up the site, Doug.
Vic is trying to hold from spawn though.
Oh no.
And now he's smoked off.
Crashies might go huge here.
If he gets it. What?
Did he just one tap him through the smoke?
Yes. And now Crashies find success too. They're gonna snatch this thing back.
Oh no.
Contends do it again.
Planted. My ultimate is ready.
Desperate need to pull out a miracle here. Vic is weak. The first one falls, the second doesn't. An attempt was made. Crashies just hit 5 HP. But NRG get another round.
I would love to see that back from Victor's POV. I need to see how he killed Zekin there, because that was crazy. We heard one bullet.
I think that was all that was fired.
I mean, Sentinel set this round up so good. They had it. Oh, one step off of one footstep.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Unreal.
Oh no.
And now a timeout called from Sentinels. Still down a fair amount. Still a long road to recovery.
I just can't believe Ethan's sitting on 26 kills, and I mean, he could go for 30 right now. No one else is even close in the server.
He really could.
Like legit, no one's even close. Just great play right now from NRG. Sentinel's losing a lot of these micro fights. But like, I mean, what can you do when you're just getting spammed through a smoke like that, you know?
That's tough to say, but Kaplan seems to have a lot that he wants to share with his team right now. Very animated, trying to will things back.
Yeah, maybe trying to make the Sen boys maybe just calm down a little bit, understand all the steps they have to take. Don't skip a step, you know?
The little things, yeah.
Like that even just that little footstep that Zekin made her break the round, right? So trying to make everybody hone right in, and now you're seeing John struggle right now, who normally plays Killjoy on this map, and he's looked pretty good on it, you know? I just feel like not really getting anything going here with the Cypher.
Zekin will have blades online. Demon 1 with the op.
Get out of my way!
And guess who's waiting on the other side? It's the duelist. Zekin with blades. Smoked off for now, but he's gonna cross.
Everything's showing towards A right now. A main control. Bottom mid smoke comes out with a mid dart.
The drone B main also clearing out.
And the knife to
yeah,
get even more solidified info. If I'm Sen right now, I need to show something B or just go for a B hit. Because there's too many people here on the A rotate. Everything they've shown so far in this round has led to A.
And that's why they're stacked up here. You're absolutely right.
Look at all the pings on the map.
Here.
Yeah, the hit's gonna come through, but we've seen Marv here before, Doug.
Second dashing forward. Blade still in play. Oh, he's flashed, tries to land the shot anyway. He's gone hunting, not able to connect on the right click. Marv falls, though. Zekin with the Guardian now, able to upgrade a little bit. And he's trying to land the shots onto the op, and he does. Crashies and Vic left alone. It's all on to Victor now. It was decisive in the face of the rotations, in the face of the fact that Energy had a heavy presence here. They find success, they find space. And once again, the thoughts and the possibilities of a comeback are flirted with.
Yeah. Not making it easy for NRG.
And I've got to stress again, yes, it's a round, it's an important one, but there's still so much that has to go their way, especially on the attack side of Ascent.
Yeah. And Victor's getting close to this KJ ult as well.
Should be able to keep the op into the next.
Crowd's going crazy right now.
No, there's just one guy, I think.
Yeah. Not ready yet. He is the crowd. Like that wide swing from John on Cat.
Yeah. So it looks like Vic will carry the op into the next. Sentinels will get to 7. And the money's not great for NRG.
They did save the op though. I wonder now if we're gonna see Demon 1 buy a Guardian, because he does have funds. He should have the funds to be able to do a light buy. So maybe you have Demon 1 with the Guardian and somebody else on the opposite side with an op.
Marved or somebody, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be the case.
Historically, it's been Marv.
And that might be part of the conversation right now as NRG calls the timeout.
Yeah, what can we do right now to get a cheese round win, you know, or cheese first blood to try to have a chance in winning this round with a bad economy? Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize Demon 1 has knives, so maybe a couple more guns than just that. But nah, I think it's just going to be knives and the op. And I think you're going to see maybe Victor playing a retake A setup here, playing off of his util in heaven to delay. If he gets a kill on the actual site hit, he can have that KJ ult to retake. And perhaps on the other side of the map, an aggressive play in B main, maybe a flash dart with jet knives dashing in, maybe tiles, something like that.
Yeah, causing some problems, wreaking some havoc.
Trying to funnel Sentinels into that A site. But we'll see after this timeout. That is a preset play that a lot of teams like to do. And look, I think they're already gearing up for that. I think I was right on the money.
I think you may have been right.
I mean, it's what I would call if I had jet knives. I'm gonna keep it real.
4 rounds separating these two.
What's interesting here, though, is that KO isn't mid to do this flash tiles.
Yeah.
But Sen is already read into this as well. Now
it seems like a different flash, and they have a paranoia potentially to crunch B.
Yeah, no one there though. Very wise from Sen, but this is all on Vic right now.
That's a deep
Will
smoke.
he get the entry?
There's the paranoia. They're taking all that space B. The question is, will Sentinels take A while they can? He's got the op in hand. Not gonna find a timing window. You're right.
Oh wait, this would be huge.
He's reaggressing. Oh, he lands a shot on Asasi.
He needs to live. Now it's winnable, Doug.
Demon 1, Blades online.
And look at Crash, he's in spawn again.
He's so far back.
I think he's gonna ult the back.
I think so too.
The only gap.
There it is. Tapping onto Zelsis. Oh, just narrowly missing. And ult repositions, but 3 players are detained. Demon 1 pushing forward, looking to find another, and he does. That's the 3rd. John Cleute left alone. And once again, the seeds of a comeback fall upon a barren soil. Just when it seems like they have something that they could hang on to, something they could use to push back.
My camera is destroyed.
NRG pull out a miracle.
And like, Sentinels was even ready for that. They had all the info. You had John set up outside of B with the cam so he could see it, but it's just such a strong setup when you're running into the op. And props to Victor for actually going for that peak.
And hitting the shot.
Yeah.
Too.
It made the round so winnable. He knew what the win con was and he acted upon it. Nice thrifty.
He got his one and he got out.
All those jet reps from last year. Playing the jet on Breeze. You see it coming to fruition now. Opping on Killjoy. It's so funny how things work.
And honestly, not just him, you know, we talk about him getting value at the op and whatnot, but his lockdown secured the round.
Yeah.
It closed things out. There's that early aggression. You see the dart into tiles, the flash up to try to challenge. Still guns on the side of Sentinels. There's still a chance here. There's still hope. As you see Sentinels poking and prodding, trying to find a fight. Demon 1's on the other side. He gets the best of Zekin, but can Sentinels punch back? They're gonna get the site. Zelsis has ult.
Does he invest the ult here? I mean, I kind of almost want him to keep it for any hopes of a comeback, but you got to do what you got to do to win the round.
Yeah.
Dark flash, not in sync.
Just a little behind.
That's something a little bit uncharacteristic from what we've seen out of Sen. Normally they synchronize those together to make sure they get a scan.
Oh, I don't think they're keen on this, man.
I think Energy's just going for exits.
Yeah, I think so.
Just trying to get damage, get more ult orbs up. That's a big kill.
That's a huge kill. He's got plenty of money.
And they don't opt to grab it, the op. And that was a fast round from Sen. Kind of sending Zekin up mid and Cat to just be a lone warrior while the rest of the players hit B. Just a distraction.
Oh, and also putting the game in your duelist hands. Go get a pick, go find a kill.
Yeah.
And so again, Sentinels continue to push the possibility of a comeback. And my concern though is, I mean, there's really no room for mistake anymore. It's got to be perfect from here on out.
You have to find the right reads. You have to get the max value out of this KO ult.
And this is where I think John really will come into his own. The calling has to be perfect.
I like this. Smoke bottom mid, knife A main, all signs leading towards A again. Last time they did stuff like this, they actually committed. But Ethan looks like he's ahead of this.
The drone tagged 1.
Now they're contacting it with the KO ult.
They've got to go fast here. KJ's on the other side, so they're still going to be able to pop these mollies. Holy smokes. They wait out the mollies, they take the space. Where's the challenge? Where's the reaggress?
Oh my gosh.
They try to hold back side on their own. Crashy's falling.
Oh my gosh.
Or at least staying alive for now. Flash in his face. He tries to turn it. Zelsis sucker punches him. Demon 1 and Ethan left alone, but they've gotten it down to 2. Spike's still not planted. Can they find the space? Time now becomes a factor.
Tag them up.
Just barely. Cover going out. The 2 implants, the 2 new additions to this squad with an opportunity to take us to split. Oh, that dagger. If they can drop 10s and Zelsis right now. Ethan creeping forward. The first one falls. Zelsis having to clutch and he cannot. Split on the cards as we're going the distance.
And what was a blunder from Zekin? Quick switching his gun before he peeked. Maybe a misclick or something.
Potentially, yeah.
He had a 3v2 done. Maybe the pressure getting into the heads of Sentinels in the moment. A lot of micro mistakes were made.
But again, honestly, man, given the stakes, given what's up for grabs, for things to settle on split, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, NRG historically pretty good at split, and Sentinels this year has been absolutely dominant on the map. We have Andy Miller saying one more.
There were so many close moments. And again, I think ultimately the problem was Sentinels just kind of ran out of gas at the end. They continued to push the possibility of a comeback, but the runway was just too short.
Yeah, adaptations made a little bit too late.
Split on the other side of this break. We will see you guys in just a few moments. We'll be right back. A small structure keeping them apart. Victor with 2 on the round. The swing on the classic. That's 3 for Victor.
Rustling around. And yeah, he's just dropping into his face.
Getting out of the group was harder, talking about like the pressure that we felt. So I think we did everything that we could possibly done to be here right now. So we just need to enjoy the moment.
They need to enjoy the moment and focus on the task at hand, which is qualifying for Madrid. And for NRG, they have managed to keep themselves alive in this competition. And I would even go as far as to say in comfortable fashion. That was a 13-8 closeout from NRG. Couldn't have asked for a better way to respond after what was a very intense OT matchup.
Yeah, that first half for NRG was absolute perfection. The mid-rounding out of Ethan was great, and Ethan was just unbelievable. It's unfathomable how good this guy is. He just takes over games. He's on a team with Demon One. Don't care about that guy. This game was won and lost by Ethan.
Like, and in any moment, whether it was finding some opening kills, whether it was just being dominant inside the clutch, like, the guy was absolutely on form. All throughout the last game, we were talking about, oh, it's the 10 Celsius show. They're taking over, right? And then all of a sudden, Ethan is like, I'm going to be better than both of them. And by Celsius, I meant second.
Yes. 333 ACS, 3.0 KD. Those are some big numbers for a reason. This guy is ridiculous. In particular, on those post plants in the first half, he was so impressive. Sentinels won 1 out of 9 trying to make it back in. This NRG team was really good at calling the right mid-round to get into a site, and they had really great synergy when they were in those positions to just pick Sentinels apart. But you can talk all day about that, but I feel like what really mattered is that Ethan, you want to call it a life game, but this guy will just, he just delivers maps like that
I do
sometimes.
feel like that's just like a day in the life of him. He's so effective.
You roll the dice, sometimes he just hits a nat 20 and he goes crazy. That was a joke for you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. One day we'll get you in there. That being said, though, on the NRG camp, I think we were really paying attention to Demon One because, you know, it's Demon One. We got to see what impact he has. And it's actually been quite fascinating, Ender. It feels like, you know, it was really a tale of like, well, I would say 2 halves, but also Demon One really went online at the tail end of Ascent, and it really did started to feel like this team was finding Demon One's spot in there, at least in map 2.
I mean, a little bit towards the end. I honestly think like Demon One is not living up to like his full potential today. I think that's just like fair to say. He was not dominant on Ascent. He was not dominant on Sunset either, and that's why you need a guy like Ethan absolutely stepping up, because there were a lot of moments where Demon One, especially on attack, was like the first one in. There was a flash coming from the other side. Sentinels were fighting off of it well, and Demon One was falling. But even with Demon One falling early on, Ethan was stepping up, and that's what was so ridiculous about Ethan's performance, is that he, in a lot of those rounds, was playing like 2 people. Like, he was taking everyone on from Sentinels.
Yeah, and in close stories like this, it's very rare that you see the team with the Jet who's kind of having a mediocre, fine performance, especially on a map like Ascent to take it home. But that does really put in context how impressive NRG winning this one is. But still, looking ahead to Split, I think it's going to be absolutely pivotal for Demon One to turn it around and have a Demon One map, because I think Sentinels look a lot better on Split. It's their most played map this event already.
I would say that if Demon One shows up, I have very high faith in NRG, but also this shows the class of NRG. When your duelist is not having a great day, and you can look down the line and say a few different people could step up and perform, that's a team that can perform on the highest level.
And you see that heritage on the screen in front of you. NRG has made every international event since Masters Berlin. The core of this team always goes to globals, and they always perform well. Look how many 1, 3, 2s, 4s, top level placements this core has. There was an expectation of them making it. And on the other side, for Sentinels, if they were to win this final map and make it to Madrid, it would be a new step in this organization's history.
It would be TENS returning after so long, which would just be incredible to see, especially
Saucy back on an international.
Yeah, I mean, even Zekin back. We haven't seen him since
I mean, really, you know, it's exciting, but it's also, you know, for NRG, what a statement it would be for them, because I think coming into this, there were a lot of question marks. Is this team going to live up to the hype? Are they going to live up to the players that they signed? And here they are contending for that spot, and they are in a very strong spot to potentially prove those doubters wrong.
Yeah, I mean, when you sign 2 champions in Ethan and Demon 1, you better believe that the expectations are minimum qualifying for Madrid.
Yeah, you have to believe if they don't make it, it is a disappointment. We're looking at the agent select now. No surprises for Sentinel. Same comp we've seen from them before. One concern is that solo Sky. A lot is relying on how Saucy's using that utility. On defense, you can run out. That can get the better of you. On the other side, Victor locking in the race. That means Demon 1's on Omen. They're looking like EG out here. I'm excited to see what they have prepped on Split. And if it's enough to take NRG to another global event, or if Sentinels can qualify for the first time in so damn long.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise. It's the only way that this matchup could have ended. And let's send it right back to your casters to call the action. You got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you, GB. All bangers must end on Split, and this is no different from the norm, Baby Bay.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is Demon 1's debut on Omen.
Yeah, it is. First time. We've seen him play the Brim, we've seen him play the Astra, but Omen's a different beast.
Yeah, I had so many questions about what NRG would do when it comes to a map that you have to play Raze on, and I feel like this is one of those maps where like it's so necessary in any comp that you run to have that Raze. And we're seeing it, so it just looks like the old EG blueprint where you put him on that second controller role. Now on the Omen, more like a duelist. You know, maybe you're gonna see him opting a bit more than when he was on that Astra previously on EG.
Aggro TPs, flashing for himself and taking space. I think he gives him a lot more creative agency, for sure.
And how dialed has Victor been on this Raze? Has he still been practicing it? Because we know the potential that he has on this role. And already a fast A default here. All 5 members.
Dude, the Omen flash, the Sky flash, and the kill for 10s.
He just gets spammed. He just gets a spam kill through the smoke with a classic. That's so dangerous to do. And there's a gap in the A main wall.
Victor's already gotten backside. Saucy was surrounded and disposed of as Demon 1 continues his fragging ways.
And dug that gap in the A main wall. Ended up being the demise, but Second gets the spam kill on Ethan.
Vic's pushing heaven. Vic's pushing heaven. Tags John. Applies pressure. Now they have to respond and they have to deal with him. Marv's utility out with a classic in his face. Tries to tuck tail and get away. Somehow survives. How much more time can he buy?
What is this fight?
He falls. It's all onto Demon 1. He's got a classic, but they're weak. 21 HP. Too many targets to deal with. Sentinels get the pistol.
And even for Demon 1, it's too much of an ask.
Yeah.
With just a classic. But honestly, all off the second getting that kill on the bomb planner. I think it was on Ethan. Just spamming him, knowing exactly where to pre-aim. That actually opened up the entire retake and gave them a chance back into the round. Oh my gosh. But look at the smoke. Like I was talking about, actually ended up getting Demon 1 2 kills. One on Heaven, one on Elbow. So almost disastrous. And I think right now, Sen is definitely telling Zelsys to fix that wall. Because that almost was huge for NRG.
Those little things can be the difference maker. Not just in rounds, but ultimately in series.
Yeah.
And to set the stage for those of you who may just now be joining us, Madrid is up for grabs. There's only one spot left for Americas at Masters Madrid, and it comes down to this map to decide who gets to go. Who's packing bags and who's sitting on the sideline for another month.
Here.
Such high hopes for both squads leading into the season. Sentinels finally figuring out their roles. Finally having an IGL that they're much more comfortable with, and then NRG on the other side. Obviously, you have this blockbuster edition of Ethan and Demon 1. Putting Americas on notice.
Couldn't have said it better, Doug. Two Titan just fighting at each other. So crazy.
Legends are made on stages like these. It just comes down to who answers the call.
It's just so slow.
Just so respectful.
Trying to get a feel for the defense setup is NRG.
Here.
Trying to see where the Cypher setup is. Trying to see where all utility is. Trying to see where the gaps are.
I mean, they have 3 members of the defense almost playing in spawn.
Toxins going up. Gun here.
Saucy now rotating back sight.
Toxin screen down.
10 seconds left in this round on the hit. Should be impossible.
Yeah, Saucy should be able to hit a good flash, but they're planning safe. On the other side of the pillar, he's the last one alive. Sentinels get the second, and they do so in flawless fashion.
And they do get bombed down, which is
a little money.
Very, very good, yeah. No guns out, though, so not the most successful eco round from NRG. And we have not seen NRG play split yet with this new roster, so we don't know what they're cooking up. And we've seen tons of footage on Sen. But even so, Sentinels have been so good on this map. The only loss they had, they already bounced back. Like the day after they lost this map, and already made so many changes to what got punished.
Suck.
I feel like Sentinels is one of the best split teams I've seen in the game at this moment of time. So yeah, NRG. Yeah, they have the Blockbuster team. Yeah, they have all these star players, champions, but this is a tough ask.
Good flash. Victor dead. They've done such a good job of playing around these Viper walls. I know it's early, but you're already seeing the game plan. They're just not really willing to give up any space on A.
Yeah, and you see the change of pace. They were in spawn previously. The last 2 rounds they were in spawn, no contact anywhere, and now they're going aggressive. Tens with a deep TP there into the corner, catching Victor off guard. That was all set up from a flash from Saucy. Now what do you do as NRG? We know they're so good at mid-rounding. They're great in these man-down disadvantages.
Fault line setup.
It's no value though.
Flash around the corner. There's just so many things that they can use to get out onto the site, to take aggressive space, but this smoke, they're just playing on the other side of it, and that paranoia is so good! Another gorgeous use of utility by Tens. It all falls down onto Crashies. Sitting on the other side of a trip, spike out of hand, a bonus for Sentinels.
Sen played that 5v3 advantage perfectly, not giving any first bloods, not giving any picks to NRG's contact plays, understanding that they're going to util dump, waiting for their moment. Off the tap, they Omen flash. Very, very clean play right now from Sen. Chaining utility together.
Let's go.
Peeking off of it, having crossfires on top of all that. They're a hive mind right now. Some love for the young gun.
Aggression again from Vic. Very similar, very reminiscent to what we just saw them attempt on A.
Yeah, and this mid aggro opened up the lurk for Marv on this A ramp. Let's see what he can do with it. There is a cam there though. Sen opting to play a full retake setup on A. Oh, this dog is huge.
Crashes can't find anything.
He got stuck in between trying to figure out who he wanted to fight there.
Yeah. Such a difficult situation. Maybe Marv with...
Oh! I thought that was a collat.
I thought so too.
And he gets re-swung.
I mean, Zekin's feeling it. And he knows they have a gun advantage. So why not push the pace? A deep smoke. John with much to do. Spotted. Caught him 4K. Rotating back out onto the side though as Vic gets the spike down. Ooh, this is aggressive from Demon 1. TP's up into heaven. Vic tucking.
Oh, that's so good. He actually setting up Victor so perfectly here.
He's ahead of that smoke. The problem is, right now, if they strike in this time window, he's by himself. Spamming onto the second, almost hitting it. Oh, they were divided.
And I know Tens is known for his flicks with his aim, you know, like shooting people's heads, but not with the Omen flash. He was looking elbow with that, and then he flicked them right off of contact. Didn't know he had capabilities like that, Doug.
Take a look at it again. The buy wasn't great.
It was so close.
One enemy remaining.
You see the paranoia and Tens on the swing.
That 1v1 is so important.
Yeah.
And Demon 1, who I truly believe is one of the best players that I've seen take 1v1s in general.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like in this series he's been kind of lacking in that aspect.
Flash is traded. Spike sitting back in spawn.
Just very slow play here. NRG trying to field out what's happening. I think they're a little cautious now because Sky has been shown at B.
I mean, the smoke is the only thing keeping them apart right now. You've got the Roomba and you have the dog clearing up, taking space. Do they fill in what was previously vacated?
Does NRG have a read into this?
They've taken some space, and it seems like Sentinels are comfortable to give it up. They can take a step back to the second layer. That's exactly where Tens is. Has a paranoia in hand, too. There's no combo, though. There's no one really to swing off of this with him because of the rest of the defenses have already pushed into garage. Zelsis taking the best of Demon 1. And he's got to tuck tail. He's got to get away. Keep a close eye on Zelsis, so he continues to push the pace into main, into garage. What an awkward situation. Shot has to be clean. Flash in his face. Tries to turn it and stay alive. Zekin now satchering forward with ult in hand, landing it onto Vic. The spam is just too much, though.
He's stuck.
Careful here.
You have to deal with him. You can't afford to just leave him there. Finally swinging out, getting to safety. Spike not committed. Spike not planted. Finally, an attempt will be successful.
Spike planted.
2v2 as Tens gets another. Crash, he's left alone. Can he pull it off? No! Tens with 3 on the round as the crowd erupts.
I thought NRG almost played that near perfect. Yeah, they knew Zelsis was stuck there, but they had somebody holding him the entire time. And that opened up the picks onto other players trying to rotate in for NRG, but Tens, I heard somebody in the crowd say Tens is not overrated. He's not.
Spike planted.
Look at this.
The guy's had an outrageous series.
7-2. Full steam ahead is Sen. And it looks like NRG will be taking a timeout. As they should. Things are slipping away.
I'm just glad my dude didn't get hit in the crowd again. He's gonna walk away with bruises by the time this is done. I mean, what a start for Sentinels. 5-0.
Yeah, they've showed so many different looks. They've showed passive holds. They've showed aggression. They've showed a mid hold, and then the next round they're giving mid. There's so many things they're doing right now that is making it hard for NRG to get a read on positioning and how they're set up and where the different players are. Even just having that Sky showing presence in B main, and then all of a sudden you see Zelsis is in there maintaining all that space. A lot of layers to this map. I mean, Sentinels has so many reps on this map.
A 5-round lead. Full momentum. Tens with the op. Meanwhile, for NRG, nothing but a myriad of questions.
It looks like they are leaning towards this B side of the map, trying to maybe get this Raze rocket in this area because of all the corners and cover that he can have. And here's that Sky again in B main, but this time it's all feint. The setup is retake on B now. But NRG checked it. They have all the info. This should be a good read from NRG.
They're not going to clear him.
The dog missed.
They're not going to clear Zelsis.
Oh, this is the
He hears him. He sees him. Again, disaster. And they've gotten out onto the side. Can they convert? John trying to hold them back.
This 1v1 is everything.
2 bullets left. John QT decides to step away. Reposition. Crash, he says ult. Demon 1 can reposition. If they commit, the paranoia is there. No follow-up yet as they're traded. And now the Rolling Thunder comes through. Waves crashing into the opposition. A little bit of buying of time as John QT plays his cards as perfectly as he can. The cam is still up. He's gonna find the timing! He gets them both! 3 on the round for the leader! Ethan left alone. Can he pull off this 1v2? Attention divided, 9 bullets left, 32 HP, and he cannot pull it off!
IGL versus IGL. And he has time!
1 second left.
Oh my gosh, all off of this kill. Great awareness from Zelsis. And John, he's so smart to wait out that smoke and not jump the gun too early. That's what sets up the entire round.
And honestly, to go to step back, remember, he was wise enough to take a step back from the fight with Demon 1.
Just
he
his
understood.
presence.
Yeah, he understood. Forget it. I don't need to win this fight. I'm going to provide more value later on. That's a leader's play.
And you saw it the entire time. Ethan was worried. He was watching B main.
Yeah.
But John played that to a T. The timing was perfect.
A desperate need for any sort of momentum, any sort of success for NRG.
That's brutal.
It might not come this round.
But look at Marv. He understands that Oppers like to reposition. Oppers like 10s like to reposition fast. And that gets him this timing and event.
He's so far up, but you see the respect that's being shown. Zekin's playing back in spawn. He knows that Heaven may be a weak spot, a vulnerable area.
Did that see him? It didn't.
I can't believe that. Saucy pushing forward. 2 members there, none found.
Oh, this is gonna be so hard for Sentinels.
10 still is up, knife out, utility out.
Oh my gosh.
And finally, NRG seem to find some success. They seem to find some space.
10's is still alive here.
And he's still on side with the up. Trying to land the shots. Missing everything, going wide. He's out. And now John QT shows up and he peeks back in.
Spike planted.
10's persistent in his approach. Relentless and reckless abandon. As he re-aggresses and re-peaks.
Oh my gosh.
Now with the shorty. Still.
Oh my gosh, it's not planted for him.
It's gonna be a 2v5. Can Demon 1 pull this off?
Oh!
Can he pull it off? An angel of deliverance is instantly clipped from his wings.
Tens is on another level right now. He's quick scoping people like it's Call of Duty, Doug. That's not the same game. This guy's playing a different game. And Demon 1 is supposed to be that guy who secures the round with the late lurk. Marv set energy up perfectly for this moment. How does he live?
Gets away, man.
And then he goes through again. I mean, you can't teach that. Even the pre-fire on the Ethan from John. This is all intuition plays, and you can see on Chet's face.
Back into the action we go. Marv already tagged.
Oh.
I mean,
oh,
okay. Turns out Demon 1 is still good. I mean, Dre, this has got to feel like quicksand, no?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing is working. Everything falling apart. You're slowly being suffocated out of the map.
I mean, they no doubt in my mind, to anybody's mind, we thought that NRG was winning that round.
Oh, he played anti. Oh my gosh, okay, he was spotted.
Oh, he...
Again, a little bit of room found.
He got him. He got him good there.
Now, it was a 2v5 last time. I know that the chances are ridiculous.
Last player standing.
But finally, it seems like NRG are going to get on the board.
And wow. NRG needed this round. They needed it, especially
yeah.
with the circumstances of the last round. I mean,
yeah.
I just got to break it down even more. They even had multiple layers. Marv knew to take the timing right away from the previous round because the gap was there. That's the plays that he's known for making. That's what made him a champion in the first place. And he even got 2 on that lurk. And then you have Demon 1 set up to secure the round if everything goes south, but he couldn't close it out. They had the strat. They played it to a T, but the individual prowess of Sentinels just, they want to close this map out. They want to go to Madrid.
Thrifty.
They can feel it.
There.
And now NRG needs to string some rounds together off of that Thrifty. There is an op online for them. Oh, that's crazy. He looked like he wasn't even aiming at him. Just understands where the bullets are going to go. Big entry from Vic there with the rocket as well.
A thrifty round. Heroics proved to be the difference maker. NRG still down 6 and op in the hands of Demon 1, and you imagine that means we're in for a slower round.
Yeah. And look at the buy from Sen. A lot of light armor. It's like they were up 7-0, but every round has been so costly that just that one round win from NRG put them back. They had to go for light armor buys.
It seems like they also really want to continue to lean into the op, the defensive op. So maybe.
Yeah, and I liked what they did last round, putting it in the hands of Zekin. Like, honestly, Demon One was not ready for an op being posted up there. But Zekin just whiffed. Could have changed the entire game.
Dog, Roomba, everything, but mail not cleared.
And Marv's job here is just listen to the rotates, try to catch this Viper off guard.
He's really far up.
Yeah.
Still has a trip that's keeping him at bay for now.
He just breaks it now, and now they're wrapping vents.
Oh, that's bad. That's trouble. What?
And he's out! Like a thief in the night.
Toxin screen down.
I have to see that from his POV. Seeker's invested. That's going to give away a lot. John playing from
30
safety.
seconds left.
Now pushing forward. Yeah, this is so... Well, normally, for regular humans, that's a difficult angle to deal with. But they just continue to push forward and demand the best out of each other.
10 seconds
Like
left.
iron sharpening iron. Oh! Both pushing each other to their very limits. They've got to get the spike down. There's no flood. They're so weak. No armor. Less than 50 HP on both. Zelsis is dropping down. John close by. Spike ticking away.
No way.
Crashies falls. Demon One with the op. 2 shots to hit. First one does it! And Sentinels get another!
That looked like he was right on. He missed by what, like a centimeter? Maybe less than a centimeter.
That looked danger close.
But so smart from Sen to double swing there, and honestly, just finding all these crazy kills. The awareness to spam the smoke, just everything going Sentinel's way.
It just seems like they can do no wrong.
Oh, man. No way!
Dude,
what?
how?
All he sees is the gun barrel, and he gets a headshot. Look at this.
Oh, like went under his arm.
He just flicked to the right. He thought John was gonna keep moving.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so micro. It's so sad.
And honestly, I think as I think over that replay that we just saw, it's really kind of indicative of how things have gone, haven't it? You see Crashies trying to like 1v4 his way out onto the site, getting his kills clean, and then you got Zelsis spamming smokes on the other side and getting kills. It really just seems like for Sentinels, everything is falling their way.
I don't even think NRG's playing a bad map right now.
No, I agree with you.
They've had great rounds. They've set themselves up great, but just like these weird, wacky kills that Sentinels have, and that's what makes this team so dangerous, Doug, is that they have the option to do crazy things like Tens staying in A site for like 10 light years, TPing out, running through the smoke again with only one op bullet, quick scoping somebody. It's like these are the ways that they can win on top of the fundamentals that Kaplan has introduced into this team and the rest of the coaching staff. John, he was quiet last map. This is just a playground for him.
Cover going out.
So many different setups. Now he's backside at B. How do you read into this? Double trips for him. Sen. I mean, NRG already moving away from the Cypher site. Not trying to walk their way into John's crosshairs, who's been having a heater of a game.
Patience.
Heavy mid here, hold here from Sen.
Which makes sense too, given how much NRG have tried exploiting that map, or that area of the map.
Now they give it up. Perfect timing for NRG right now.
Do they capitalize?
And I like this. 50-second mark is hit. All right, let's back up. Let's not give him any kills. We know a site hit's gonna come soon. And that's why you see a site set up here. Zelsis getting into site at A.
There are 3 here.
Another cam already up for John, so he has the aim. He has the B main line.
30 seconds
Fall
left.
line set up to help take ramps.
Oh, this is perfect for Tyson.
Is this another classic Tens moment? One falls. No. The second will not join him. Saucy from backside though gets all 3!
Spike down A.
And again, another explosive moment.
Seconds left.
He had no idea that Zelsis was there the whole time. 9-1 in favor of Sentinels.
And that should just not be able to be done. A 3K spray down. He's one of the players that controls his spray so well. Usually they get traded in a heartbeat, but every bullet would hit its mark. That was insane. I mean,
such a tight angle.
I mean,
too.
what? Just no chance for a trade. Every shot was on the mark.
And then even this.
Yeah, you're right. Jordan didn't even have to move an inch.
No, he was concealed the whole time.
It was all a bait.
Back into action we go.
Oh,
as
no.
the round has already started.
Frustration out of NRG. Team flashing now. The rollouts aren't even there. It's all falling apart, Doug.
Plenty of cause for concern.
Oh, John. He's so slippery.
Honestly, I think in moments like this, we find out what this roster is made of. The roster who has plenty of experience and was only joined by more experience. Now left head scratching and looking for answers. And normally, Dre, we would look towards Demon 1 to be the one, to be the spark, to be the catalyst, right? To get things going again.
Yeah.
But the truth is, aside from a couple of small moments this series, that he hasn't been that guy.
Yeah, it's... And you know what the crazy thing is? He's still been playing great. Just not to the standard that everyone holds him to.
Yeah.
That he holds himself to, even. And like, second just stays. The disrespect is here.
A complete dismantling from top to bottom. Sentinels have had their way with NRG this half.
It's just hitting every shot, every timing, every spam. Oh, Demon 1!
Right.
There's a chip here.
Hang on. We missed the clip.
There's only 5 seconds. This is just too much to ask for.
Yeah, I mean, he's not winning the round.
Tough.
10-1.
I mean, when you give a team like Sentinels the confidence to make these crazy plays, it could get out of hand very fast, like we're watching right now. Full confidence in this team. Zekin staying, going for the one. Jordan on the rope.
The perfect timing on the peek up, too. Knowing that Tens had a paranoia coming.
So insane. Nice shots from Demon 1, but
just too little too late. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That was crazy.
10-1 is brutal.
They have 4 ults on the attack side. The desperate need for anything. Just gone through this barren wasteland of an attack side on split.
It's just so hard. I feel like Sen have just been, specifically John, has just been in the flow state of calling, changing up the setups, and everything's been working.
And it's not even just calling this
and
game.
Look, Sachi on B side of the map, he flashed deep B main, now he can take the line.
Tens is holding mid, and
Everyone's
they have 3 members A. Second is ult. Does he hold? Oh my gosh, he doesn't tag anything. But he still has so much util, he can dump down Victor, playing in hell. Trying to find some space, trying to find some value. Duelist done, he continues to push forward, trampling towards elbow.
Oh, John has spammed 2 people through this screen smoke.
And the one onto Victor, potentially the most valuable, potentially the most impactful.
Another spam!
Demon 1 left alone. The potential last round of the half. And the potential of an 11-1 lead.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he made a stop.
He's been heard. Oh. He's been spotted. He's been found. 11-1 for Sentinels.
Switching sides.
What a performance.
I mean, John spammed 2 people right here. Oh, so one was off the trip. But the other one was the rocket Q. Yeah. I mean, you can't make this up. And I had questions of how NRG would play on these raised maps because I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Victor play. But
it looks weak. We'll see what the desk thinks about that very question. Take it away, GB.
In absolute trouncing from Sentinels as they have a dominant lead going into the half. And the stakes, again, could not be higher here. For NRG to find themselves in this position, Ender, it's actually quite fascinating because, well, if they end up missing Madrid, we have no EG representation at Madrid. They were the champs.
With EG losing earlier and only Ethan and Demon 1 still standing.
Yeah.
Those two players that are not black and white on your screen right
like
now.
Back to the Future.
No, but those two players broke away from EG along with so many on that team in order to do better on their own, right? To join NRG. NRG was a team built to dominate. Not here, on the world stage. Like, their expectations are sky high. And the fact that we're already here and it looks like it may just be over, we're only a month in, but that is dire for NRG's hopes.
It's an oof.
It absolutely is. And they're up against the Sentinels that no one really had the expectation of greatness from them. This is the organization. The last time they went to a global event was more than 900 days ago. That was also the last time they were in a regional final. This roster for the last 2 years has had teams, has had players that you expect greatness from them. We haven't seen that yet, but now they're just 2 rounds away from their first international event, their first regional title, or their first chance at a regional final in almost 3 years. If they could win here, they would make history for themselves and for this organization.
TenZ won the very first Masters, and if he wins here again, he'll have a chance to repeat it in Madrid.
Yeah, we'll see if this is going to be the possibility, the reality for Sentinels, but NRG have a tall mountain to climb in order to come back into this one, and Sentinels are right there. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
11-1. Madrid on the line. Go back not that long ago. Just go back to last year. Sentinels was a shell of what they are now. And now look at them.
Picking up John QT in the offseason, winning every single offseason tournament that they participated in.
Questions abounded last year. They struggled with having a leader. They struggled with having a caller. There were role issues aplenty.
And the chemistry between Kaplan and John, it just looks so good, along with everybody else on the roster. And they were so ready for that. They 4-man swung him.
And honestly, to go back to a little bit more recent, remember at the beginning of this year, this wasn't the roster that they had. It was Pancata who was in the works.
Yeah.
For them to traverse all of that and now find themselves here.
And Jordan, he earned his spot. He had to earn it. He had to step up to the plate and be that guy.
And when he had his opportunities, he delivered. And that's exactly what Sentinels are doing now. Flirting with changing the landscape of North American VALORANT.
I mean, this is going to mean so much to them if they win this pistol. You know they're going to be
30 seconds left.
Popping off on all cylinders. But Marv has something to say about that. What? Oh my gosh! Does he go for more? He's taking a breath here.
The amount of drop jaws that I just saw in the crowd was ridiculous.
I think everybody felt like it was going to be in Sentinel's hands, but Marv has something other to say about it. 4 headshots.
He's done it on his own.
Oh, he was ready to take the head off his teammate.
Can he finish it?
Oh!
He's given his opportunities.
1 shot?
Oh, he's going to rob him of it.
Wait.
We're just playing a mini game right now. Oh, he gets the ace, and he does. The iBUYPOWER ace for Marv. And honestly, as fun as that was, good night. They're still down so big. We'll take a look at it again.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I've jokingly always said that the Ion Sheriff was like automatic headshots, but I mean, that looked like truth there. Make sure you follow iBUYPOWER on socials where they're giving away a free PC every time there's an ace. And whichever one of you wins it, thank Marv.
Keeping his team in the game.
I guess, yeah.
Single-handedly.
Yeah.
Oh, speak of the devil.
He's just gonna put the game on his back.
And that's what you need. You need that pop-off moment.
Dude, but it's still so, I mean, it's late.
Gave him a Phantom. Now this would be just something. This would require some crazy antics for Sen to bring this back. They have a Phantom to do it.
I mean, they have numbers on B. The defense is split. There's the Phantom. There's the spike.
It's not even a bad idea to save this if you're John. Seriously.
Here. Yeah, sure. I mean, you do have a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, go for it, but... Shameless.
And that's your plug to buy the team capsules.
Still having fun with it, even though
30
they're
seconds left.
2v4.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Let's patient out from Celsius. Demon 1 gets his 2, NRG gets a 3.
I gotta say, I just feel like this entire series, when I've seen Demon 1, I've only seen him with an op and a Guardian.
Yeah.
Like, he loves that gun, man.
You get a couple of good, feel-good eco-frags from Barb as well.
Yeah.
Going back to the pistol,
left.
and now this.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Sometimes your teammate getting an ace can be that spark.
Dude, they need more than a spark.
That brings it together.
They need a whole freaking fire.
Yeah.
So it's just such a large deficit they're staring at. But they persist, or at least attempt to try to defy the odds. And those are some massive odds they're up against. They have guns though. Ethan with the Stinger. Crash Cheese as well.
Just noise being cut across the board from Sentinels.
I wonder here too, how this moment, how this position impacts Sentinels and their playstyle. You know, we talk, so, you know, sometimes about, are you playing not to lose or are you playing to win?
Yeah.
And you wonder here if Sentinels peel back a little bit, let off the gas a little.
I like what they're doing here. I like how they took A control early. They cut noise. They contact back up mid. They're showing stuff towards B to try to bait a rotation out from NRG, and that kill should definitely bait it. Look at the players on A.
Instantly rotating.
Oh, Marv knows to stay.
They got a paranoia.
They ran into this.
I don't think it hit Crashies. He's got a fault line, jumps across. He's got a flash to work with too. The satchel out onto the side. Nice shots land though. 13 seconds left. The spike's still not planted. Marv's still not cleared. He's gonna challenge the orb. He's gonna challenge the smoke, but John Spam covers him. Get down, Mr. President. How much more can they find though? Crashies left alone. Can he pull this off? He's gotten the first, and that's it. Riot Games Arena, bear witness. The era of Sentinels very well may be upon us. 1 round away. 1 round.
Oh my gosh. He held Mouse 1 down. He had no doubt in his mind. They knew that was the only way that they could potentially lose the round, is if Marv creeps up into that smoke and kills the bomb planner.
For as much as we talked about Demon 1 and Celsius and Zekin and Tens, it's John who has shined on this map.
Toxin screen down.
And he had such a rough last map on that ascent. I mean, this guy has everything. He frags, he IGLs, he bounces back.
I think the most important thing though is he has the trust of his team to do something Sentinels haven't been able to do for a long, long time, for years.
There.
We talked about the dry spell they've been through. The addition of John QT to this roster has been everything.
The nade is good.
Now potentially putting the finishing touches on this series. It's a 1-for-1. Marv has a shorty from that distance, will not connect. Crash, he's dumping util. Vig's so far away. And they freeze. They hold. They reset.
They can taste it.
I mean, the bags are half packed at this point.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're so patient. And look, that causes NRG to worry about a lurk.
Yeah, but this long?
This
now, committing the nade there. He's just coming to his death, coming to terms with the fact that he's done. A 3v2 number still in favor of Sentinels. And now quiet across the map as the spike ticks away. Ethan with the flash in hand, having to make a play. The flash not connecting as the wall goes up. Crashies gets one. Ten's trying to keep him back. Saucy joining with him. Oh, looping around, having to reload. Where's the cover? There it is. Crashy, Saucy, a 1v1.
Oh, he's so confident.
4 bullets left. Switches weapons. Time is of the essence. And that's all it'll be. It's been years that fans have had a reason to celebrate, but tonight, Sen City burns red. Welcome to Madrid.
What a moment for Sentinels. What a moment for the league. Sentinels look so good. Bouncing back off of that last map. What a moment in time. NRG. So close, but not yet there yet.
More time needed. A complete subversion of expectations. And again, it really feels like we may be at the doorstep of something special. This Sentinel squad went through a rigorous, tumultuous offseason with roster conversations, playing all these offseason events. But they continue, they continue to believe in their core. They have reason to smile now. Over 900 days. As the Sentinels faithful greet their players with nothing but smiles. A massive moment. As again, I can't help but think that the landscape of America's VALORANT has shifted in a massive way. It's early, but there's a lot of promise. And yes, it's just been one tournament, but the poise these guys have shown is impressive. We gotta go back to the beginning of this tournament. In the group of death, they had Loud, they had Leviathan, they had 100 Thieves. They get through all of that. And now a victor's pose.
I mean, they played the most amount of rounds of any team in the last, what, 6 months? During this whole offseason over now?
Molded team play. I mean, so impressive. Molded and crafted by fire. They say it brings out impurities, and all that's left is the best of it. And that's what we have. What a birthday gift too, huh? Unbelievable.
For Zelsis, yes. For Ethan, no.
18-7 for John to close that out.
It's crazy.
And honestly,
it was crazy.
To continue to roll back the tapes a little bit, there were a lot of questions about, well, is John the guy? Is John the guy? Is he the one who's going to be able to change the tides for Sentinels? What a moment.
He is. He's the truth. John is the truth. Him and Kaplan have an unknown chemistry, or maybe a known one for those of you that watched Challengers when Ghost was around.
Yeah.
But now they're back together in full force on the main stage. Now they get to see how they're going to perform up against international teams in Madrid.
Sentinels has never looked better, and unfortunately because of that, we do have to bid adieu to NRG. The roster looked hot from the very beginning, and I think obviously there's still a lot of promise. There's still a lot to look forward to.
100%.
But quite frankly, they were dismantled today from top to bottom. And that last map, what an asterisk. That's ridiculous.
And if you're an NRG fan, I mean, there's so much to look forward to with this team. This team was just put together like a month ago.
Yeah.
Every match, it did seem that they got better and better. And I think they truly just need more time under the belt and to figure out what they're going to do on maps like this, where the Raze is being played and you don't have Demon 1 on that jet.
We're going to throw it down to Smix, who's standing by at the stage with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Vansili and Riot Games Arena. Give it up for Zelsis and the Sentinels!
Zelsis, first and foremost, happy freaking birthday.
Thank you. I'm an old man now.
You can't say that in front of me, man.
Oh,
You
sorry,
can't say that in front of me. But what a birthday treat, and what a team to take this win from. You're up against NRG, you take the win, and in 930 days, Sentinels is finally going to a regional final again. In 932 days, Sentinels is finally going to a global event. Tell us, what does all of this mean for you?
I mean, we had to save the organization at least once, right? So, you know, no, but I love Sentinels. The guys and I, like, we've been working really hard. So, you know, to make the event like this, and especially against NRG, you know, I would like to have done it against FNS, but this will have to do. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy, yeah.
And going up against a team like NRG, everyone was talking about how they're the powerhouse North American team. And what was it like in preparing against them? They had so many more games of yours to study. You know, they're a team that has such strong fundamentals. It's really hard to almost pick them apart. So what was that preparation process like? Because it paid dividends.
I think for us, it's just like a big thing is just doing like what we practice. Obviously, like anti-striding is like really important in this game, but I think it's kind of hard because it's like Valorant. Anything can go wrong. It's like, you know, someone could get like a molly kill or like a flash. Like it's just random. Like it's pretty random. So anti-striding is like pretty hard, but I think our main focus was like we've just been playing a lot. We trust each other. We, you know, are focusing on our environment as a team. And shout out like Cap for doing a lot of our like. Not server stuff, but just like overall team stuff. Like he does a lot of work, and I think he deserves a lot of credit. Same with like John, but Cap does a lot for us, so that's like a big thing for us in our preparation.
We certainly see that in the games. You talk about team synergy. Tell us, you've now played in so many different rosters. You've had highs, you've had lows. What do you think it is about this specific roster you're playing with? I know you just talked about Coach Kaplan, but if you could just share a little bit more on why you think you guys are able to come together as seamlessly as you do.
I just think we're a team. Like, I think a lot of people say they're a team, but like we really are. Like, we really focus on like hanging out with each other. We really focus on like building that bond like in and out of the server. And it's like everything we do in the server, we do it together. Like everyone trusts each other. It's like if someone calls something, they do it. It's like I just think like we're really a really close team, and like we all want to win so badly. So it just works out.
We certainly saw that today, and now you have this final raid boss. And it's going to be loud. And you know, Sadak has just done amazing work as the AGL for that team and incorporating QCK. What are your thoughts after seeing a couple of their matches? You're smiling.
I mean, I think the first match was kind of a fluke. I said it again. I'm sorry, Brazil, and I'm sorry, Loud fans. But I think the first match was kind of a fluke. And hopefully, you know, we can pull out the best of 5 for the finals.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Zelsis. Once again, happy birthday. And with that, we have our second and final team secured in going to Madrid, and it will be the Sentinels.
That's right, Smix, and the good times don't stop there because we got Kaplan joining us here for the post show. And oh my word, brother, that was a tumultuous match there. A little up and down. I guess, you know, just want to get the temperature check from you, right? How's your heart rate? You know, like you checking the pulse fine? You good?
I'm doing all right. Look, if that last map was close, I'd be
you'd be worried.
A little different. But, yeah.
Were you feeling confident about the split going into when you saw the draft? Did you feel like, okay, if we make there, we'll be all right?
Yeah, I was pumped. I mean, we got side choice, split defense.
Yeah.
It's our turf.
Yeah.
I think that's 9 series straight, maybe, that split's been in the veto for us. So.
Wow. A lot of confidence on that one.
Yeah.
Look out for that, people. Yeah. What do you got?
I wanted to ask, I wanted to kind of rewind the clock a little bit, because this is your first year as a head coach since you were on Ghost Gaming way back when. So compared to last year, where you were working under Psycho, where there was so much turmoil throughout the team, what has it been like this year to have all of this time to really kind of get your vision across fully for the team and kind of be able to fully implement that?
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. I mean, I have all the pieces that, you know, we need to do that, and Sentinels took another chance on me and the team and got us the right pieces and gave us that trust. And it's been a lot of fun, right? Like last year was so bumpy, and there have been times this year as a coach where I'm like, I don't know how I got through it. Like I'm so much more excited to work now because I've got the right pieces. It feels like a complete team. The personalities add up in the right way. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it showed in the server. What was your approach coming into this tournament? Because this is very different than the normal style of play that we see, where it's like week by week, you have a lot of time to counter strat, to prep, to kind of be on top of those things. But in this format, it's you have to get it right out the gate.
Yeah.
So what was the approach? And especially considering how many games you guys have played compared to other teams, how did you manage to pull that off?
Yeah, exactly. So I think looking at the format, I thought, wow, if you don't make it out in the top side of your group, you have to play an unreal amount of games to get through. And there was so much talk at the start of the year about people, oh, gimmick comps, everyone's going to do gimmicks, everyone's got all these new surprises, new meta, and like, I feel like we really figured out the way we like to play a lot of maps in the off season. And on top of being in the group of death, if we ran a bunch of gimmicks, like it's going to fall flat when you have to play so many games through the play-in if you don't make it out top. So I felt like we really focused on playing our game, trusting our comps, including ones from Korea, right? That split comp's been around a while for us. And a lot of our talk game to game has just been about iterating on our own stuff, both in terms of atmosphere and, trying to deny other teams anteing what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm also curious because, like, there was the big patch, right, that dropped just a few weeks before the game with the sky changes as well, which obviously I think a lot of some teams like didn't react to it all, it seemed, or were like very comfy to keep playing the same thing. Some teams started switching things up. Like, how much did that affect you as a team and sort of like refocusing yourself, maybe coming up with new ideas right before the season started?
Yeah, it didn't affect things too much. Like, I think a lot of the Sky nerf is about a Sky player adapting to the new changes, right? You see some guys that are just wasting flashes still, and they don't regenerate anymore. Like, we had to think through the micro of that, and Saucy really stepped up and adjusted. You have to play a lot different as a Sky, but at the end of the day, like, a map like Split, hey, does double controller and Cypher still make sense for us? We still thought it did. I still thought it did. And at that point, she's still the best solo initiator, even if she's worse. And so, we just looked at it map by map with her changes.
Sure. I want to narrow in on you and John QT, because you played with him previously on Ghost Gaming when you guys were in Tier 1, Tier 2, whatever Challengers was back then, and now have reunited with him on this iteration of Sentinels and have kind of gone back to that same IGL coach duo. How have you two grown as individuals and as a duo since that time back then?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a ton of fun reuniting with him. He has grown so much as a leader and as an individual player, right? He's always been a really talented player, but he doesn't waste time. He doesn't skip around on working on his own game, and he's done such a good job. Seeing him come from M80 with something to prove, he really developed as a leader there. I think he has a lot more ideas about how things should be run, about systems, so he really collaborates with me on that, and I just think he's grown as a person. I mean, he's definitely one of my best friends. And
what does it mean to get to go to Madrid together?
I never, if somebody told me we'd be going to Madrid together on Sentinels, back in the Ghost days, maybe I would have believed him. I don't actually know, but it's something special, and it never would have happened without him. I mean, I'm so lucky that I got him as my IGL, and he means the world to me.
Well, I think a lot of Sentinels fans are happy about that, too. I mean, my guy had a massive game and just constantly showing up. But we do got some questions from the chat, so let's see what we have here. Pirol says, how much does Sen focus on anti-stratting versus just playing your own game?
Yeah, I think that depends on the team, right? So with NRG, like, we looked at their Sunset, we looked at their Ascent, but they play a pretty loose style, and I would say they just move different things around a lot. They don't look super structured. So I don't think we anti-stratted them as heavily. We thought about their comps and how they play stylistically, and a lot about how we've been playing, what maps we've been showing, what we need to look out for changing. But then we'll play some other teams. For example, I think some of the teams like Lev and MIBR have more of a clear playbook and things they're running. Yeah. Maybe we have a few of a certain map to look at, and then we'll lean harder into the anti-strat. So it just depends on the type of opponent you're against. And, we're in the position where we're the ones getting anti-stratted, right? Because we came in from play-ins and played more rounds than all these
300
teams.
rounds or something insane.
Yeah, was there a worry about that? Because, I mean, kind of bold. Just because you guys were really just focused on having the players build camaraderie, it felt like, right? Was that the objective of that more so than like getting strats down? Because it feels like that paid off big time for the players.
Yeah, like after every game, we would talk about what could be done better and differently, but a lot of that had to do with our atmosphere, our energy, how we were talking, how we were engaging with each other, how confident we were. And I mean, the guys really like bought into focusing on those goals game to game. And in a lot of ways, I don't know if we would have won this had we come in through top seed. We learned a lot from those play-ins. I mean, every game was kind of a level up for us.
Bold.
Do you hold the off-season in the same regard? Because you guys played more than pretty much any other team in Americas as well.
Totally, yeah. I mean, we got so much team. Like, we worked out a lot of our quirks, and we knew what our problems were going into the season, and we just bonded so much. I mean, going into Korea, we spent a week after having a ton of fun after winning. Like, yeah, we would not be here if it weren't for working hard in that offseason.
Hey, well, we do have one more question. Sorry, Ender. I know you wanted to jump in here, but from Twitch.
But this one's going to be way more insightful than
This is going to be a really insightful question.
Yeah.
I will have a follow-up on it because it's not insightful.
Are you going to go bald if you win Masters Madrid? Thank you, Drifty, for asking the real hard
I'm really glad
questions.
you interrupted him for that question.
Honestly, look, they just tell me what to do. I'm a parrot. What do you got here?
Hey, man, I'm going bald either way. Esports coaching, I'm going bald.
Yeah, welcome to the club, baby. You look good, though. You look good.
It's going to take a while.
Okay, insightful question, Ender.
In Madrid spirit, though, now that you have to play tomorrow, of course, but you have a chance to like sit back and relax and prepare. Not that long. Are there any, because we've seen a lot of teams like play like very unique styles, whether it's Loud with their triple flash, double smokes, the Icebox, EG as well with the Deadlock, even Carmine Corp are playing the combo with like audio denial plus teleports on split, which is super sick. Are there any teams now that you are going to be facing off against some of those on the international stage that A, you think have a really sick read on the meta, or B, that you want to play up against?
I mean, it would be fun to play Carmine Corp because the hype around them's crazy. There's the storyline. Like, I just think it would be a fun game. As for teams I think look really good right now, I think Gen G looks incredible.
Yeah.
I would love to play Gen G.
Yeah. I was very excited to see them make through. And then also just to do it the way that they did it as well, which was really, really cool, for sure. I mean,
you know, we always talk about like the clout match in NA, but I think Sentinels Carmine Corp might be actually the most clouded match physically
clout
possible.
overload.
Yeah.
Just too much clout for the stage, and then the stage just succumbs under the pressure of all that clout. I can't wait. It's going to be incredible. Let's go ahead, though. We still have a little bit more, though, to do in this tournament. Yeah, that's right. We have a finals for tomorrow. Even though Loud and Sentinels have, in fact, punched their ticket to Madrid, it is going to be settled in a grand final. Who gets that top spot coming out of the competition here? And you're going to be facing off against a Loud team that looks fantastic. They look prepared and drilled for this, but, I mean, I got to say the same thing. Are you just excited for that game?
I'm pumped. I'm going to go work real hard tonight. In some ways, unfortunately, for my mental health and stress levels, it's not just like, a first seeding thing, right? It's worth a bunch of points toward champs. It's worth a lot.
Yeah, like this game has a lot of value for everyone that's playing on that stage.
I'm pretty sure it has the same amount of points as winning Masters. So not going to kid around. We're going to work hard and make sure we win it tomorrow.
It absolutely means a lot. I did want to ask, in reference to preparation for tomorrow, what's you and Drew's relationship like as the coaching staff of this team? Because you two have also been working together for a really long time now. What does he add to Sentinels?
Yeah, he's got a great eye for details, and I don't. I really like the big picture, the macro strategy, and the emotional side with the team and the leadership. And if I didn't have Drew, so much would go under the radar, and he does a great job looking out for that stuff, looking out for the specific player tendencies, lineups, small adjustments, small mistakes, and obviously with the anti-strat, like there's just so many maps to watch that you have to split the workload. So we both split up, and then we come back together with what we've looked at. And
well, you guys have your work cut out for you tomorrow. You have your work cut out for you in Madrid. But I think if one thing that we have seen here is that you guys are more than ready to answer that. And congratulations, man. Seriously, like I know how hard you guys have been practicing and working toward this, but also just doing it in the way that you did it is quite impressive, man. Quite impressive.
Thank you.
Do you have any message for the Sentinels fans now? Because it has been 3 years since this org has made an international event, and I mean, you and the team have brought them back.
Hey, thank you. I mean, we're always the crowd favorite, and we always have such passionate fans. Even when we're doing bad and there's a lot of hate, it comes from love. I get it. I watch our games, and sometimes I'm so angry at the things I'm seeing, so I can only imagine when you guys see certain things or see me not call a timeout or a timeout. I get it. But, it's all support and love to me in the end from our fans, and they're really patient, and, they're the best fans of VALORANT. And it's the best part about coaching this team.
Sentinels is going to Madrid to play for a Masters championship. Hey, man, that's pretty damn awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations to the rest of the Sentinels team as well. I mean, a massive achievement there. But, of course, we have plenty more to come because tomorrow it's the grand finals. And you heard it from Kaplan. That match is going to mean a lot for these players. So make sure you're joining us here to watch what is surely going to be an epic grand final for the VCT Americas kickoff. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you mañana. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Kaplan.
Thank you.
Now towards the back of the generator, swings out and gets tagged a bit by the Vandal. The drop out to his actor, and Gary comes in with the headshot up towards the tree. Smoke being thrown, Jogimo in danger with the last 2 kills. EG upsetting Loud on a set. No, looks like they heard Nature pivot back towards the generator. A 2v2 ensues, making that a 2v1. Tui's again alone.
One enemy remaining.
The wall to high tide. He can't get it done. They'll refuse it for Loud. And they'll close the second match.
Trying to hold it with 4 in sight.
Oh, this is annoying. Look at all that.
Oh my God.
Hands the aftershock back towards the inside. Oh, and a 1-2. It's a 1v1. The spray comes across. There it comes in. There's still util out for the pulse plan. There's no time left. Sentai gets the kill. The sun sets for EG's journey. But you do have Cloud qualifying for Madrid.
First trip cleared, the dog went all the way around the pillar. Tens with 4. Second gets the last. OT on the cards.
Kids on top. Kids on top. Good job, boys. Everyone breathe. Everyone take a breath.
Spamming into the smoke. Tag. Tens does it again. Tens in second once more, delivering for Sentinels. A 3K for the duelists as they take back 1.
Nice! Let's go!
Let's go, baby! And all repositions, but 3 players are detained. Demon 1 pushing forward, looking to find another, and he does. That's the 3rd. First one falls. Zelsis having to clutch, and he cannot. Split on the cards as we're going the distance.
My eyes are better. One enemy remaining.
It's gonna be a 2v5. Can Demon 1 pull this off? Oh! Can he pull it off? An angel of deliverance is instantly clipped from his wings. Mark's still not cleared. He's gonna challenge the orb. He's gonna challenge the orb. But John Spam covers him. Get down, Mr. President. Having to reload. Where's the cover? There it is. Crashy Saucy, a 1v1.
Oh, he's so confident.
4 bullets left. Switches weapons. Time is of the essence.